Welcome to Czechia. Over the next couple of weeks, the ECN will be here. Plenty of cricket going on, starting with the CE Cup this year. It's a three-way women's series with the hosts taking on Croatia and Gibraltar. Get ready, get set. This is the ECN Central European Cup T20IW, and it starts right now. Dobre rano, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Of course, two locations today on the network. We have finals day in the ECN Cyprus, but right here, we're about to get going in the Central European Cup. So this is a three-way Women's T20 International Series, official T20s, of course, sanctioned by the ISCC. It's great to be here at the Mid-innings Cricket Ground as well. And we're starting with a match between the hosts. It's Czechia taking on Gibraltar in the first match of 6. We've got Pete Vincent, who is over there with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Okay, so we have Czech Republic, the home team. We have Gibraltar, the away team. Czech Republic will toss the coin. Gibraltar will call heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it is a tail.
Okay, so we will bowl.
Czech Republic have opted to bowl.
Yeah. Good luck.
Good luck to both of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Teresa Kolchanova has won the toss for Czechia and has elected to bowl first. So we did see Czechia in action actually for the first time ever in T20I cricket last weekend against Austria. That was away in Austria. And okay, they didn't pick up a win there, but I think it's great for the development. Great to see so many young players in the side as well. I think it'll probably settle the nerves a bit to have them out in the field first time around. And we have seen the Czech team in the ECIWs. We saw that in Croatia last year. They weren't quite able to pick up a win against Croatia, but they'll get to renew their rivalry in this tournament, with Croatia being the third team. Gibraltar, well, they've had some mixed results, I suppose, over the last couple of years, but I think that they're really starting to gel. Amy Valverde leads the side. And watch out for Sally Barton behind the stumps. She really defies her age. She's incredible back there. So looking forward to seeing her as well. Conditions right now, we're expecting a pretty nice day, around about 21 degrees. I don't think we'll have any rain or anything like that. This field is looking in really good condition as well. It's nice to see some grass after I've spent a few days in Cyprus. Anyway, let's get ready for the first ball. Danny, who to check is ready to take you to the first one. And I can tell you, Czechia in game one, they've won the toss. They're going to have the bowl. And Danny, happy Peacock Friday. It's over to you.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to everyone to this ECN Central Europe Cup T20IW, T20IW's first ever Women's CE Cup. It's been a long-standing tournament here in the Czech Republic, and well, who will win? I think it's going to be a lot more even than that. In fact, Gibraltar might be slight favourites, I think, against this Czech team, as we see the two lineups. Welcome to everyone out there watching Women's International Cricket here from the Czech Republic. It's quite a nice day for cricket. Slightly cool conditions, a little breeze. Good toss to win for the Czechs, sending Gibraltar in. They're used to the conditions here, especially this pitch, which keeps slightly low compared to other pitches around Europe. And but it is a good pitch to both bat and bowl on. And it will be Teresa Kolchanova to open the bowling. And first one's tucked around the corner. Bit of a chase on for the fielder. Should come back for 2. Good throw into the keeper. So Gibraltar off the mark. Good side, Gibraltar. And they brought a strong squad as well. The Czechs, quite a few debutants. Quite a few faces for the Czech team. We've seen, well, we'll see for the first time here on the network. Tedka comes in again, and a little bit of swing maybe, actually. Nicely bowled, picked up in the covers, or at point I should say. No run. So I think a pretty good toss to win for the Czechs. There's no one out of the circle. It's going to be difficult to lift over the top. As I said, doesn't bounce as much. Oh, it's hit the pad. Bit of a stifled appeal, going down leg. Good start here from Terka. She is the captain of the Czech team, youngest international cricket captain, both men's and women's, I think. I think she's 17 years old. Comes in again. This one's going to be called a wide. It's Pete Vincent. He's very experienced out there. Very good umpire in the leagues here in the Czech Republic for many years. We've seen him on the network over the last, I think, 4 years of tournaments here. That comes in again. It's a good ball. Just dabbed out through the gully area. Nice shot. Didn't try to overhit it. They come back for 2, and they get it comfortably. Good running. So, as I said, a very pleasant day for cricket. It's nice conditions, bit of overhead cloud, no chance of rain at this stage, we hope. Delka comes in again. Another good delivery, just clamps down on it. It's been a tidy over, 5 from it. There's 1 ball left. So, see if the Czechs can produce another dot ball. Another good ball. Hit back to the bowler. Not sure if there's a chance for a catch there. No run in the end, and after the first over, Gibraltar are 5 for no loss. Vinny, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. Great to be here, Danny. Great to be back at Vinosh. The first time we ever commentated together was right here. It always feels like I'm coming home here to Prague. So, yeah, 5 without loss for Jib in the first over. Yeah, Turka, pretty good first over for her. I mean, we know that the control, no matter what the form of the game, whether it's women's cricket or men's cricket, is so important. I think she did have the ball pretty much where she wanted it, and a ball that wrapped Valverde on the pads as well. Caruana will get the chance to face now. But yeah, this is T20 international cricket. It's obviously bowling from both ends. Had boundaries probably a little bit longer than they would be in, for example, an ECIW match. The boundaries generally hard to come by. So you got to be quite industrious. I think the running between the wickets, I think, is super key as well. But yeah, hello to all the viewers as well. Just still firing up my computer and hope to be in the chat pretty soon. That's all Manova. That will be the second over bowler. Obviously got 6 over power play in here as well. And then one difference as well with T20I women's cricket compared to men's is that after that only 4 fielders are allowed out rather than 5 outfielders. Anyway, here we go with over number 2. First one just floats a little bit too wide. A little bit of outswing there for the bowler. Yeah, but isn't it great? And also this CE Cup, it has been played several times, hasn't it? But it's always been a men's tournament this year with the calendar as it is, and obviously with women's cricket on the rise in Europe, it's a 3-way women's tournament, and not just that, you've got teams from, I won't say it, not quite in Central Europe taking part, but they are in Central Europe playing. As this next one is attempted pull shot, but not contacted by Caruana. Gibraltar women's side, we first saw them on the network at the start of last year in our first ever ECIW. They hosted it there at the Europa Point ground. That's beautiful ground, actually. And look, they've got the blessing, if you like, of quite good facilities there, indoor and outdoor practice facilities. Obviously, it's a very small country, so generally geography or travel isn't as much of an issue as it might be here. For example, in Czechia, where you might have some players from Brno, and then you might have some from Prague, you might have some from Austria. It might be hours and hours they have to travel. But yeah, we're looking forward to seeing how they go. Gibraltar had a really good 2-0 win over Estonia fairly recently on home soil. Yeah, but let's see how they travel.
And Vinny, that's, well, come in again. Been good over so far. This one's just dabbed into the covers, just a single, nicely taken.
Just quickly, that kind of running between the wickets is something that Gibraltar, they've improved a lot. Remember their first ECIW, they're kind of very hesitant, but now they're kind of more willing to take risks and put the pressure on the other side. So I mean, that's going to be really key, like I said.
Well, especially on this pitch, it will keep slightly lower. It comes through quite nicely, but they'll look to punch the ball through the field rather than over. This bowler comes in again. Been a good ball, been a good over.
Yeah, keeping it one side of the wicket, which I think is obviously pretty key as well. Valverde 4 off 7. Amy leading the side now. It's actually so nice to see so many of the names that I did commentate in the first ECIW that we had in Gibraltar in this side as well. There's a couple of new names as well to ECN cricket at least. But a real spectrum, if you like, of ages and experience levels as well in this tournament. It's pretty straight, maybe just climbing a bit on Valverde.
It's been a good over from Ulmanova. Nice and straight. Only 2 runs from it so far. Yeah, this ground, compared to last year, Vinny, last year it was pretty dry and very fast. What do you think of it this year?
It looks very lush. I know the weather's been a bit up and down here, right? Didn't you have like a false summer?
We almost had flooding in Prague.
This is
nice
well
shot.
struck, yeah, and that could be the first boundary. It's rolling away, and it is well struck by the jib skipper, Amy Valverde. She moves on to 8, and it's the end of the second over. Still not a bad one from Ulmanova. The score is 11 without loss.
Yeah, lovely shot there, just down on one knee, and a pull shot. Just got a bit straight.
So, got a few messages here. A few people coming over from Cyprus, but yeah, just an update there that the bronze final has been called off due to the extreme heat, and they're going to start the final a little bit later, and that's just for the safety of everyone over there. And apparently Rico's in an ice bath. So, hello to everyone. I know we'll probably have a few people that have just come over from Cyprus. So, yeah, I spent 3 days over there. Really loved it. Actually, I was swimming in the sea not too long ago. But, yeah, things holding up here in Prague. We're here for these 3 days and then the 14 days of ECS and ECI cricket. By the way, the Czech women's side will also be playing in the ECIWs against Greece in the T10 format in a couple of weeks' time. So, look, I've seen it happen with Gibraltar, for example, and many, many teams just playing more matches, more match practice. You can train all you like, but there's nothing quite like kind of getting comfortable with playing in a game. Here's the captain.
Oh.
Very good delivery first up. And I've also got to say a quick shout out to Chris Pearce. He's not feeling too well today, so he's had to put off his coaching duties. But he said the only positive is he can stay at home and he can watch this on TV. So hi, Chris. I know that the Czech Cricket Academy. I was actually dropped by there last Sunday and saw their kind of wind up in their trophy ceremonies, which I thought was fantastic. Good outswing again there. Caruana just happy to keep it out.
Yeah, he and Renata, his lovely wife, are doing wonders in junior Czech cricket, and all thanks to him. We've got a very good, well, I think the Czech Republic is a very solid youth program, and you see a couple of the players, actually, Terka here is a product of that academy. And now she's captain in the Czech Republic.
It's an incredible story, isn't it? But I was kind of blown away. It was my first time, I suppose, I've seen pockets of the kids playing, but last Sunday they were kind of all there. It was one of my favourite bits was the parents' game at the end.
Oh. I tell you what, though, the parents didn't really know about the kids playing cricket. In fact, I know Chris said that one of them approached and said, "Well, I'm happy for my kid to play cricket, but do they need their own horse?" Which is
that a true story?
A true story. Which is kind of a little bit what it is about with cricket in this part of the world, that no one really knows what it is. But there's now a really healthy cricket community, and the parents are getting involved. They love that the kids are having fun, but they're also enjoying the spirit that Chris and Renata bring to it. It's another good ball.
Yeah, she's been right on the money here. Today's up. And that will be the end of the third over as Caruana retains the strike. It's a second run. And the score 12 without loss after 3. Yeah, and it's one thing to kind of watch your kids play it, but I loved that at the end, all the parents having a go. Yeah. They were having an absolute ball, and they got it as well. I can see why my kids are enjoying this. And there were kind of various ages, boys, girls, just really loving it. And that's the thing, even, for example, during the trophy ceremony where, okay, they've been playing for probably 2-3 hours. Even to get them to put the bats and balls down and pay attention, because what are they doing? They're off trying to bowl at each other. They're trying to take catches. And kids will be kids no matter where they're from. So that was really, really great to see. So Chris and Renata, for that matter, hope you're well, and actually everyone else. There were so many coaches and helpers there as well. Too many to name. Chris is a little bit under the weather today, but he's a tough unit. He'll be back. Anyway, here we go with Ulmanova. This one does get away. It'll be a no ball for off the pitch. So this is also the thing, and we've seen it as well, because this is European cricket. We have the whole kind of different levels, I suppose, and different levels of consistency as well. So we'll have a free hit and a chance for Caruana to get going, because I suppose that's the thing as well. Yes, you want to bat out your 20 overs, but you don't want to leave resources or opportunities on the table, if you like. Here's a chance for Caruana to capitalise on a free hit.
Called a wide. Talking about the academy. I know that there are junior boys coming through as well. We saw Danny O'Connor
Yeah, of
last year,
course.
who's not going to be playing this tournament, unfortunately. I think he's up playing cricket and an academy, I think, in Scarborough.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember we were talking about that last time we were here. So, I mean, that's great for his development, though. Yeah, I just think what he might bring to the national team in the years to come. Still free hit here, by the way. That one's a bit straighter. It's a pretty good location. So often, I suppose, again, no matter whether it's men's or whether it's women's cricket, it's about getting the ball in the right spot to start with. We've actually seen that in Cyprus a lot recently, where pace on the ball can be a bit of a negative when you think of the dynamics of modern cricket. Yeah, Ulmanova now kind of a bit more confident in that run up, a bit more rhythm. Really, look, you can see there's still a few kind of kinks in what she's doing, but you can see that the building blocks are there of a pretty good seam bowler.
Absolutely. And it's I mean, bowling's such a specific thing as well. I saw the warm-ups for the Czech girls with the bowling, and it looks like some good line and length bowlers coming through. It's going to be tough for the. I found the it was Gibraltar. It's not Gibraltar. It's Gibraltarian.
Yep.
Gibraltarian. That's right. I was speaking to some of the Gibraltarian players in Romania recently. Nice bunch of guys, actually.
Yeah, didn't they perform well?
Brilliantly.
Yeah, there's been some strong performances from both the men's and the women's Gibraltar sides recently. This one's pulled away. Again, look at the confidence to go straight away. So that's a run that you wouldn't have seen taken last year, and you could see they all add up. If you can get a couple of those and over, yes, another 40 on your score, even though it pretty much goes straight to the fielder, and wasn't too much wrong from the fielder there. Good job, but
I think that was a great piece of fielding, and it was better running. So very well done.
Yeah, hesitation is a killer between the wickets. I mean, if you get done by a very good piece of fielding or direct hit, for example, sometimes you just got to swallow it. But you can't score if you don't try it. So again, will be a little bit too wide. So your second over, maybe a bit more rhythm and pace, but maybe a little bit less direction from Ulmanova. But hello to Rob, hello to Phil G, and Phil G, of course. He was in Portugal for 3 weeks out of the 4. I joined him there a couple of weeks ago. He'll be on the mic from time to time. He's got a pretty leading role in making the ECS happen here. Another one down the leg side. Again, that's just experience from Valverde, not to really flirt at that one. Didn't need to. Could see she was going to get a wide, and that was good judgment. Oh, yeah, hello to Richie as well, who's watching from Gibraltar. I've got to say, I've spent some great times in Gibraltar. Gone up the rock a couple of times, seen the beautiful caves up there. Obviously, the coastline's pretty breathtaking as well. So hello to all my friends in Gibraltar. I'm sure plenty of them are tuning in today. Another one. This is going to be called a no ball for off the pitch. Another free hit coming up. Interesting, the supercomputer. It does work in mysterious ways. I don't think these two teams have played before, but maybe just kind of going off performances against other nations. But I would have had Gibraltar as pretty firm favourites. I just think they might, just with some of the ages in their team, they're a little bit more advanced at the moment where they're at.
Yeah, agreed.
Obviously, Czechia have immense potential. Obviously, struggling for a couple of players here due to availability issues. Sounds a bit straighter. Again, good hit down the ground, full toss. Might have our first 2. In fact, might go all the way. It does. Well, this outfield, it is lush, but it's pretty quick. Valverde with a nice looking on drive for 4.
I'm surprised that it ran all that way. It is downhill slightly in that direction, but it was hit firmly, but didn't get all of it. Let's have another look. Got it pretty well, but it just kept on running.
Yeah.
It's we've had quite a bit of rain here. As I said, the Vltava, the river in the centre of Prague, almost flooded. They had the barriers out at one stage, and it was right up to the lip of the embankment.
This one won't be given a wide, maybe because it was just considered that Valverde steps inside. Maybe just a bit of common sense umpiring there as well.
Are the I know that in the T10s, anything outside leg stump is considered a wide. Is it the same thing with
it's
T20?
slightly less strict in T20 international cricket. I'll try to make those explanations in a second. This is it in the air, and what a fantastic catch. Well, Valverde tried to go down the ground again. A little hint of outswing, but that is a sensational catch low down. And Czechia have their first wicket in T20 international women's cricket on home soil. And it's the Gibraltarian skipper that has to go. It's 23 for 1.
That's a big breakthrough and a great catch. I saw them warming up, the Czechs, and it was Terka. As we see the catch, it's gone down, and great catch. Lost her footing a little bit, but I saw some of the catching, and it was a bit hesitant. But that was well taken, well held onto.
Yeah.
That's a good wicket.
That's Jana Kominkova, who has taken the catch, but it was just very good hand position. You know, got down, got the eyes down lower. Yeah, brilliant technique there actually, and judgment. So that's a huge scalp really in the context of this game, with Amy having to go for 12. And it's 23 for 1. This will bring Rosie Riley to the crease for Gibraltar.
Yes, well, the Czechs, I think they bowled pretty well all up. It was 2 very good overs from the skipper, who's going to continue here. It's Koltsunova, Teresa.
Yeah,
Terka.
Terka for short. And look, it's a tough one to work out how to use her. I think she bowled really well in the Austrian series from all accounts. So she's getting a third over here. Do you want to bowl her out all 4? Do you want to kind of keep her up your sleeve a little bit? Obviously depth at this level as well of the 5 bowlers is always a bit of a challenge. Anyway, here's over number 5. It's a pretty good one first up. But again, well worked by Caruana, who's able to scamper through for the single. First chance to have a look at Rosie Riley now.
The other thing is that also that depth of batting probably with women's cricket, it's probably quite top heavy. So if you can get a few wickets early and put pressure on the middle order, it's also a very good tactic. And I think with that wicket, if Terka can pick one up here, would be very, very useful for the Czechs.
Rosie Riley is a pretty handy bat. I mean, has a top score of 49 not out against Estonia back in those T20s, I suppose a couple of months ago now. But yeah, she brings a little bit of experience to the team as well. I mean, Gibraltar, obviously, area-wise, it's a tiny country. It's only about 5 kilometres high, about 1 wide. Nice pull shot, but it's fielded too cleanly, and it almost results in a run out. I think Riley realises there that it was just fielded a bit too well, and maybe she should keep that end safe, forcing the longer throw.
It went to the right end as well.
You can see if that had hit, I think probably would have been out. Next one.
Oh, more confusion. Good fielding by the Czechs again.
Yeah, look, the intent's there, you know, trying to put the squeeze on. I think you'll find even when more outfielders are allowed, I think you find unless the bats are really dominating, that a lot of the captains will still keep a lot of infielders in there just trying to prevent those singles. If it does get hit past you, it has to still be hit pretty well to go to the boundary. You might just concede the odd 2, but I think trying to force the dots is pretty important. This one is down the leg side. Going back to what you're saying about the wide ruling. So under ICC wide rules, basically if the ball kind of wouldn't have hit the batter in their original position and then they step across, even if it goes down the leg side, it probably isn't going to be called wide. Still, it's pretty fuzzy, but that's why you'll probably see some balls that just miss leg stump. They won't actually be called. They'll be legal deliveries. But I think Gibraltar, I remember they had a bit of a tough time, as you'd imagine, when they were first playing international cricket at the start of 2023 at least. But I know they worked a lot in the run in between the wickets saying, look, let's be proactive here. Let's put the pressure on the other side, because the other sides are kind of in the same boat, right? Nice looking shot through the offside, this time through point. And they'll get one. It's a long throw, so they probably will get a fairly comfortable 2. Nice strike by Rosie Riley. That'll be the end of the 5th over. And the score is 29 for 1. So Teresa not quite able to get that breakthrough just yet, though she bowled a good 3 overs. Really excited as well that we have the second edition of the ECCW, and out of these 3 sides, Czechia actually will be involved in the Challenger division. So expanded from 5 last year to 10 sides. Now, I know we would love to then have maybe an emerging division in there as well.
Sure.
And to give as many opportunities to women cricketers around Europe to play at the Cardimer Oval and play in the Euros of cricket. So that's certainly something that's very exciting for Czech cricket at least, and obviously just the 10 spots available this year. Austria will be back, Spain will be back, Germany new to the ECC, Jersey new to the ECC, Czechia obviously, and then you've got Irish and Scottish 11s in the Premier Division. So
I saw the Germans play a few years ago, and they were good.
Yeah.
They were very good.
Yeah, and a few whispers, because we have the Meltle Shield coming up as well, which is the women's version of the Western Shield. It'll be Team Europe versus the British and Irish Roses. That Anuruddha Dotterbalaport from Germany could be a chance to captain the Europe side. He's a very accomplished cricketer. Ulmanova does get a third over. Thought they might go for a switch because their control was just kind of a bit of an issue last over. This will be a no ball for off the pitch, so it'll be a free hit coming up.
Who do you think has the better of the start so far, Vinny? Is it pretty even?
I think that the Czechs have performed pretty well, but I think if you're going for who do I think's ahead in the game, probably Gibraltar. Just the fact that they're going that run a ball pace. So again, talking about the depth in the batting, that's all a concern I think for all sides. But I just think they've been quite proactive. I think the Czechs have actually played pretty well so far as well. It's a free hit. Goes and cracks a full toss, almost creates a run out. This time they don't go to the right end. It might have been a chance at the keeper's end as Riley took off with the hit. It was a great catch as well by Jana there. And I actually think that does kind of throw this game wide open. If you can get the top 3, maybe 4, you got Ferrari at 4, who's also pretty solid with the bat, McNally at 5. So I think Czech at least showing they can compete at the moment.
Oh, and there's another wicket. Well, bowled around the legs, I think, Vinny.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's round or through the legs, actually, but certainly has that swing going, doesn't she, Ulmanova, as it goes down the line. So Riley just electing to hit across this. And look, cross-batting a ball on the stumps, there's always an element of risk about it, isn't there? Let's have a look on the replay, thanks to Spring Media. And I actually think it's gone through the legs.
You're right.
And a disappointment for Rosie. And she'll have to depart for just 3. And a second strike for Czechia. It's 31 for 2.
Sorry about getting excited there when the ball hit the stumps. Vinny.
You don't need to be apologetic for anything.
I have got one blue eye and one red eye in this one.
Well, it's better than having 2 red eyes, I suppose.
True,
this
or
time
2 black eyes.
Or 2 black eyes. Here is Lizzie Ferrari coming in at number 4. Remember, she was leading the side.
I've got to say, I've been very impressed with the Czech fielding. They've in the last couple of overs, been a few times where they've caught the Gibraltar. I can never remember. Not Gibraltarians.
Gibraltarians?
Gibraltarians.
Yeah.
Well, they've
Just
caught them out a little bit.
You know how I remember it? Librarians. Because they're very studious.
From now on, it's the librarians. No, it's been very tight fielding, and they're going for these quick singles, and I think the Gibraltarians have run very well, as you mentioned, but they've put pressure on and really got them to scamper back a couple of times.
Yeah, that's true. This one down the leg side will be called. Yeah, look, I think running between the wickets is going to be key for all these sides in this CE Cup. I also think it's a tough one because obviously most sides have kind of 1 or 2, call them kind of super important batters that you don't want to run out.
Yep.
So, maybe the tactics is slightly different there, but I mean, once you get into you get the middle order, which in this cricket might be between kind of 4 and 9, where they're all kind of similar standard, especially when we get in the second half of the innings. That's good delivery from Ulmanova. Beats the outside edge of Ferrari. Once you do get into that, caught in the middle order, then you do have to kind of be quite unselfish, risking your wicket with the running to just get more runs on the board. And you'd be surprised when you have that understanding that, backing up and getting the jump as well on those singles, how many runs are actually there. But if you are kind of passive, if you are tentative with it, then you can create a lot of confusion. Yeah, this is off the outside half of the bat, but Ferrari will get away with her first run of the series. Yeah, so you must have seen pretty much every CE Cup here.
Yeah,
in
I
Czechia.
was coach for quite a few of them. Yeah, watch. I don't think I came to the last one.
Trying to think of the teams that have been here though. Austria obviously have been here. Luxembourg have been here.
Well, Switzerland and Malta earlier on.
Yep.
Poland were here, even though they. I think I spoke to Taranjit when I was in Romania, and he's picking up a lot of the Polish players. We've seen Naim Lala.
Naim Lala also has been chatting with Poland. They're a country that, you know, sure, if they can get themselves organised, they should get ICC accreditation.
I think they're on the way, which will be good because apparently there's some very good players. There is talking about Polish players, there is a Polish player who will be playing, but it won't be Naim Lala. He's not playing for PCC this year. It's a player we used to play against who was very good, quite a dominant batsman. I'll tell you that in a moment. It's Babu from who's coming up playing for Spartans. But that's again later in the week. It'll be interesting to see him because we had quite a few run-ins with him, and Polish cricket. I think hopefully will be, because it's a bit of a dead zone, unfortunately. Really, it's a country that should be in the ICC. In Europe.
I just think it's kind of more administrative than anything else. Just having to tick the boxes, and I think there's a lot of. At the grassroots level, there's a lot of activity cricket in Poland. Anyway, into the 6-over power play. It's 34 for 2. It does look like Turka, the captain's going to bowl herself out here. Now, she is, I suppose, one of the most, if not the most, accurate bowler, I think, for Czechia, based on what I've seen. And so she'll be hoping she can get this breakthrough. That's why I think it's kind of gambling, putting the chips up front, saying, all right, let's try and break this partnership before it can get away. Caruana's stuck around so far. Ferrari, nice footwork to get inside the ball. Caruana sends her back.
Again, that's good field placing as well by the skipper. It's that short, fine leg area. Everyone's still in the circle after the power play, so you're right, Vinny, they haven't moved anyone back. And why should they? I mean, there's not much has got through the field so far.
You only do it when you have to, I think. Cricket's amazing because the dynamics can change so much, and it changes the strategy so much. So just think of, very bowler-friendly pitching conditions versus very batter-friendly conditions. It can almost seem like a different sport. Anyway, Ferrari eyes off that point region, but then gets a ball and it's on the stumps. And Lizzie's a very natural sports person as well. She just got excellent hand-eye coordination. I think she's quite a good seam bowler as well. We'll see her in the second half of this game. And she's kind of like a leader in the setup. I suppose that's the one thing that the Czech team don't have as much of, is that kind of experience, if you like. And they're gaining it, no doubt. But
absolutely.
It's probably one reason I'd probably just be kind of rating the Gibraltarians a little bit ahead at the moment, because this is a nice shot. And once again, I've really loved the fielding efforts, and once again, that's cut off by Kuncheva in the circle. And this is the thing. So you could have the fielder back. It's probably still going to be one. So at least by having more fielders in, then you can turn some of those ones into dots.
Yeah, absolutely. Stelka comes in again.
Nice shot off the back foot. It's well timed. This should be at least 2. They will turn.
They might get 3,
They're even thinking about it, but
they will get 3.
A relay throw. That's excellent aggressive running by Gibraltar to turn that into a triple. Started with a very good shot, though, from Ferrari.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot through the covers. And I said this outfield's lush, but it still seems to be running quite nicely. Very good job by the groundsman here. As you can see, it's just a beautifully timed shot and nicely placed.
Just 2 balls left for the Czech skipper. Can't quite get that breakthrough. Again, just bodies in the infield. It's creating a wall, which isn't too easy to get through. Okay, Ferrari was able to get it through once, but Caruana, she's in a bit of an interesting place here, isn't she? She's used up a lot of balls, so kind of invested a lot in her innings. Now, she'll only get one more ball from Terka, and then we're going to have a double change. We have to have, well, actually, it depends if they want to go Umanova one more time, but they'll definitely have to double change at some point, whether it's next over or the over after. Is rare wide down the leg side.
And Chris and the Cricket Academy. Give us 10 years, Vinny. We're working on it. But that's.
I'll give you 5.
I tell you what, though, like from the Czech women's team's only been around for, I would guess, 6 or 7 years, if that. I know Chris had probably, like, he was very involved in getting it off the ground. But it's there's a regular the regular teams. There's some really good cricketers coming through, and so not only from the academy, but also just coming up and playing cricket. And it's a credit to everyone involved in Czech women's cricket to see teams playing here and in a local tournament against good quality opposition like Gibraltar and Croatia.
Yeah, no doubt. It's just fantastic for the game, and we're thrilled to be able to show it as we get to the end of the 7th over. Run a ball pace so far for Gibraltar. They're 42 for 2 after 7. Delka Kulchanova will finish with 20 off her spell, and yeah, look, 3 wides in 4 overs as well. So I mean that's pretty good. Just couldn't quite get that breakthrough she would have liked. 2 wickets at the other end to Ulmanova. I wonder if they're going to bowl out here. I think so. So we've got the 8th over coming up. Means we'll have to see two more bowlers. Something I found pretty interesting last week was I think that the Czech team might have bowled 10 bowlers in an innings against Austria. So obviously really trying to audition everyone to say, look, go out there, get that experience, no pressure, just go out there and be free. and then obviously they've got a slightly different strategy so far, sticking with bowlers that they feel are working.
Oh.
Well, that is fielded, but it might end up in a run out. Got to go back to the keeper's end here. Just pulled the keeper away. That's Pavlichkova behind the stumps, but it was initially fielded kind of instinctively, almost with the foot.
It was with a foot. She's rubbing it now.
And you can see there, if that had hit direct, it would have been out.
It's a good piece of fielding. 2 in a row. I think it is Terka out there in the covers.
Yeah, I know. Just talking to some of the coaching staff as well about the field placings. This time they won't try and run. It has been a strategy that the Czechs have talked about to kind of suffocate in the field and force them to hit big if they want runs, and to try and force opportunities, force risky shots.
Well, that short cover area I think is perfect for this form of play, and there's been 3 in a row that's gone straight to it. It is the skipper Terka Kulchanova.
You want to have one of your best fielders in those positions as well, where the ball's more likely to go. Down leg side, might have just got a little touch on this. And no, there wasn't. It's going to be called a bite. So Ulmanova maybe getting away with one there. The other thing I would consider having is kind of like a floating slip. So maybe that short third fielder, if you bring it in, there's probably going to be a few balls fly in that direction. It's an opportunity to take a wicket. At this stage, she's kind of back probably 15 yards, maybe 20 yards off the bat. Might not fly all the way. I've also liked the length for the most part. Again, you see a good example of good backing up, intelligent running, early running, getting away with an easy single.
Yeah, she really jogged that. So it was to do with the anticipation and also the backing up. That was very well run there by Lizzie Ferrari. Good understanding between these two.
Chris has said unhappy coach, maybe because of the foot fielding, but I will say she didn't have too much time to react down there. Anyway, nice ball for Ulmanova. It's a pretty good one. Pretty straight. She'll finish with decent figures, 2 for 22. And at the end of 8 overs, it's 44 for 2. But I will say, I think this is a key moment in the game because the Czechs, they are going to have to go to 2 new bowlers, and let's see how they handle it. Hello to Kroom, who's watching from UK, and to Kevin. I'll say good morning to you. He says that their women's overseas players just arrived, and apparently she has an Olympic silver medal. Do any ECN players have an Olympic medal? I know some are very good at other sports. It's a really good question. I think there was. Geez, I'm going to have to think about it now. But in Italy, he's a former Australian living in Italy, and he's a medalist, but I don't think he actually played on the network. Come back to you on that. But I'll say in the commentary box we had Georgie Parker, and she's an Olympic medalist in hockey. So it's not on the field, but we'll count that one for now.
I enjoyed listening to her commentary, actually. I think it was very good. As we see the planes fly over a couple of airports around. So we often see military planes Another sort of older vintage planes as well come past. We saw a Spitfire one year, which was pretty cool. There's a new bowler will be Anushree Kshisagar.
Kshisagar, yeah.
Kshisagar.
That's nicely struck away by Caruana. Look, they're going to take on it too. Caruana probably wasn't convinced. She was almost forced by Ferrari to go through with it, but she does get away with 2. This is where Caruana will probably say, look, I've had to, theoretically, I think it's who Czechia think are their 2 strongest bowlers. I just have to put up with 8 overs of that. So now maybe it's my time to, as a set batter, to be able to kind of capitalise and catch up with some of those, catch up their scoring rate essentially.
I think it's been a really good inning so far from Nicole Caruana. Don't worry too much about the strike rate. She comes in and it's a nice ball outside off. Goes past the keeper though.
It's been an interesting call because it might have got some of the line. And she did step towards it. So in the end, it's actually a little edge on this apparently. A little bit of a nick.
Mm-hmm.
Now we know that Pete's got supersonic hearing,
He does.
so he wouldn't be missing that one.
So yeah, with that little single, I forgot what I was going to say. What was I talking about, Vinny? Or was it?
You're not meant. It'll come back to you.
It'll come back to me.
That happens to me all the time.
My long-term memory is fantastic. My short-term memory is not great. This bowler comes in again.
Going to wind down leg side this time. You can always rewind the broadcast.
I can.
Now you've distracted me.
It was a good point as well. It's a good point. Now I can't remember what it was. But no. Oh, Nicole Caruana. That's what I was talking about.
Oh yeah.
I think it's been a good start. Don't worry too much about. She's going at a run every 2 balls. Don't worry about that at all. She's still there. She's anchoring the innings.
Yeah. Look at the team score as well.
And look at the team score.
That's something I knew that we used to talk about a lot when I was playing indoor cricket at a high level. Is you bat in 4 over pairs, and quite often you hyper focus on your quarter, but and if you're not going so well, you might take unnecessary risk. But if your team's going well, you probably don't need to.
Yeah.
So obviously had a few runs in extras so far as well. Nice shot off the back foot here by Caruana. Might look at 2 here again. It's a good turn, and like she turned correctly with the bat in the left hand to keep her eye on the plate. She gets back for a couple. You can see the runs coming a bit more freely for her now.
We've seen it many times on the network where you think, oh, this batsman in T10, this batter has been absorbing too much of the strike, and then they take off, hit a couple of big sixes, and they're back up to a run a ball or more. So, as I said, don't worry about Nicole's strike rate. I think she's batting really well and running very well with Lizzie Ferrari.
It's pretty well bowled. Lures Caruana onto the front foot, but there's that short cover position you talked about. It's being so important. This is where, if you can have one player that can come out kind of boss it. The one I would think of for Czechia, for example, I think she may be opening the batting. I saw her batting in the middle order as well. Is Katka Teslikova.
Yeah.
Katka. She's a boundary hitter. This is a full toss and hit away. At least 2 against good chase there by Kuncheva.
That was a very good chase.
1 short as well. 1 short. So it'll only be 1 run.
They love calling that the umpires.
There's the
Get the signal.
confirmation.
That's it.
Yeah.
Nice shot too. And by the way, Chris is in the chat saying Shaka Koltunova won the bowling award in our development league, mix of boys and girls over the winter. So that's another ace up the sleeve for the
I
the
think
Czechs.
that she's a shoe into bowl. As the 9th over comes to an end, the 50 comes up as well for Gibraltar during the over. It's 52 for 2. Feel free to throw in a few comments as well. ECN European Cricket Network. There's a little bit of a hiatus in Cyprus with extreme heat forcing the bronze final to be abandoned, but the final will take place. I think it's half an hour later than it was originally scheduled. So yeah, keep an eye on that over there. It's going to be Sherry Punjab taking on the Sri Lankan Lions. Lions hoping to go back to back after they won the last ECS in Cyprus in January. Actually was our first event of the year. And at the same time, I was in Gibraltar in January for the night series, which is also a lot of fun. Sloggers. Great name.
Sloggers.
They won that series.
Great name for a team.
I think A lot of cricketers can relate. Anyway, speaking of the devil, here is Saka coming on. That's good ball first up.
Yeah, good start from Shaka. She's as Chris said, was the bowler of the season in the development of the Cricket Academy. And this one's a little bit wide. And in fact,
Just off the pitch. But anyway, hopefully it doesn't shake it too much. It'll be a free hit and a chance for Ferrari to put her foot down.
It's interesting talking about Czech names. You get named something in Czech, but you're always called by your nickname, which is a little bit strange. I'll come back to that in a moment.
It's pretty well bowled. I think we'll get away with that one on the charge.
So, for instance, we were talking about Terka.
Yeah.
Teresa.
Teresa.
All right, but you would generally call someone Terka. But there's a couple of weird ones in with men. Jan is a very popular name. It's John.
Yeah.
But
can I guess?
Yeah, I'll come back to it.
Or that could be a no-y, but it's absolutely baseballed away. And that's going to be 4. Well, there's some power from Ferrari. I think it's just going to be called 4 in the end. No, it has been called a no ball. Okay, so it is a no ball, +4 and a free hit to come. But there's some of the power that Lizzie brings to the table.
That was a nice shot, and just lost the length a bit there, did Sharka, and just got off the toe of the bat as well.
Yeah, it's an excellent bit of contact. I thought, well, maybe it's slightly towards the toe, but she'll get another free hit coming up here. And again, steps, hits, and that's a powerful strike down the ground. Back-to-back 4s. She's building something. We always knew this was going to be a key phase of the game. They've gone past 60 pretty quickly. So, Jan, is that Honza?
It is Honza.
I know so many Honzas from around here. Every second guy seems to be. I get a lot of Honzas, and maybe I've met a few Kubas.
Kuba is Jakub.
Yeah, okay.
Jacob.
Yep,
Jakub.
okay. And Martins. There's always
Martin.
Martin.
Yeah, there's lots of Martins.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Honza basically means John.
But
or Jan.
The weird thing is that Honza is longer than Jan.
Yeah, but we do that. I mean, in Australia,
Jono.
if your name's Smith, we'll call you Smithy.
Yeah, Jono.
Yeah. Long names become short names become long.
Yeah, true. But yeah, Katka's another one. Katarzyna. Katka. We'll see with the bat a little bit later on.
A bit of outswing there for Shaka.
Talking about temperatures and how hot it was in or it is in Cyprus. That was my tiebreaker question last night at the quiz at the Down Under. It was the hottest ever temperature in the Czech Republic.
Ooh. Can I guess?
Yeah.
I'm going to say 38.
You wouldn't have won the tiebreaker. We had one guy who was an absolute gun, a Czech guy who was just answering everything, who, as soon as I asked the question, he just wrote it down. It's in Dobříkovice, which is just outside Prague, and it's 40.4 degrees.
Oh, I wasn't far off. Anyway, that'll be the end of the 10th over, and the score is 64 for 2. Let's welcome you into the Cube. Nice to see you for the first time. It's Peacock Friday. I love starting on a Peacock Friday as well, so I don't really feel like I've earned this yet. Maybe I did in Cyprus, because it was hotter than that there. A couple of days, 43 degrees. Anyway, we're at the 10 over point of this first match of what's the 6-match series. We have the Czech side, we have the Gibraltar side, and also the Croatia side, who will be playing this afternoon for the first time. 2 matches a day for 3 days. A great opportunity to showcase what's happening at the grassroots level of European women's cricket.
Absolutely. Look, I was really excited when I found out that this tournament was happening instead of the men's tournament. I've never commentated the Czech women's team, but I've watched a lot of it on the network, and I'm really excited to see them live. So it's a really good opportunity. Plus Gibraltar and also Croatia.
Yeah, of course. And, of course, we've got 17 days of cricket here in all. So we're going to have these 3 days before we start the ECS, which is going to be a great tournament. We have 11 clubs, including a couple of new clubs to ECN cricket as well in the European Cricket Series, a men's domestic tournament. And then we'll be finishing with a mixture of men's and women's T10 internationals. So Greece will be here.
Yep.
And again, we have seen the Greek team on the Greek women's team in the network in T20s, but the first time they get to play T10 cricket. So, yeah, really looking forward to that. And it's nice to be back here with you. You're a Prague local pretty much now. It's fair to say.
I've been here 15 years, so I'd say I'm a bit of a local.
You're a bit of a man about town as well with your quiz master. We'll have to get away for a quiz. Danny does a lot of great stuff here, hosting in some venues, and you're a wealth of knowledge on the city as well. And I suppose I'm really excited for the Croatian team, the Gibraltar team. I don't think many of them will have actually been to Prague before, so. It's such a wonderful city, isn't it? I mean, I spent a bit of time in the square with the famous astronomical clock last night. I found myself trying to explain it to some of the tourists, which is concerning. But yeah, it's a beautiful city of 1,000 spires, as they say, with the architecture. It's very, it has a beautiful kind of almost medieval feel to it in a way, but in a way, it's very modern as well.
It is. It's basically a medieval city. It was almost untouched during the war, and so the centre of Prague is medieval, all the little streets and things, and it took me about 3 months to actually be able to navigate through the streets and not get spat out somewhere where I didn't know where I was. So it's a beautiful city. It's great to live here, and it's becoming more cosmopolitan.
Yeah.
There's a lot to do and a lot of attractions. The beer's fantastic. So.
That is true. You need to come and visit Prague if you haven't already. It's certainly worth a look. It's the heart of Europe. That's what they call it. The heart of Europe.
Absolutely.
Right now, a team playing with a lot of good heart at the moment. You just feel in the last couple of overs that perhaps the Czechia side have lost a bit of control on this innings. I had a question, what do I think is what's a par score here? It's hard to say, but I actually think you can probably win games with 80 or 90. Honestly, I think that at the moment, Jibs are ahead.
I tend to agree with you, I think, but it depends on the batting.
Yeah.
You know, the Czechs can chase down a score. 65 at the moment of the halfway point is a very good spot to be. Only lost 2 wickets, Gibraltar. So Czechs need wickets and to keep the runs down, which is, I guess, pretty logical. But it's a good partnership building up here between Caruana and Lizzie Ferrari.
Chirsaga back on again. That's beautiful pickup. I've been impressed with some of the clean hands so far in the field from the Czech side, but yeah, Ferrari's really gotten a move on in the last few minutes.
I think this is the first time that I've seen. I mean, it's only a first look at this Vinoge ground, but where the surface is actually very pleasant to field on. Seems to be very few little bobbles, and you can see the confidence in the Czechs.
I think it might be the best I've seen it.
Yeah.
Honestly, because, okay, we haven't torn it up yet by playing on 5 games a day on it, so we'll see what it looks like in a couple of weeks with the sun. But I mean, right now, it looks very, very true, but still very fast. So lush, but still there's a lot of pace in it. You get value for your shots here. Ferrari faces up. Chirsaga bowls pretty well on the spot. I think Jib have a pretty simple strategy, which is, respect the good ball, go after the bad ball.
Absolutely.
I think it's just simple, but it's going to be an effective strategy. I had a few questions here about what's surrounding this ground. Maybe a few people tuning in to have a look at this Vinoge cricket ground for the first time. It's actually a really great facility for cricket as well.
It's getting better every year as well. Or it's going to be, is it going to be a no ball? I'm not sure.
I think this is out, and the reason is I think she actually comes out of the crease. So even if it might have been above her waist when it passes her, I feel like at the crease it's going to be fine. Chirsaga breaks through with a wicket, her first of the series. It'll be an interesting replay though, because I actually think it seems fine to me. And she's thrilled with the result. Looked like it might get pulled away, but instead it's going to be a 3rd wicket down. Ferrari falls for 15.
It's a big wicket. Let's have a look.
Again, see, she's on the charge there. So I
true.
just think that by the time it was, this will probably show it here, right? So at the time that it's at the crease, by then it's dipped significantly.
Absolutely.
It's probably only about shin height. So she wants the call there, Lizzie, but I think the umpires get that absolutely spot on. So 67 for 3 in the 11th over.
I tell you what I love about watching women's cricket is every time there's a wicket that goes down, the absolute joy of everyone coming together. And you see it sometimes with the men, but it's just so pronounced with the women's game. It's fantastic.
It's a different sound that goes up. There's shrieks of excitement. That's a very good ball once again from Chirsaga. I've liked the fact that most of the bowling, they've gone for full. Try and draw them forward into a shot. Don't let them sit back and have an easy pull shot. Okay, occasionally it's been 2 full, but I mean, that's a pretty decent over in the end. There were 3 singles off it and a wicket, and after 11 overs, it's 67 for 3.
And it's a big wicket as well.
Yeah, so I was just going to say there's actually 2 cricket fields here. So there's the Scott Page field here that we're playing on, and then there's also the Banks field, which is great. You actually don't get too many places in Europe outside of a couple of locations where you get multiple fields in one facility. And we do have the golf course around. And I think you were saying that maybe one of the keys to this field looking so good is that the golf course actually kind of
there was never
helping out a bit.
The golf course has changed hands a couple of times, and now I can see plenty of cars there, and it's actually being used. And there's a clubhouse out there that's tantalising. But I'll come back to that in a moment. So a new bowler come on. It's going to be called a no ball, double bounce.
Yeah, and that was smart batting as well. Carolina just kind of checked her movement forward to make sure it did bounce twice, and then she could get that free hit. Got to admit, I'm not a huge fan of the double bounce rule. It used to be 2 were fine, 3 weren't.
Yeah.
And I feel it's a bit more inclusive, especially when you've got youngsters and stuff playing. It's not really a huge advantage to bounce the ball twice. Anyway, McNally is going to get off the mark here with at least 1, probably 2. You never know, might even get 3, might even get 4. She will. Nice pull shot through the leg side, and Christine's away with the boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot that. And just got the right club length out, ended up on the green. Talk about golf, just dribbled over the rope.
That was the closest to the pin. It was a pretty good shot because it just found its way into the rope. Yeah, Phil G in the chat, hello Phil, by the way, saying the golf course ground staff have been helping out with the mowing and maintenance. So I just think it's great to have that partnership going. I know when I first came here, because of the corona, the golf course had kind of stalled, or maybe a lack of funding as well, wasn't it?
It kept on going bankrupt, and the original developers went bankrupt, and there were lots of issues with the people who were running the golf course. I'll tell you a little story in a minute, actually.
That's pretty well bowled that time. Better length from Kaminkova.
So the reason why these grounds are here is because of Hugo Banks, hence the Banks field. His parents-in-law own the property around here, and he was crazy enough to ask them, good fielding, very good fielding, to ask him if he could build a cricket field here. He had grand ambitions, but that stalled a little bit at one stage with Hugo, and so the CHAMKS, the governing body of the Czech cricket, taken over the ground, and slowly it's improved. There's still a lot of things to do, so that's called a wide. There's no permanent power on the ground. There's no permanent water on the ground. So we're lucky that it rained a bit, so the ground's looking great. But last year it was very dry.
Yeah, I remember it was a long barren period, wasn't there? Nice work by the keeper there, by the way. Pavlikova down the leg side to stop that going further.
So the golf course has changed hand. I think it might be council owned, but I'm not sure what the story is. But there's people using the golf course because it lay dormant for years, and so now there's a better working relationship with the golf course, and hence they get the really heavy industrial lawnmowers out, because the ones here, there've been, I don't know how many dead lawnmowers we have here, the ride-ons, but they all seem to break, but
it's a big playing area as well, though.
It is. So thank you to the golf course.
It's another no ball, I think, because I'm pretty sure that bounces twice.
That's a nice shot, though. 4 runs. It does run downhill down that way, and that was well timed. And it's interesting with this ground. I think it is pretty lush, the outfield. It's cut quite low, but it runs nicely to the boundary, which is, I think it might.
Well, you say might, I'd say did. But anyway, hey, this is what proves my point.
Is it bouncing twice before the batsman?
Before the crease.
Before the crease. I think it might have bounced after the crease.
That may be, but still not convinced. So anyway, it'll be 1. But as my point is, it's still a very hittable delivery. So this is why I don't like the law change. That's just me. I think it's because some of the top men's players started trying to work on a ball that does bounce twice. Those that tried it found out pretty quickly it wasn't a very effective strategy. But anyway, it was 81. It's 81 for 3 here after 12 overs. Kaminkova, I've liked her effort so far. Took that really good catch to get the Gibraltar skipper Amy Valverde earlier. Who's a real danger bat at the top, and So he's got a different kind of style. I actually think a lot of people who haven't played a lot of cricket, I'd start with bowling with the action and then maybe add a run up afterwards, but maybe not. If it's working for you, you don't actually really need a run up. I think if you're just concentrating on accuracy, you kind of go with what comes naturally to you. Here's Sharka coming back for the 13th over. Good ball first up. You can see there, Nikki Caruana happy to keep it out.
So she swapped ends, Vinny.
Yeah,
good idea, good ploy.
Maybe, I think she maybe was a little bit off compared to what she would have hoped for at the other end. So it just has a different feel. Very good captaincy by her sister.
Yeah.
Down leg side. Interesting. This one's not called wide. I feel that might have been a bit of a generous call, but obviously the umpire felt that was quite hittable with a normal stroke.
Well, that's it. We tend to lose focus on that if it's within reach, it shouldn't be called a wide. That's very different. Oh, it's a good ball.
Look, inside edge onto the pad that time. Yeah, it's been a great start to the CE Cup. We have this and another game, don't forget, this afternoon, with the Czechs taking on Croatia. We'll be here playing for the first time, and yeah, basically it's a double round robin format. Top of the table will win the CE Cup this year. It goes for extra pace here, I think. That one will be called a wide down the leg side.
I've got to say, I'm very impressed with Nicole Caruana's innings. As you mentioned before, it was going a little bit slowly, but she's really anchored this. And players of other batters have got runs around her. She's got 24. She's
been stable. She's been stable. And again, sometimes we can hyper-focus on her individual score, but look, their team score, the run score while she's there. And give her credit also, really, for runs such as when not messing with balls that will be extras. There's 2, maybe looking for 3 here. I think they will get 3. Well, they won't get 3.
They should have.
I think they've freaked out. They're having a bit of a laugh about it too, McNally and Caruana, saying, on reflection, I think there was 3 there.
Yeah, that was not the strongest arm from the outfield.
Then when they saw it come in and it's thrown into kind of nowhere, and they're saying, yeah, you know what? You're right. I should have listened to you. Anyway, line of moment there. This one will be called a wide. I think, trying to be generous with the one earlier in the over, but I think if theoretically, if the batter hasn't moved from their initial stance and it's down behind the pads and literally didn't move there, Nikki, it should be called a wide.
Yeah, I think you're right. But Pete Vincent doesn't miss much, and obviously it's the same for both teams.
Got to say, Pete says it's his last season umpiring.
I heard that, yeah.
Has he said that before, though?
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
He loves cricket, though. He loves the game, and that's why it's always nice to see him.
Well, he's done a lot for Czech cricket over the years as well, as a groundsman down here, but also with the officiating and what he's done with the umpires in the Czech Republic, being a bit of a father figure in some ways to some of the younger umpires. Of course, some very good officiators here and very good officials in the Czech Republic. We've got in the ECN, well, we've got Joe Foster here today. We've got Charles Croucher who'll be here later in the week. So it's good to see some of the officials doing well here for the network. As Gibraltar, 85 for 3 off 13. The expected score 131. It's going to be tough to get for the Czechs.
Pretty much bang on what the current rate is. So, yeah, I think you're right there. I mean, if you want to go back to the Czech side against Austria. Okay, Austria are certainly a fair way ahead, I think, of the 3 sides we'll see this weekend. But against Austria, the Czechs were able to score 55 in their last game. Before that, they scored 39 in the first. They scored 64 in the second. So, I will say that Austria, like I said, the bowling probably a bit ahead of what they're likely to get this time around. This one's turned around the corner, searching for a run, but scared off back because it was pounced on by Franova there in the short fine leg position. Yeah, and speaking of the Austrian team, Johan Stiglitz, the Austrian skipper, actually is here on the umpiring panel. I think we'll see her on the field this afternoon. I think she's 3rd official for this one. So it's great to see her giving back. She's very experienced in her cricket career.
Well, it's good to see. I mean, it's we always talk about the European cricket family, and it is very much that. I know that a lot of players and officials travel around and lend a hand around Europe, and like this, there are many good tournaments that are going on. I was at the Continental Cup a couple of weeks ago in Romania, and again, that was a very, very well-run tournament. And so there's quite a few around that are good initiatives for international cricket within Europe, as in this one. But this is the first ever Central Europe Cup for women. Hopefully, we'll see the men's and the women's next year. That'll be fantastic.
That's pretty well struck. It's going to be a long chase. Again, this outfield has been lightning fast so far here on day one. McNally very strong in that region. Helps herself to 4 more. Just a fraction short there. Chris Argo has been swung around to the other end. I think she probably was bowling well from this bottom end, but that time just a little bit too short and gets whacked away to the boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot. And just waited on it, and then just get it through that square leg region. Very nice shot. So I think it's been pretty tidy for the Czechs in general. I think you can see the Gibraltarians have got a very strong batting lineup. This is again tucked around the corner, a bit of an appeal. Ended up as a dot ball, but they've got a very strong top order to Gibraltar. 90 for 3 off 13, almost 14. I think
it's been almost like death by 1,000 cuts, hasn't it? They've just accumulated. I said that would be the key at the start, and they've done it pretty well. McNally faces up. That's well bowled, though. I think that you see there the difference in the length. Just trying to draw the batters forward into errors. I just think it's a lot more difficult to score down the ground. Not impossible, but certainly a lot more difficult.
I think it's been a very good innings from Gibraltar. Just good cricket, I think, from both teams. I don't think there's been much. There's been very few misfields. In fact, some very good fielding from the Czechs. Some pretty good bowling as well in general. But the highlight for me, to be honest, is the running between the wickets, as you mentioned before, Vinny, between all the Gibraltarian batters. I think it's been excellent, and it's even though they've got quite a few through the field recently. It's been tough going for them to pierce that infield, and but they punctuated it by really some very good running between the wickets.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. But yeah, again, it comes with experience. It's one thing, I actually talked about it when we first started doing women's cricket here on the network and kind of showing where it was at. There's a lot of teams that might train a lot but never play. So think about when you're teaching someone to play cricket, what do? You teach them, you say, okay, here's how to hit, you hit. Here's how to catch, here's how to bowl, have a go at it. But then the amount of times I think that people get to a game going, okay, is there a run there or not? You only really can do that from match practice and essentially playing matches, I think, where there is that pressure on, just to know how you'll react. Anyway, here we go with the 15th over, and looks like we've got Erica coming on to bowl, and yeah, look, again, the depth is going to be tested a little bit here. I think something we talked about a lot. So let's see if she can get it right. Erica Kuntsova in over number 15.
It's not a bad ball, actually. It's the imposing figure of Katka Tesarshikova.
She's one of my favourites, I've got to admit.
She's great.
She loves to take out the long handle in the second innings. I know she didn't quite have the tour of Austria she would have liked. Not able to really get going at top of the order. I think she batted the third game in the middle. Yeah, it's an example of a ball that Nikki can pull away, and that's going to go for 4. So just a fraction short. And yeah, we talked about the situation when she faced about 20 balls and she hadn't scored a lot of runs. That she was basically setting a platform for her to accelerate, and she certainly has done that well through the second half of her innings.
It's been a really good innings for me. It's been chance-free, and just anchored that one end and done very, very well. And that's probably the fastest part of the ground. It does go downhill slightly, probably towards fine leg is a bit faster, but it's there's a lot of runs in that area.
8 fours now for Gibraltar. This is hit through the offside, but again, they run on the hit and it forces them misfield and actually means they'll get back for 2. So I suppose the other thing is when you're playing teams that maybe are a little bit more experienced, I do think Gibraltar are a bit more experienced than both the other sides here, that you learn by seeing. You know, you can be told things a million times, but you know, I know back when we were first covering Gibraltar's side that they weren't really backing up or running for too much at all. And I think they lost against the Netherlands in 5 balls, I think, making 15 off their 10 overs.
Wow.
I just remember that one because I think the warm-up was longer than the actual innings. But, you know, now, it's the prophecy is coming true. Now, here we are, you know, a year and 4 months later, and the improvement is absolutely incredible. And a lot of it is just in strategy and fundamentals.
Yep.
So some things in cricket are hard and some aren't. I think, you know, backing up and running correctly is one of those things you can do no matter who you are. There's 100 up for Gibraltar and a big cheer as well. They're looking very, very healthy, even more than that 130 at this stage, I think. Last ball of the over from Kuntova.
It's been a good over, actually.
Yeah, you know, again, it's that consistency. Probably a couple of balls she'd like back, but in the end, she only goes for 9. And it's 100 for 3 after 15. Of course, we're just 2 days away from the ECS starting here in Czechia. And I've got to say, a couple of new teams I'm looking forward to. Ostrava is one of them from another part of the country. But yeah, Prague Dominators are actually going to get us going. New team to ECS take on Bohemians in match 1. United, well, they're golden ball magnets, a bit like you are, Danny, taking on the Spartans. And we'll also get to see Bruno and Vinorati in the first day of action. So, yeah, it's going to be great. And once again, see if anyone can take the ECS trophy off Prague CC. By the way, they're one or 2 games away from an all-time ECS winning streak.
Really?
Prague Cricket Club, yeah.
I tell you what, I was very impressed with the side they brought down to the for the ECL, where they beat Wimbledon.
They did beat Wimbledon of England.
But they had a very, very well balanced side. Good spinners, a very good top order, and batted quite a way down. Also, Samira Matarangi was bowling beautifully. He must be about 40 now, I'd say.
Depends who you ask. Yeah.
But he's bowling better than I've ever seen him bowl. Because I remember we dropped him from the national side for various reasons. Part of the fact that for 6 months of the year he was teaching surfing in Sri Lanka, so he wasn't really here.
Reason.
But he's just getting better and better. He's always been a good bowler. Gets a lot of natural outswing. This is just tucked down in the corner for another single. Nice shot. But he's bowling with consistency. Good pace. He was getting lots of lift from that end, and then he got injured. I think he did a finger, and then Tanky got smashed in the face, which wasn't great either. So they lost 2 good bowlers and Tanky with his batting. But I think didn't help him a lot, especially Samira. Because I thought he.
And when you consider how well they played, even from that point forward, you know, I think they did themselves proud. I mean, they had a real tough draw, but again, sometimes it's good to have a challenge. To think about the fact they beat Wimbledon, that's one of the all-time great upsets in ECL cricket.
Wasn't it 18 off the last over, and it got 3 sixes in a row by Lala? Is that?
Lala went crazy.
That's great bowling.
That was when I started my basically fake reputation as some sort of super coach, because anyone I did have a bit of a talk to Lala. He said, "What are you saying?" I said, "Oh, I think this." I don't think it was anything to do with what I said. He came out and absolutely smashed him, and then he's pointing up at me when they hit the winning runs. I said, I'm not really going to claim it. I also just had a chat to Chauncey Jenner about good places to go in Portugal, and then he scored back-to-back hundreds. All Victorians. It's a real wide, plus I'll get an extra one here. Just quickly, Prague CC, their ECS streak is 19. Roma CC are on the same streak in Italy, and the all-time longest winning streak is Albi's Army 20 in ECS cricket. So, yeah, we'll find out during this ECS if we'll have a new record there. Anyway, back to the matter at hand here. Shaka is going back to that original end she bowled at. And Carolina's still there. And now really they've got 7 wickets in hand. They can afford to really be quite aggressive with the shot play and with the running as well. Down leg side, this one is well handled. I've got to say, I think that Rachel behind the stumps has been excellent as well. It's been really solid.
Yep.
We haven't actually noticed her that much, which is a sign that she's doing her job pretty well.
Well, it's good footwork there, getting across instead of just reaching a hand out for it. That's good work.
I think you noticed something that I noticed, which is I think that Vinarati is spelt wrong.
How can you spell Vinarati wrong?
But you know who submits the teams?
You?
No, Vinarati. So I will chase that up because I know that area very well. And I was like, I don't think that's right.
Well, I live in Vinarati, so
yeah, you should know as well. Anyway, 105 for 3 after 6. Sign I've been here plenty of times now. Caruana, 35. I suppose one little side note, we could see if she could bring up her 50 with 4 overs to go. She needs 15 to do that.
I think she deserves it. I think she's batted very well. And McNally from the other end, 11 or 14, also doing well. It's going to be a tough chase for the Czechs. As you can see now, their win predictor 80% for the Gibraltarians. But I think it's been good cricket all round. I don't think there's anything glaringly bad about any of the goings on. I think the bowling's been pretty good. The fielding's been excellent from the Czechs, and the batting's been good from the Gibraltarians. I think it's really good cricket. Again,
yeah, really well bowled there. I think she misses that. She's plumb in front, but Caruana's been there forever, seems like. Love the old grab and roll there from front of her. She's made that position her own, hasn't she, around the corner. Caruana moves to 37. Her top score in T20 international cricket is 41. That was against Estonia back in April. It was actually a 3-match series against Estonia at Europa Point back then. And again, that's pretty well located. Caruana can't quite penetrate the field.
Yeah, again, good bowling there from Kunsova.
Trying to keep it one side of the wicket. Pretty straight though. I mean, the line's been there occasionally. Maybe the length has been a fraction short. Think about 2 here. They'll settle for 1.
Again, really good fielding. Just got down, did enough, and did Shaka just to put a hand down and cut off maybe a couple more runs. Almost got through her. But again, good fielding. 108 for 3 now. Just a few overs to go.
Actually, that's not a no. I reckon the second bounce was after the line here. Look. That might square up the one from before, though. If you have a look at this. I take it back. It's a no ball.
Fantastic call from
This
Pistol
is why
Pete
I'm not
Vincent.
an umpire. Yeah. Sort of went from that end. So it will be a no ball.
That's difficult to spot as
Correctly,
well.
yeah.
Especially seeing
maybe got a bit of help from side on. Anyway, free hit then. Might have just flicked the pad in the way past. Either way, it's going to be a dot, so they get out of jail a little bit there.
Caruana now 38. So 41's a high score in the in international cricket. So let's see if she can get past that. Looking good for it.
I like the way they've kept the field in here. They just tried to make Gibraltar work as hard as possible for their runs.
Yeah, as I said, I think it's all been really positive from both the batting side and the fielding side. It's just been good cricket, I think, all up. The fact that the Czechs have only got 3 wickets is probably the only thing that would like to get a few more. But Caruana's been fantastic from one end.
Yeah, pretty well bowled, but also excellent quick single there. Maybe the fielders a little bit back on their heels a bit. Anyway, that'll be the end of the 17th over, and the score's 112 for 3.
Yeah, 112, good score. And, the Czechs will have to bat very well to get close to it. They're capable though. They've got some good batting. Kutka up the top of the over. It's a big hitting batter. We get a couple of drinks out for the batters.
Kind of, yeah, it's mild kind of morning, isn't it? It's 18 degrees. It's maybe a little bit chilly, but.
Oh, I don't know about that. You've just come from Cyprus, haven't you?
Yeah, I think maybe I'm just having trouble acclimatising.
You've got a jacket on. I've got my
I think we're a bit more comfortable than they've been at the Ipsonas Cricket Ground in Cyprus today, where they're currently having an enforced siesta because of the extreme heat. You know, it's very. That climate here is pretty nice, actually.
Yeah.
I've also spent time here kind of in the off season where it's great around Christmas, the Christmas markets and all of that kind of rich history.
It's lovely around this time as well. We have started this tournament, or this tournament, the men's tournament, the ECS is a little bit earlier. I think it was at the end of May one year, and that was horrible. You remember there was one time where I was commentating by standing up holding part of a tent down.
I remember.
So there was Phil G was there holding one end. I think Terry might have been there.
Was this the first time I was here?
I think so.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
I remember.
And you're wondering, why are we here? It was horrible. And then I remember also that there's a wind coming.
We went through so many tents. Eventually we got the igloo was the answer. I missed the igloo.
That was Joe Foster's igloo, I think.
They were a brilliant solution. Chisago is going to bowl the 18th over. It's pretty good first ball. Getting well handled behind the stumps by Pavlichkova.
I remember that the officials' tent was on the other part of the ground. It was on the right hand side of the screen as you see it, and there was a constant. It wasn't a breeze. It was constant wind coming straight into them, and they just at one stage I think they just lost it a bit. Oh, there's someone with a bike behind the bowler's arm. It's called a wide. Just an old guy with a bike. I don't know if it's an old guy. I can't see.
Right, like, when you're taking a free throw in the basketball and they're trying to distract you behind, and he's just a slow-moving bicycle. Interesting choice of vehicle.
I don't know where he's going. there's golf course out there. There's fields.
He's lost. Oh, it's bowled and it goes straight through McNally. Chisaga's bowled pretty accurately here. And she gets a hug for the skipper, and rightly so, as that partnership comes to an end at 113 for 4.
I tell you what, Terka has mixed her bowlers up. She's changed bowlers from each end, I think, over the last 4 or 5 overs, which I think is a really good tactic because it doesn't get... It makes sure that the batters, actually got a little inside edge on that, don't get really settled with one bowler, which is interesting because at the start she bowled herself for 4 and she bowled Ulmanova for 4, and then ever since just been changing ends, changing things. Good captaincy, I think.
Yeah, no, I think you're probably right. Then also, if a bowler hasn't had a very good over and then okay, don't worry, we'll get you on the other end. Maybe it's a different feel. Maybe you'll just be a bit more comfortable. But anyway, there's our mate. He's off the bike.
I reckon his name's Honza. He looks like a Honza.
Honza. That's another good delivery from Chisaga.
I've got to say the Czechs have bowled really well. It's been pretty accurate. There've been a few wides, but it's not what I've seen at other times. It's been good going, but again, the batting of the Gibraltarians has been excellent as well. This one's gone down to Kunsova and picks it up and throws it back. Good backing up.
I just think one thing we're always talking about is improvement, no matter where you're at as an individual or a team, and that's obviously something we hope to see plenty of over this next 3 days as well from all teams, including Gibraltar. They've set the pace pretty well here. I suppose time will tell how good this score is. But Lauren Pius coming in at number 6, gets off the mark, and back to Caruana. I mentioned 41 to her top score. And she will probably get at least to that here because it gets through the skipper. And they're going to come back for 2. I think there's 3 there if they move quickly. And that's a good bit of running. So well done to Nikki Caruana. I know that she'll have plenty of family and friends cheering on from home as well. And she's picking up her top score now in T20I cricket.
Yeah, lovely shot. And it was the first one missed there by Terka, and the covers just bounced in front of her. Couldn't quite get down, get her body behind it. She has used her foot and her body to get behind quite a few firmly hit deliveries in that area. Oh, it's a nice shot.
Really good shot from Pius. I could probably get 2 here on the slight fumble. It was booted away. But yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Pius there. Again, at this stage, there's only, 12, 13 deliveries left. So no fear of getting out. She steps and hits it really crisply. That'll be the end of the over as well. It's 119 for 4.
Phil in the chat, barely 10 degrees. Terry, you and I holding onto the igloo tent.
It was more than 10.
Well,
it was less than 10.
While Vinny pleaded for the winning runs to be hit. Yeah.
You actually pleaded, I remember.
Did I?
You said, please. Oh, no, I pleaded too. They needed 4 to win. We were-
And they wouldn't get it. They just, it was, yeah. But things have changed. We're here in June, in mid-June. The conditions are very pleasant for cricket, and a slight breeze, no chance of rain, and no chance of tents being blown to smithereens. As we see, Erika Kunsova.
And it's going to get warmer, I think, as predicted. Yeah, Kunsova's going to bowl the 19th. We say it all happens in the 19th in T20 cricket. Here we go, and it starts with a cracking shot through the offside. Well, Caruana, that's going to run all the way. I think she'll move to 46 and within reaching distance of her first ever international T20 half century.
It's 46 or 56. You can see how things change. A very, very good measured innings from Caruana has been a highlight for me in this first innings of this game. And it's a beautiful shot through the covers. Kunsova coming in again, and just wrapped her on the pad. We call a leg by. Well run.
Yeah, just kind of sneaking away from the keeper there. Pius, though, seems fit for this situation, I think. Really give it a crack. 10 balls to go in this innings. Czech's still given 17% chance of chasing this. But it's nicely lifted up, goes over the top. And that'll be a big chase down there. Ulmanova will be able to reel it back in, but they'll end up with 2 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. Just lifted over the infield. Surprised it didn't run, but a good piece of fielding. And that'll be a Pius to face Kunsova again. It's a pretty good ball inside edge, and they'll again well run there by Caruana.
Actually kind of bit back off the pitch a little bit, might have hit the seam, but not quite able to get through everything. Anyway, Caruana has her opportunity now. She's on 46.
She definitely deserves this 50. It's been a pretty good over, pretty good spell all up. That one's outside off. Good ball. Chased it. So 127 for 4. Just last ball of this 19th. Pretty productive one here for Gibraltar. Started with a lovely boundary. This one's outside off.
Hit pretty well.
Who does some fancy footwork. Well,
oh, what are they teaching at the academy? The old hybrid sports there. I suppose, to be honest, if it's good for the gander, it's good for the goose. We've seen plenty of that on ECN. The old foot-to-hand fielding. But it will be 1 run and takes us to the end of the over. The score is 128 for 4. Caruana will be on strike on 47 as we head into the 20th.
There's Danzilla in the chat. I wonder if we'll see Danzilla out of the ground sometime during the next couple of weeks. He's an imposing figure. We have seen him play for PCC. The old Danzilla. Huge man.
He is. He's a behemoth. I saw him last week, actually, when I was in town. Anyway, here's the headline. Can Caruana reach her 50? Shaka will bowl the last over. First one hit. They run straight away. Ooh. And not able to get the run out. So this is where it's kind of almost running for everything here. It's intelligent. And it's also very unselfish from Caruana. But they do end up sneaking through for the single.
Get another good piece of field in there from Tatka.
Sister.
Yeah.
Shaka couldn't quite gather the throw and get back in time. Now hit in the air and hit pretty powerfully. It's a really good cricket shot. In fact, that might even be shot of the day for me from Pius, who steps and hits powerfully for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just to the left of the right of the cover fielder, and no chance to cut that off. Nice shot. Just a little bit short from the bowler. Comes Shaka again, bowling to Pius.
Right off the end of the bat. They probably get 2 here.
They might go for 3.
Well, it might be worth going for it at the moment. Maybe not. Oh, maybe now they will. Yeah, that's very good running. Good heads-up play from Caruana. Maybe she knows, maybe she doesn't. She's so close to that half century. She's in danger of getting stuck at the wrong end.
I don't think she'd mind. I don't think she was looking for it. She was looking for runs, and it was really well run. It's been a fantastic innings from Caruana for me. I think very intelligent cricket, good cricketer.
48 then to Nikki. Hit in the air, again they'll run. And she'll move to 49. Well, who were we talking about earlier? I think it was Rosie that had a high score of 49 not out. It's great, but there's a few people in the network I know have made so many 40 not outs that you just feel like, well, when are they going to make that 50?
Was it Shane Warne?
Need to get a
Shane
single here
Warne
to
with
get it
99
back.
high score.
Deepak Patel's another one.
Oh,
Well,
nice shot.
Yeah, and she's going to end up going for it. In fact, you might as well even look at 3 here, maybe not, with the arm of Katka. So I think, all things being considered, she's probably going to be stuck on the 49, but still, it's not really about the individual milestones. I think she's been there and she's supervised the Gibraltarian score up to a very healthy one of 139, plus whatever Pius can grab off this last ball. Loved Pius's innings, by the way.
Yeah, just at the right time as well.
Oh. I know what you were thinking. Could she sneak back on strike on the wide? You feel like she deserves it, really. She has batted very, very well. It's been a cool head here, experienced head.
Yeah, no, very good innings. Very, very good innings from Caruana.
And this will be in the air, won't quite carry. Teterka will come back for just a single in the end. So it'll be 141 for 4 off the 20 overs. And you can see there, Caruana wanting to face up. I bet she wishes there was one more ball. Unfortunately, there isn't. But Gibraltar go at over 7 and over in the end. I think it's a very healthy-looking side, a very healthy-looking total for the tourists. Their first match on Czech soil. But I've got to say, all plaudits need to go to Caruana there for kind of guiding them through it. A kind of slightly awkward patch earlier against the openers, and then they're cashing it in the middle, and then had some help towards the end. I liked Pius at the end. I thought she was a really good closer. And the Czechs, well, they didn't do too much wrong, I think. I think they threw themselves around the field. I think they did their best as far as trying to get the ball in dangerous areas. But they're chasing a bunch here against the Gibs in match 1 of the CE Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's a good, healthy score from Gibraltar. I think it's good cricket all round. Some tidy bowling all through, and a couple of wickets from Ulmanova right at the start. And I think this is probably the first one of them, which got the Czechs to a reasonable start. It was a nice catch there, low down, really nice grab.
Yeah, that was a brilliant catch, and you can just see the pure joy there. And there's plenty to celebrate, I think, with the Czechs as well. Okay, obviously working on a few things at the same time. Here was the old Meg of Riley, straight through the legs. And I've got to say, this outfield played pretty well as value for shots. I think there's always going to be a slightly different feel in the game after Turko Kolchinova decided to bowl out both the openers, including herself, in the first 8 overs. But I've got to say, Kshitsaga also was pretty good, full and straight. See that Ferrari wanted the call on this one, but I think the replay showed pretty clearly that at the crease it was well below the waist, and it crashed into the stump. So Gibraltar, they've got a few things to work on as well, I suppose. Just when to play that cross the line shot. If the ball's straight, maybe it's not worth the risk. But yeah, it was a kind of industrious innings as well. I think the way that they were looking to squeeze every possible run out of this innings, and I think in the end it pays off pretty well.
Absolutely. Look, you're spot on there, Vinny. The running between the wicket was absolutely fantastic from the Gibraltarians, and they did punctuate it with some timely boundaries, which was just good batting. Lovely shot there again around the corner, and well, as I said, it's going to be a tough chase for the Czechs, but so far it's, I think, a good effort from the Czechs in the field with the bowling as well. We'll see how Gibraltar come up with the fielding and bowling as well.
Yeah, and look, I do think, with all due to respect to their jib attack, probably not quite as strong as the Austria attack that the Czechs have been playing against recently, that 3-match series at Saban. So, whether that's good for your confidence or not, I guess we'll find out. But yeah, honestly, I love to see the opportunity for these players to get out there, show what they can do. And that might have been half a chance to run out sister to sister. I think they were a pop band a while ago as well. But anyway, look them up. I liked Pius towards the end as well with just the no fear attitude. And she might be an interesting one, for example, throw her up at the top of the order one game and maybe take the game on head on. And yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they use her, because certainly natural striker of the ball. As we look through the scorecard, Nikki Caruana with 49 off 61 balls, just 3 fours in there, but really hustled well and got back to a decent strike rate in the end. And then a few little cameos in there, Valverde early before she was caught well by Jana Kominkova. And then we saw 15 for Ferrari McNally with 12, and a really hard-hitting 16 on out from Lauren Pius towards the end. As Gibraltar end up on 141 with the 20 overs completed, just the 4 wickets down. As far as the bowling went, well, credit to the Czechs, who ended up using 6 bowlers in total. I got to say that Turka Kolchanova, he had a good series against Austria. I noticed that with the ball. Wasn't able to get that breakthrough though. Well, Manova had 2 wickets and so did Kirsaga. I thought got it right more often than not. I think credit also to Kuntseva, who came on as a 6th bowler and did a pretty good job going at under 8s and over. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 10 minutes or so with the response. It's time for the Czechs to get to work and see how they go chasing this target of 142. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a quick break and we'll see you shortly for more Central European Cup T20IW. Hello and welcome back to the Vintage Cricket Ground, just outside Prague in Czechia. It is match one of the CE Cup. This year it's a three-way T20IW series featuring the hosts Czechia as well as Gibraltar and Croatia, who will join for the first time this afternoon. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and we're halfway through the first match off the 20 overs. Gibraltar, after being sent in to bat, scored 141 for 4, and so Czechia going out there to try and make an impression. 142, the victory target. Really sad to hear Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network on a huge day for European cricket. Not just a Peacock Friday, it's finals day in Cyprus. But here in Czechia, I'm joined by the one, the only Danny Hudacek. And how do you see this going in the second half, Danny?
Well, I think the Czechs have to bat very well in a similar fashion to what Gibraltar did. Someone to anchor the innings. I know that Katka at the top with is a big hitting batter. She can stay in for quite a while. I think they'll nudge this total, but they'll have to bat very well. And how deep this lineup goes, I'm not really sure.
In a way, it forces them to be really busy, I think, if they want to challenge for the game and kind of copy a few pages out of the playbook from Gibraltar, who really pushed, I think, early for singles and often you see that come in towards the end of innings, but I think you need to be doing it from the very start. And we saw Gibraltar only lose 4 wickets on the way to that period. They didn't actually lose a run out either, despite being particularly aggressive. But it's going to be Lizzie Ferrari to open the bowling for Gib. Well, she's gone for the extra thick headband, so that might add 10% of pace. Lizzie's very talented with the bat and with the ball. Actually saw her make a crisp 15 or so in the first innings. Here we go with the second innings of match one. A pretty decent seed first up. Hint of away movement. You can see right there that Ferrari, she bowls with good rhythm. Beware the red Ferrari.
That's it. That's a good ball first up. And right in the right areas. Look, I think what Gibraltar did very well is the running between the wickets, as you mentioned. And I don't think that the Czechs will be up to that standard with that particular aspect yet. And this is hit in the air. just in front of the fielder, no run.
Well, I like this gun versus gun matchup first up. And this is Katka opening the batting, Teshikova for Czechia. And she batted the first two against Austria, noticed at the top, then they kind of batted her in the middle over, and then the middle order instead. But I think she's the most aggressive and most powerful of the Czech bats. And that kind of shows it, as that is going to be blasted through the offside. It's going to be 4 runs. It's fire on fire here in the CE Cup.
Lovely shot. Just got that half volley over the covers. Beautiful shot there. Nice start for the Czechs.
It's really good shape, cricket shape to this shot. Very technical, you see. Just basically, okay, not a lot of footwork, but the head was still, and the kind of the plane of the bat there was beautiful from Katka. Brilliant start for her, but can she go on with it?
Ooh.
Steps inside this one. Won't be called a wide because she did so. But yeah, I suppose the thing with Katka, she's I suppose known for being able to whack a couple, but then always finds a way to get out. They'd love for her to bat the 20 overs. I think if she can, then there is a possibility that the Czechs could chase this down.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does get down to wickets as well. This top order important. Oh, she's ducked out of the way.
Yeah, this is where I think she's very good when the ball's in her zone, but she needs to develop that one where she can at least kind of make a play on this, try and pull this rather than just, I suppose, look to get out the way. It wasn't quite coming back enough to hit the stumps. But yeah,
she's got a target now, Ferrari, though. And anywhere down the legs. Through the offside, she's very strong. Is Teshikova.
And now this one barely misses the off stump. But yeah, Teshikova, she's a must-watch kind of player. You know, when she's out there, there's the amount of times I've seen her batting and I'm saying, oh. And she I think, hit the first 6 of the ECN in the series against Croatia. In fact, late last year. Right now, she hits 4, but no more. There's 4 without loss after 1.
Bring the keeper. It's Pavlichkova on to strike for the first time. I thought she kept very well. Very
I thought so
tidy.
as well. Yeah, had her work cut out for a couple of times. It's a Viking Bay, who I think is watching from Germany, saying back watching cricket after a week watching Dolphins and Wales off the coast of Scotland.
That would be very nice. Scotland's fantastic.
I am half Scottish, actually. Don't hold it against me. But Scotland actually against Germany. The Euros starting tonight in Germany, actually. Yes, Amy Valverde, who's going to open the bowling.
So much sport going on this summer. We saw the Ice Hockey World Championships. The Czechs won here in Prague, which was fantastic.
And the parties are still going on after the Hockey World Championship win.
I mean, we both spend, I live here, you spend a lot of time here. We were both out of the country for that. The biggest party night of the year, of the century.
It's a great start from Valverde. Again, bowls with good rhythm. Just have a look at these openers for Gibraltar, just showing that it's not going to be too easy for the Czechs to get away. Well negotiated, though, by Pavlichkova.
Well, we saw good tight bowling at the start of the innings from the Czechs as well, with Ulmanova and also the captain, Terka. And I navigated through most of that, did the Gibraltarians.
Yeah.
So it could be much the same with the Czechs here, where they, to a point, they can get what they can get off the opening bowlers, and then see what there is to offer with the second, the change bowlers for Gibraltar.
That's good seed, though, from Valverde. And that's Sally Barton behind the stumps. I never know how to handle this one because, you know, I'm a bit old-fashioned. You don't normally talk about a lady's age. But Sally Barton recently became the oldest T20 international cricketer in the world.
Really?
Men's or women's. And the oldest debutant as well.
Huh.
And honestly, she does a fantastic job. She's got the gloves for Gibraltar. She's so light in her feet, and you can see there the way she springs into position. She's just got the energy of a young person. It's great to watch. There she is, right there.
I'm sure she'll take that.
And she's like the most loved player on that team as well. I'm telling you, from the players and the spectators alike.
We again that famous game that I keep on bringing up. So come back to that. Ooh, that's called a no ball. It's gone through as well. They'll take an extra.
Yeah, this one does get through. By the way, I was going to say she's also a doctor of philosophy.
Fantastic.
Sally.
The famous game between the Czechs and Turkey, where the Czechs hit 278 in a 20 over, where the Turkish couldn't quite bring their full side, so they brought players who hadn't played much cricket before.
Yep, I know where you're going with this.
There was I think the oldest, he was 55 years old.
I think it might have been 57, and if you still look up, I'm not sure if it's still this way, but certainly at the time, 4 out of the top 5 oldest male T20 international cricketers were from that game by Czechia.
There were so many records in that game, so many records, both for the Czechs and for the Turkish. I think a lot of them have been broken now, though. Maybe not some of them might never be broken.
Well,
but
if you want to look at women's T20 records, there are a couple that I think you could follow the Argentina versus Chile series. As this is belted back, and it's a tough return chance. Valverde can't quite hold on.
Yeah, that was hit back pretty firmly.
I suppose the thing with Katka, she wants to smash everything, and trust me, I love that. But if she could just find a way to just, work a ball that's not that smashable for one. But I do love her approach. But she might need pads on the back of her legs at the moment. It's another one she tries to turn inside. A nasty blow. Yeah, so, but what's really clear again for Katka, who we know she's a natural athlete, she's a natural bat and ball hitter, but she needs a lot of balls thrown her in that area and get used to kind of being able to pull in front of that front pad, being able to use the pace a bit.
She's not happy with herself. She's talking to herself. I think I know some of the words she's using in Czech, which I won't repeat just in case there are any Czech listeners. Oh, lovely shot.
Yeah, and actually sends the fielder the wrong way, spins away a little bit. Should get back for 2 here. I think they'll get it fairly easily. That's a good cheer from the Czech bench. But Tessa Zhikova is going to get a couple off the bat at least at the end of 2 overs. It's 9 without loss. But yeah, the video will really kind of show her what we're seeing. And when you're batting, sometimes it's obviously you're kind of in the zone. You're maybe not thinking that clearly, but yeah, just to make her keep herself a bit more open with her options. At the moment, she's just waiting for that perfect ball that comes outside of something that she can just smash through. Or if something's very short, I think then she's more comfortable pulling away. I've seen her hit 6s over the leg side before, but that full kind of at the body ball, just being able to be comfortable to kind of play a bit of a glance or a bit of a kind of even like a paddle shot where you can get some of the bat on it, and that way the body won't have too many bruises either. Anyway, Valverde's over, only goes for 4-9 without loss after 2.
Yeah, good start from both teams, really, to be honest. The fact that the Czechs haven't lost a wicket, there's a change of bat coming on for Pavlichkova, who didn't get a run off the first over. Hopefully the bat will work better this time. But you're right with Terka. Some of those shots were there, even just to turn around the corner, to have a bit of a swing at it. And she is powerful, but normally for most batters, especially ones who probably haven't grown up playing cricket, right? Leg side shots are the natural hitting arc.
Yep.
So it's interesting that she's trying to hit through the offside or hit straight.
It's mechanics. It's almost like she's, I don't want to say over practiced, but she's so good at that through the offside drive that she's kind of looking for it every ball. And obviously not every ball's going to be there. Ferrari to continue in over number 3. First one gets away slightly, it'll be called a wide.
I do love her run-up and bowling action, Ferrari. It's
very rhythmic, isn't she?
Very.
She's also a good leader in the side. I mentioned that she captained the side in the ECIWs last year, hosted in Gibraltar, which I think was a great experience. Kind of kicked off this new generation, if you like, which I've been thrilled to see them now playing T20 international cricket and to have things back up and running. Chip cricket kind of took a bit of a back seat for a few years while they were rebuilding the facility. That's a nice little outswinger as well from Lizzie.
I know that you've played a lot of indoor cricket on a much higher level than me, but I did play quite a bit in Sydney, and we were playing in a mixed division at one stage, and I found that a lot of batters, and I'll come back to it in a minute. So
Nicely hit. I think the difference there though, that Gibran trying for a run there, whereas the Czechs don't try it, and Pavlichkova is grounded on 0 at the moment.
One thing I found was that bowling just gentle outswing because a lot of the players I played against had a softball background rather than cricket, and it was difficult for them to hit the swinging ball, and this is exactly what's happening with Ferrari now. Just the gentle outswing. Oh, no, just missed the stumps. They're trying to get out of the way of it, but I don't think that was too far away from the stumps.
Again, not a wide, because they say in her original stance that would have hit her probably right. And, no, but you're right. You're definitely right about that. I mean, this is mechanics. I think people are more comfortable kind of pulling the ball, hitting the ball to the leg side. But I think Katka's a good example of someone that, you know, she's been trained so well to have such good cricket technique that she's lost a little bit of that kind of what would be more natural for a complete newbie to the game. But it's nothing, like I say, she can pull the ball. I've seen it, but it needs to be short for her to do it. She spots it, gets in position, and still smacks it. But it's that decision making, I suppose, when you spot the full one, just getting in position. This is another ball that somehow gets through.
It's been great bowling for Ferrari, though.
I can't believe this has missed the stumps. Another close call.
Oh.
Like if that had hit the pad, everyone would have been up. Imagine if that hit the the pad.
Well,
I was sworn that was
I'm
going to
sure
hit the
Pete
stumps.
Vincent would have given him a not out.
No, you said it. This one gets away. It's going to be a no ball. Maybe it was a slight variation attempted there by Lizzie Ferrari. I want to say hello to everyone that's watching around the world, no matter where you're watching from. I know a lot of people watching on Fan Code in the subcontinent. A lot of people watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network as well. And I'm sure there's a lot of Gibraltarian viewers who couldn't make the trip here tuning in. Another good outswing. This time it's dealt with pretty well, but brilliant. One hand, one bounce job there from McNally at point. And that'll be the end of the over. And just, I think there are 2 extras in that over for 2 runs. It's 11 without loss after 3. Also, Croatia obviously joining this afternoon. And we're going to have a European Cricket Series in Croatia later in the year, in September, I think. And also we've got a bit of a kind of bonus weekend, if you like, in Croatia, where we'll be showing the Mediterranean Cup T20. There'll be some ECIs. It's a bit of a mixture of things. Even, I think, our first ever ECSW, although I think it'll be a bit more of an exhibition series between 2 women's clubs in Croatia as well, yet to be named. But I think that's around the start of August. So it's going to be a great summer on ECN. We're only just getting started. Interesting to see how they use the openers as well, whether they do what the Czechs did and bowl them out and really try to make an impression early. Valverde will get a second over. First one is going to get away from Barton momentarily, but they're not able to get through for a single.
You know that Croatia is very important for Czechs, don't you?
Because they like to holiday there?
That's it. That's it. It's a stereotypical overseas holiday. It's a bit like like Australians
like
with Bali.
Yep.
So
trying to hit reasonably well. They want to run. Hesitation. They will get through there. And Tesajikova gets a single.
So the typical story is we're going to Croatia. We're getting the car loaded.
Yep, that's it. They drive. They don't
They drive.
fly.
Yeah, Czech beer and a whole bundle of zizki, which are schnitzels. So normally pork, sometimes chicken, but normally pork, and just a whole load of them for the trip down. And I don't know if the Croatians particularly like Czech tourists, in the sense that they bring everything with them. They stay in an apartment. And they don't really buy anything.
Spend the money.
They cook. They don't buy anything local. They sit on the beach.
Bring their own beer.
You bring their own beer, because Czech beer is the best beer in the world. So why should we drink Croatian beer? So yeah, it's a very stereotypical.
And also the languages are quite similar.
Yep.
I've heard in their constructions.
Yep.
All looks double Dutch to me, of course. But this is going to be pushed away, and it's a nice moment for Pavlichkova to get her first run. I mean, to be honest, her technique looks pretty well put together, playing with a straight bat there. Obviously, she found it a bit hard to score, but she has stuck around so far. As Valverde, the captain, still searching for that initial breakthrough.
It's been good bowling from both these openers, especially Valverde, to be honest. And I think the Czechs, touch wood, haven't lost a wicket yet, and I think they'll be reasonably happy with this start.
The other thing, I suppose, that some of the Gibraltarian players have done is they've played in the men's competition there, which isn't something you really see here in Czechia. So obviously just that exposure to more gameplay, obviously at a bit of a faster level as well, I think just makes them a bit more comfortable. And I think you're seeing that with this opening combination. Again, this I don't think will be a wide because of the evasive action from Tezhikova. But yeah, no, Croatia's a great location. We've actually been to Split before. We've been to Zagreb as well last year. And there's a growing community. I suppose I've already seen a bit of cricket being played in Croatia this year. It'd be great to see the Croatian women's side. That's something that's very in development stage. Because this is going to be hit through, and they're going to get the run here. But again, see, have a look here. Again, this is just a bit of an experience. Pavlichkova wasn't really ready to run and kind of went back straight away and didn't realise it got misfielded. And this is something, it reminds me so much of the Jib team last year, that they were too keen to go back to that non-strikers end when there was no danger. The only time you really should have to go back is if it's hit straight back at the bowler. But yeah, they cost themselves a run there. That'll be the end of the fourth over, 14 without loss.
It's a marked difference between the two sides, but it's something that can be learnt. And you're right, it's about gameplay and actually being aware and taking on the fielding. But the fielding's been good so far from Gibraltar as well, to be fair. 14 off 4.
A lot of good comments complimenting the Gibraltarian opening bowlers as well for keeping things pretty tight. I want to say hello to Noel Lagaya as well, who is watching from Gibraltar. So great stuff, Lizzie. But it won't be Lizzie to bowl the next over because it's going to be Yanira Blagg. And I got to admit that, you know, ECN's always throwing up characters and heroes. Yanira Blagg, she's one that I took to in the first ECIW. I said, I'm a Blagger bragger. And she had her own fan club as well. Really? So let's see how she goes here. Pretty decent start. And again, just looking at that first ball, she's improved a lot. She had that potential and did grab quite a few wickets in that series. But that's a nice delivery to start things off. And Pavlichkova, 1 of 14. Needs to try and make something happen here. This game's slipping away. Again, one side of the wicket. I think also, I said this at the top of the broadcast, but the fact that Gibraltar have that facility, which is kind of close to where these players live, with indoor nets, with outdoor nets, and they got the kind of climate they can play outdoors pretty much all year round as well. The fact they're able to practice so much more, I just think that they're able to get a preparation that most European countries would be envious of.
I mean, I think, again, European cricket is a lot of catching up to do. I mean, the facilities, even compared to England. I know we were talking earlier about some players unavailable for the English series because they had to coach and they have 1,500 juniors.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, that's about 5 times more players than we have in the Czech Republic, pretty much. Even though there are quite a few more coming up, maybe 4 times more. But it just shows the difference between established cricket nations like England and other countries around Europe. But the facilities are getting better year on year. And looking here in Viennoge, they're improving as well. And over the years, I'm sure they'll get better all around the continent.
Pretty well bowled by Blagg. Just had the one wide in the over. That was spot on. But I mean, this was, I think, with Pavlichkova, she can definitely defend. You know, we've seen that there. That was a really good defensive shot. Problem is, I suppose, this format of the game, that you need to find a way to get on the scoreboard. So, okay, if it's not going to be big shots, then obviously the running becomes really important. At least, you know, getting that one run to get Katka back on strike, maybe can be a bit more aggressive. That's good delivery from Blagg. Been really impressed with this first over. She's definitely gained a lot of pace and a lot of control since last time I saw her live, which was, you know, all the way back in February 2023.
Yeah, it's been good bowling. Good start. Only 1 from the over so far. 1 ball to go. But really good start. Good line and length. And Pavlichkova, no answer to it at the moment.
Yeah, brilliant first over for Blagg as the Czech scoring's dried up. They haven't lost a wicket yet after 5. It's 15 without loss.
Tell you what it's doing, though. It's putting a bit of pressure on Katka at the other end. And she's going to have to start the scoring. I think if Blagg's bowling to her, that's about the right area for her to hit as well. So I think she'll want to get to the other end. We do have a change of bowler again, which is...
I like that they're mixing up the bowling as well. I mean, they could have easily continued. This is just a quick look at the second ECCW, which will be the way well, I'm going to say I think we'll finish the year with this, but I'm not prepared to say anymore because I've even heard whispers of something later in the year than 20th of December.
Please don't come down to Prague in December. That would be horrible.
We could play some ice cricket. I don't mind. Anyway, it's going to be a great way, I think, to finish the scheduled year, at least on ECN. Here we go with the start of the 6th over. That's going to be a no ball for Heights. This is Mumford. Helen Mumford coming on to bowl. Anyway, you can see there she is quite comfortable at a certain pace pulling as well. It's one she got a good look at. Just didn't quite get the middle of the bat on it. It was kind of a baseball shot, wasn't it? But free hit, so she can really open the shoulders here. 7 off 15. So remember, she had that sparkling boundary to get her going. But there's been a lot of balls she hasn't been able to score off so far. Free hit. And unfortunately, not able to get anything on it. Good comeback from Mumford.
Yeah, really good area that. Just nicely pitched up and tried to smack the leather of it again. Does Teshazikova.
Had a bit of a question as well about the Mediterranean Cup in Croatia. Come back to that in a second. It's time to get some bat on it, and we'll get away for that single. Nice little inside-out shot that time. Mumford, again, she's not trying to be quick. She's just trying to be accurate. I think so far the line's been pretty good. Length maybe off a little bit first ball. But I also like, I said this before, you don't if you can just keep it simple, you don't really need a long run-up. If you can bowl a repeatable kind of line and length off a couple of steps, I also think you kind of throw off the batter's timing a little bit.
I've seen quite a few grenade launches like this get a bunch of wickets. That was a good ball. Yeah. What shot was that?
Yeah, well, I think it's an attempt to drive. It was off the inside edge, but yeah, you're right. I think just being a little bit different sometimes works.
It's a good ball.
Drive, you see, right off the inside edge.
That was a weird one. It looked like she got the full face of the bat backwards, but it was an inside edge.
Follow through was there. Unfortunately, just not the contact. Down leg side, let that one go. So, yeah. So I've got it down for when we go to Croatia. It'll be the weekend of 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of August. There'll be ECI cricket, which is men's T10. There'll be some T20I cricket men's, and probably ECSW cricket, which is women's club cricket.
Okay.
So it's going to be a bit of a mixture of T10, T20. As this is in the air, doesn't quite carry.
No, I didn't look for the run either.
And to be honest, this is where I think Pavlichkova, okay, if she bats through this, no matter what happens here probably, I think you need to start considering a tactical retirement just to give someone else a go, because it's probably not in the best interest of the team. I know that she would like to be able to turn this around, but I think you've got those resources there on the bench, and maybe someone else can come and make a bit more of a scoreboard impression. That will take us to the end of the 6th over, and the Czechs are 17 without loss.
Good over there from Mumford. I was a little bit premature in calling her a grenade launcher. That was a good over, good line and length for the most part.
Still is a bit of a weapon though.
It
Just
is.
the 2 off the over.
I've seen absolute pie chuckers throwing it high in the air get more wickets than any other bowlers I've ever seen.
Yeah, it just depends. Accuracy. As this is the listed order. Chisaka at 3, Turka Kolchanova at 4, Kaminova at 5, and Shaka at 6. But yeah, I just think at this stage, it's probably, if she faces 10 more balls or not, it's not going to really change how she's feeling about her batting or anything like that. But I do think that, you've got resources sitting on that bench that you want to probably bring out there. As Yanira remembers to give her hat to the umpire, and now we'll get going.
I think this will be an interesting contest, actually, because her line is just outside off stump, and that's exactly Katka's hitting zone.
She goes a bit straighter here.
She's hit a single.
My luck or design. Well, that contest doesn't last too long. They'll just get the one, but who knows? Yeah, I think that Yanira, like I said, great to see her development in real time, and Yeah, I remember she hadn't really played a lot of cricket, I think, the first time we saw her in ECN cricket. She's come a long way very quickly. This one's will be called down leg side, but not really moving. But tell you who's pretty happy to see Pavlichkova get off the mark is Paul Stubbsy Stubbs, the owner of the longest ECN duck. None off 13.
I remember that.
Yeah.
That was early in Portugal, right?
Yeah, that was 2021 Portugal from Round of Dragons. He played for Round of Dragons last series. Now, I think you got to look to score here. They will. Barton not able to handle it cleanly.
That was one of the most entertaining series I think I've ever seen. That was absolutely
14 for 8,
brilliant.
14 for 8 off the 10 overs. Still, I think it's the longest. I can't remember when Gibraltar made a similar score against the Dutch. I can't remember. I don't think they were bowled out either. I think they might have been 9 down.
That whole series was so entertaining. The ground had its own personality.
Yeah. Oh, I just spent a week at that ground. My word, that pitch is amazing. And that's bowled as Yanira Blagg takes the first wicket for Gibraltar in this CE Cup. First on Czech soil, and Kapka's got to go for 9, 20 for 1.
Yeah, really good bowling there. We thought it might be a really good contest between the two, and Katka just missing the line there. Really, really good bowling. Very consistent. Let's have another look at the action.
And you can see this one just wasn't quite as wide as she hoped for, and maybe the bat plane wasn't quite there. I think it does come back off the seam a little bit, and that's why it crashes into the off stump. So Yanira, you can see the pure emotion there. It's an historic moment for their side as they get their first wicket here at the Vinhos Cricket Ground. The score is 20 for 1 in the 7th over.
Going back to that Portugal series, that was the first night series, I think.
Yeah, it was.
And what I remember, because I watched a bit of the cricket from Portugal the other day, but the camera was facing the opposite direction.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the first time there was a toilet block which
yeah,
had
I know what you're gonna
WC written on it in paint, which was miraculously disappeared the next day. I don't know who covered it up. There was a grandstand, and in front of it there was, I don't know if
the sand track.
Yeah, the sand. Was it
There's
actually
no sand track anymore. It's like a warning track.
It was hilarious because the ball would just stop because that wasn't the boundary. The boundary was after the sand.
Because it's only about 38 metres square.
I remember an umpire as well who had to be replaced, who was standing basically where a left armour would come to bowl. He was standing
not straight
in that
behind
lane.
the middle stump.
Not straight behind any of the stumps.
Yeah, gotcha.
But it was just everything about. There were characters like Stubbsy, like Panda,
Greg the Wizard Bullock.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
This is Turka Koltsanova, the captain, who is in and should get this on the leg, but pretty quick response from her partner means they'll get through for a leg bye. Yeah, no, it's a very interesting place, the Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Corvo, where I just spent the last week. Phil G obviously did a great job over the first 3 weeks. But that pitch, I think the longer that goes, that pitch gets more and more up and down. And these balls, I think we might have almost seen a ball go for 6, like off the length. There's some of these guys that are getting it up. Blagg just seems to have just lost her control a little bit since taking that wicket, maybe just getting a bit overexcited. But Pavlichkova, yeah, like I said, I would consider just, for the benefit of the team maybe to kind of say to her, look, try and whack a 6. If you get out, it's okay. You've done your job. You've obviously made it through without getting out. But no, Blagg, again, she's been pretty impressive so far for Gibraltar.
Yeah, she's been really online. It's been a good start. I would keep her on for sure. I mean, she's taken the only wicket, and it's a big wicket as well, that of Katka.
Yeah, I would definitely kind of continue to bowl her.
I think Mumford was good from the other end as well. And that one didn't really get up as much.
Yeah, it was still a good line, wasn't it? And that'll be the end of the 7th over. The score is 23 for 1. Hello to Charles Harrison in the chat. Hello to Richie Cunningham as well. And yeah, a lot of people feeling good. I think that these two bowlers are the right options right now for Gibraltar. I suppose given the game situation, though, obviously they're well ahead. I mean, I'm pretty curious about the 7% the Czechs are still given here, considering that their scoring rate right now is just a shade below 3.5 and over. But Gibraltar, I suppose, is an opportunity for them to throw the ball around as well. And I think, even though I know we're really early in the series, it does seem they're miles ahead in the game right now.
Oh, here's one from the past. Church of the Ignorati asking if Chris Tavares is the coach.
And he's
Remember him?
yeah, before my time, but I'm certainly aware. But I mean, I think you also have to realise that I suppose for the Czech side as well, I still think their fielding and even their bowling is probably still a little bit ahead of where their batting is. I think the batting is the thing that can come last to get that kind of confidence at the level. I think a lot of it is because in cricket, batting is one of those things you often only get one chance, one mistake, and it can be the end of your involvement in the game compared to bowling where you can make a mistake. Even fielding, you can make a mistake and you can still get out there. So that's why I think you have to also understand that where the Czechs are at with their batting. We obviously saw that in the recent Austrian series as well.
Well, there's some players coming through as well for all teams in Europe. Nice shot. I'll take a single. Oh, it's got through the fielder.
It didn't get too far away, but I mean, I like that intent. The intent's certainly there. And Turka, there's a reason she's been given the captaincy. She's considered a big talent. Obviously, she's got that understanding of the game. And maybe she's a little bit ahead of where her playing group are at this stage. So she's getting that responsibility at number 3 as well.
As I said, I think she was really good as a captain. The way she in the fielding innings, I think just rotating her bowlers, I think showed a level of maturity and an idea of we need wickets, so let's change things. So I think it was very good, and the field placings I thought were excellent as well. But,
yeah.
With the batting, you're right. It's gone a bit slowly now. Katka's gone. It's again Pavlichkova 1 off 28 now.
Yeah, I think I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but I just think that it might be wise to make a tactical change here with the innings. I'm certainly in no rush at the moment of getting bowled out. If they do or if they don't, I suppose this is right on cue from Pavlichkova, who'll get 1. Should probably come back for 2. It might even roll pretty close to the rope. Nice little bit of team fielding there. They want 3. Turka wants 3, and she's not going to take no for an answer. And that's brilliant. Well, she quadruples her score in 1 ball there, and that's what you want to see. You want to see her taking the game on, and then once she hit it, she wasn't in a position to score that many runs in the first 8 overs. So to run hard, and you love to see it. Mumford ends up going for 4 in the over. It's 27 for 1 after 8.
That was really good awareness from the skipper Terka to run that 3. Bring Pavlichkova back on strike. As you see, the bowling figures very tidy from all the bowlers. Really good start from Ferrari and Valverde, and then Blagg with the wicket. Again, good couple of overs, and Helen Mumford also very tidy after that full toss warm-up ball. It's been very good from the far end. As it will be Yanira Blagg to continue here from the bottom end. It's it's definitely the Zamek end from the other side. There's a Zamek at the back, Vinny, which is like a mansion house castle type thing.
Just mentioning this quickly, but look how Turka's actually pushing, looking to get that single, even though it wasn't quite there.
Yep.
That's just something that's probably been missing so far. And again, it shows that cricket IQ, the way she's reading the game.
Yep.
We saw, for example, earlier, Pavlichkova kind of almost hugging that non-striker's crease like a security blanket, and sometimes where she needed to be looking for the run. Just now, that's exactly why she's doing it. So I mean, that gets a long way away from the keeper, but it means that just more likely to be able to keep that score ticking over.
Absolutely. Look, good awareness there again from Terka, and you can see why she's been appointed Czech captain as well. And I think she's got a very good cricket mind. She's only still very young. I'll be looking forward to seeing her develop as a cricketer over the years. And I can't remember the first time I saw her play, but it was many years ago, at least 5 years ago, that I saw her play just junior cricket in tournaments around Prague.
Yeah,
So
she's less than 2 weeks away from her 17th birthday, so she's captaining her side, captaining her country at 16 years of age.
that's amazing.
It's quite amazing, yeah. This time she won't have a shot at this. And Black's been really good for the most part. Okay, a couple have gotten away, but just that channel between the tram line and that off stump, just that, they're your goalposts, I think. And, you know, you might create a wicket, but even if you don't, obviously it's a limited overs game and you're not providing too many scoring opportunities. Oh, it's a French cut though, and that's going to run away. Bit of luck for Turka, and she's going to get 4. So that'll be the first boundary for a long time.
Big
in
hugs.
the innings, but yeah, you love to see it. And like I said, it probably wasn't the most convincing, but it'll work. It'll be 4 runs.
She celebrated that one like she just won the World Cup. If you have a look, big inside edge when they ran. There was big arms in the air from Terka and the big hug in the middle. Good to see.
Great to see. Blagg's probably not as impressed with it. Could have easily hit the stumps. That's a good comeback, maybe a little bit quicker. Yeah, Yanira Blagg, since I've last seen her action has improved a lot as well. You know, technically it's improved a lot, and just she has this kind of confidence and this rhythm, which just shows she's been practicing a lot and shows she's certainly very, very capable of being a real key bowler for her country. Last ball of the 9th. Tax the stumps a bit this time. Dug out by Kotsudova, and that'll be the end of the 9th. It's 33 for 1.
Yeah, it's pretty good over in reflection from the Czechs. But you got to say that the bowling from Gibraltar has been very, very good. It's been tight. It's been aggressive as well. And we're seeing a change of bat again for Pavlichkova. Not happy with the second bat she received.
Well, that one's just finally come good for her. Anyway, it is 33 for 1 after 9. A lot of people talking about the Rock of Gibraltar in the chat right now. So it's a great destination to visit. And it's not just the Rock there in Gibraltar, obviously. It's a huge tourist destination, but it's got a really unique flavour. Destination. Anyway, here we go with the 10th over. It's a pretty good start from Mumford. Gets it up and outside the off stump.
Yeah, she's been consistent. Apart from that first ball there, the no ball. There's something in the chat I need to reply to from Golam Mustafa saying Gibraltar cricket is ahead by 50 years than Czech. You're very wrong. Very, very wrong. There's not too much between these two sides.
Well,
Next year or the year after, with players coming in for the Czechs, and it's really not a great comment.
Yeah, that's okay. Maybe that's an opinion, but I think what we've seen is that Gibraltar, even a year or two ago, they were having similar struggles, and I've seen things change very quickly. Spain and Italy are a very good example as well in women's cricket. I think that Italy have now beaten the Netherlands in the ECIs. They've beaten the England 11 in the ECW. And I remember doing the domestic women's final in Italy in 2021. And yeah, obviously the standard wasn't quite what it is now. So yeah, I think maybe he's being a bit facetious there. But this is going to be a tight single again. Look how... This is such a great example of helping out your partner. Obviously, Pavlichka's found it a bit tough to score, but she's looking for a way to score. So she's stealing good 4 or 5 metres there, and that's why she's able to get through. She also probably knows that if she was going to run at Pavlichkova at this stage, obviously she's found it hard to score anyway.
Yeah, true.
So I just think you need to be as industrious as possible. Now gets a full toss. That's going to spin left to right in the fielder, but they will get through for a single.
That was didn't quite get onto that one. There's a protection back there as well. It's Yenna Blagg who's down on that deep backward square leg boundary. So there is protection out there for the odd shot. Pavlichkova will be facing again. Mumford bowling pretty well.
Nice looking drive this time, and they should get a couple. Again, sometimes think it's inexperienced, not so used to the fact that there might be more than one there. So Pavlichkova is kind of helped through by a captain there. A couple of runs. Yeah, you mentioned the work of the academy here, and I've got to say, if you missed it before, that Chris and Renata Pierce and their associates doing some great work with youngsters, predominantly kind of native Czech background as well, going through schools, and then those that are interested joining the academy. That's nice. Over the top shot, or is it? It's going to be put down as McNally gets two hands to it. Now, chance for a run out if the throw's on target, pulls the keeper away slightly. Pavlichkova, well, I suppose I was wondering what could she gain if she batted another 15 to 20 balls, but I think we're seeing it here. At least, you know, she's just found that kind of intent, that ability to actually get on the scoreboard a bit more. Tough chance there for McNally. Goes down, and it takes us to the end of the over, and it's 39 for 1. I'm back. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo. It's very small font here. I'm trying to read the score. Great to have you with us, wherever you're watching from around the world. So I think it's a great moment to also kind of acknowledge all of those, not just here in Czechia, but all around Europe that are putting the time in to try and spread the game. Which, as you say, what was the comment you said about the horse? That the Czech parent said, okay, it's great that my son or daughter wants to play cricket, but do they need to own their own horse? That's because they think it's polo. So I think it's an awesome thing.
Mainly I teach English here in Prague, and I had students for 3 years that thought I played croquet every week.
Yeah, that's another common one, isn't it?
Very well.
It's you know, I think also if you look at what's happening in, for example, the men's T20 World Cup right now, it's expanded to 20 nations, and suddenly the recognised cricket nations are sitting up and going, oh, okay. Well, some of these countries can play. Some good things are happening. So I'd love to see that go even further. Obviously, I'd love to see, you know, more and more involvement, more and more countries involved in the Women's Cricket World Cup as well. I think along the same lines. I think you look at the fact that there are countries like Thailand, for example, that have kind of broken into that top tier. You learn and you get better by playing against better opposition as well. And I think that's something that's really, really clear. And yeah, obviously right now the Czechs a long way behind in the run chase, but they can still learn so much, I think, from this innings. And of course, they've still got 3 more matches going forward. Yeah,
absolutely. Look, it's this is having these type of competitions. It's just a positive thing for cricket, not only just women's cricket, but for cricket around Europe. It's what we need. And if you look at where the situation was with cricket 5-6 years ago here in Europe, it's light years ahead of where it was. Look at Italy at the moment with the qualifiers. Romania as well, doing very well in the qualifiers down in Rome. But Italy have got Joe Burns playing for them.
Yeah, they do. And he made a golden duck the other day as well.
Did he?
He did. And he made a 50 in his first game. But I know, I just think it's good. Again, same sort of thing we've seen with some of the professional players that do qualify for European nations or former professional players even. Just the kind of influence they have on the group and the professionalism of the setup. I think it's really important. Anyway, Blagg's going to bowl out here in the 11th over. But again, the videotape and televising games, I think, is such a powerful coaching tool as well. And I'm going to give props to Turka, who's on strike right now, the way she's run between the wickets, that urgency, which may have kind of been lacking in the running earlier. This is in the air, and it's not going to be held. Blagg on the follow-through now, a chance for a run out, and again, keeper pulled a little bit away from the stumps. They'll get through for a single.
Tell you what, Terka was off like a shot, and Pavlichkova just not quite on the same page. He was backing up well.
This is my point as well. There's like, she's got the right idea there, but that'll be a really good tool to show her. Okay, she didn't need to be running back to that non-striker's end. She was safe. The ball was never going to go there. I think she would have made it fairly easily otherwise. So, again, there's a natural, I suppose, fear about getting out that a lot of inexperienced players and new players to the game have. It's about getting. Look, everyone gets out sometimes. It's not. It's not a disgrace. It's nothing like that. It's a part of the game. So, just kind of overcoming that fear, and then you can perhaps play a bit more fearlessly, and that goes for the stroke play, but also for the running between the wickets. Blagg, though, I've been really impressed with her spell, bowling the 4 straight here. Probably deserves a second wicket. Couldn't quite hold on to that tough chance. She was on the run. Pavlichkova has progressed to 9, and she's going to get castled. I said that Blagg has earned a second, and now she's got a second, as it will be the end of the Czech opener. as they lose a second wicket in this one. It's 40 for 2.
Yeah, fantastic spell of bowling from Yanira Blagg. Really on the spot all the time, outside off stump. She bowled a lot of deliveries to the opener, Pavlichkova, who she just couldn't quite get onto it. And that one, she came a little bit wider on the pitch, angled it in. Lovely bowling, and well-deserved second wicket there for Blagg. But I think it's been good bowling all round from all these Gibraltarian
That's a
bowlers.
ball that's going to get you a lot of wickets.
Yeah.
You know, it's the top of the off stump. It's come in a little bit. Hey, look, I'll say credit to Rachel, who does end up with 9 runs to her name, and she was, a lot of those came in the last 10 balls. So, yeah, I think at least she has a bit more to hang her hat on at the end of that innings.
Sure.
As the score's 40 for 2, as this will be Kominkova coming in at number 4. And I want to say hello to Martin Foster, to Julian Dawson as well. Hopefully you're well. And John just talking about, a lot of people maybe just turning on, don't understand the context of cricket in Europe as well, and the fact that it is an emerging sport, to say the least. Terry's asking who's on with me. It's Danny Hudacek, who you might remember from many other events, but most recently, I think we worked together in Brescia a little bit, in the ECS, and of course he did the Continental Cup in Romania not too long ago as well, and of course he'll be here for the next couple of weeks as part of our coverage. That's a brilliant spell from Blagg, who's going to finish with that 2 for 11, 40 for 2 after 11. And also, we're personally very excited because our good friend Rico, he will actually be here in Prague to help with the commentary for the first time. He was meant to help us last year, but then I think that we had the Portugal series come up, and so we lost him to that. But this year, he will get to discover Czechia for the first time.
I was doing a tournament up in Dresden with him quite a few years ago, and it was great fun. It was nice to meet him, lovely man. I said, like, if you're ever in Prague, I'll show you around. So hopefully I'll get to show Rico around Prague. We spoke about it quite a bit, and said how much I think he'd love it. So hopefully I'll get that opportunity.
My list of things to do, I don't know how I'm going to tick it all off, but I'm going to try it. There's so many things I love about Prague. Anyway, that's a nice delivery from Mumford first up, and drawn forward there. Durka out of the crease, couldn't catch up with it. Maybe look at the foot here. I think it stays pretty much planted. Barton couldn't quite affect a stumping. No opportunity there.
I think one thing I think it's probably the same as a lot of major European cities is that Prague has changed a lot. I've been here 15 years. And this one's lovely shot down the leg side. It should just get the 1, I think. It's changed a lot in the fact that I think it's become more cosmopolitan. A lot of when I got here, people hadn't travelled as much. There was no there were tourists, but I don't think Prague really accommodated for tourists in the same way that other cities did. In as far as the service industry goes, there was a bit of a thing with they call it Czech rudeness. This is hit down the pitch, which is just the way that the Czech customer service was.
Yeah.
Where it's more like, instead of what would you like, it was what do you want. But that's changed a lot, and as I said, it's become more cosmopolitan. There's lots of restaurants and cafes that have opened. It says in the air, just over the keeper. They'll take the 1. Well run there by Terka.
She's lightning quick, isn't she? And she knew she was going to the danger end.
Yeah, so that's I think that the Czech Republic in general, but especially Prague, has really changed as a place, and for the better. And you look around, and it's not as monocultural as what it was. A lot more people from all around Europe, all around the world, have come to live here and to work and to study. So a very good university system here. So it's just become a place where it's developed into a real world city rather than just being the biggest city in the Czech Republic. It's become a real hub for tourism, but also for just for culture within Europe.
Central location as well. A lot of places fly direct to Prague as well. So I think a lot of tourism, obviously, I think a huge industry here, but you're talking about the locals as well. This time, again, I like this running, even though they don't get a run there, but Kominkova, she's looking for it even though it's not quite there in the end. So at least there's that communication. So
Yep.
if there is a run, you can see she's saying, yeah, all right, I'm ready if you are. And Turkey says, no, that's gone straight to the fielder. Caruana did well to prevent any run. And the score at the end of 12 is 42 for 2.
So 42. They've only lost 2 wickets, have the Czech Republic, but to be fair, it's been some very, very good bowling from Gibraltar. Mumford ending with figures of none for 14 off her 4. Probably deserved a wicket, but it's been very steady. We're going to see a new bowler. I think it was Ferrari coming back on. Looks like Ferrari might come back on. I think that's a good move, actually.
Yeah, so they're really trying to keep the pressure on at this end. I probably feel if they can break through, maybe they could open things up a little bit. Although you can see they still need 100 of 8 overs. And the way things are going, I don't think that's a realistic possibility. Ferrari probably feels like she deserves a wicket, and she probably does, to be honest. She missed by a very fine margin quite a few times to knock over the stumps. Kaminkova, though, deals with the first one.
Yeah, look, it'll be interesting to see who they put on the at the Zamek end at the top. So they still need to use one more bowler, but good move to bring Ferrari back. Nice shot. Oh, no run.
Yeah, this is frustrating when you can't get a run there, because you played a good shot. I think she felt like she wanted to kind of go with the hit. Yeah, but also well done to Turka to kind of respect the call of the strike. It was her call. Ferrari, I think, just needs to pitch up a little bit. I think the line's pretty good. I think she'll be eyeing off those 3 stumps. Oh, that could be
close.
gone. It will be gone. Yeah, just...
Still hasn't moved.
Yeah, well, straightens down the line, and I think it does enough to be knocking them out. So Ferrari does come back. She does get the wicket she wanted. And so our first LBW of the series sees the Czechs 42 for 3.
Having a little chat to Pete Vincent, asking why. And
it's definitely out.
Definitely out. Oh, did it pitch outside leg?
No, that's not a good angle. It pitches on.
So it's a look. Well, there's no...
Yeah, it was not playing a shot, but that's not actually relevant. I still think it doesn't bounce outside.
I think you're right.
Well, no, to me it bounces on. I don't think the whole thing's outside.
I agree. I think it's a very good decision, and there was no hesitation from Pistol Pete. And
that's one thing. He was quick draw there, Pete, wasn't he? But I think it's a good decision. Also, I know we say give the batter the benefit of the doubt, but I think if you're not playing a shot, I think morally you kind of lose the benefit of the doubt in a way. But, credit to Ferrari. She swings that one down the line. She does get that movement, so it's 42 for 3.
I think, Vinny, there was no doubt to give the benefit to.
Yeah, that's true. Didn't have any doubt.
The Croatians are here.
Yeah.
So, little wave.
Yeah, the Croatians here. I had a great time in Croatia last year. And, we really had a good time there in that series. And Vedran Zanko is very experienced in the Croatian setup. He's their coach and spends a lot of time in the women's program there. Ferrari to front of it. He's batting 5. Deals with the first one, but again, see that field putting a squeeze on. Yeah, different kind of cricket, different dynamics, but it's fascinating in its own way, isn't it? Ferrari might be eyeing off a bit of a bag here. She's still got another over after this. Interesting to see who they do use as that 5th bowler, though. Maybe a few different options they could give an over to. Goes probably a bit too full here. It's going to be a no ball and almost going to cause a run out. Luckily, front of her gets back just in time, and she will get to face a free hit from Lizzie Ferrari. I like this comment from Richie, and it's very nice, Richie. I will read it out, saying, ECN Cricket have been amazing supporting European cricket on the back of them coming to Jib for the ECIW a year ago in Jib. We are where we are now. They ignited passion. So good. Well, I'm so happy, and I love watching it because I have seen bits and pieces of the girls play in the meantime. It's my first time seeing them live, I think, since February 2013. So, yeah, it's really great to see. I saw a bit of them training when I was there earlier in the year as well, but yeah, you can really see the improvement.
Is that 2013?
Sorry, 2023. I forget what decade it was. No, so I know they've had complications in Gibraltar in the men's and women's because of the facilities being upgraded.
Yep.
Cricket was basically put on hiatus for a while. A lot of the guys then kind of got involved in the Costa del Sol competition with Spain very, very close, obviously.
Hmm.
Part of Spain. Anyway, Ferrari searching for a second.
There's a couple of comments in the chat about pitching outside leg. We slowed it down to the point where we thought it might have pitched on leg.
If
and
you
for an umpire to,
Yeah.
with a call like just to,
it's okay. I'll be your human DRS. Are
Yeah,
you
yeah.
ready? Some of that ball pitches on leg.
I
It's
agree.
definitely not completely pitched outside leg, which means if you reviewed it, 'cause this one, don't think will be given out. Creates half a chance for a run out. Ferrari will have a pop, and we might
Oh.
have buzzers here. Time to get off the canvas. And I think this is going to be 2-leg by. She works really hard there front of it. She'll probably be stuck on the big donut, still stuck on 0. But, credit, they are able to get 2 runs to the side. Yeah, maybe a portion of the ball was outside leg,
Yep.
but I think some of the ball at least did pitch on leg,
Mhm.
and then it straightens. I think it's an umpire's call, and I think it's a fair call.
You see test match umpires who have the same call to make, who would make the same call as what Pete Vincent just made then.
I
And
think,
it
yeah.
might be overturned.
I
but-
think it's a
but
correct call
I
still.
think it's a great call. Yeah, I think it's a great call. I think the umpire has been really good so far in this game, as well as the cricket. I think it's been good quality. The Czechs, again, I think we'll see a very different Czech side next year when eligibility comes into a factor. There's we saw, who was it? There was the player of the series down a little bit earlier when we saw the women's T20Is. Was it
In which competition?
for the Czech women?
Oh, Fawa Baba?
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
yeah.
was incredible, and she'll come into this side eventually.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. She just hasn't quite passed the T20 criteria
Mhm.
yet. But yeah, good observation there as well. As this is hit away by Terka. She'll get at least 2 here. In fact, she might get 4. Well struck. And the captain is able to score her second boundary. This one, a genuine shot through the leg side. And the 50's up as well for Czechia.
I love the celebrations as well. I mean, you've got to remember she's captaining the Czech side. She's just celebrating with the players on the bench now. She's just about to turn 17, so the amazing potential for her. And as I said, as we said, the whole game she showed very good maturity, very good cricket awareness. So looking forward to seeing her development over the next few years. So there's, but I think the Czechs are at a very similar stage in their development as quite a few other teams within European cricket. Well, it says hit over the top of the keeper and just a single. Well
Good running. Really good running from front of her. We have an accidental direct hit at the bowler's end.
I think Gibraltar, as you mentioned a couple of years ago, were about where the Czech Republic are now. We'll see Croatia soon, and we'll see where their development is. But I think it's probably going to be more towards the level of the Czech side rather than the Gibraltarian side.
Yeah, I think they'll be quite similar in a lot of ways. Even the kind of makeup of their team. This is nicely hit away by front of her. She'll get her first run. Will it be 1 or will it be 2? She's going to leg it back in for a couple. Fortune favours the brave. It was a long throw back. Yeah, I've liked the energy she's brought since she's been at the crease.
Yeah, very good, very good. And Payas is the new bowler. So they're relying a lot on the same players. Gibraltar, Mumford, the only one who didn't bat, but the top order really is the bowling unit for Gibraltar as well.
Nice shot. Played through the offside. This time doesn't quite get through the infield, but they will take a single. Yeah, Pius, I like what she's bringing to the table as well.
Mm-hmm. We can see that, I mean, Pius is I think her batting was excellent towards the end of the innings, but now the Czechs are throwing the bat at it a little bit. Kolsunova is 13 off 18, that's Terka. Her sister Shaka yet to bat.
Again, that's a good example just going on the hit. It was hit pretty hard, wasn't handled. In fact, it gets away from 2 fielders in front of her. Again, I like the way that she's running hard between the wickets as well. Both these two, the beginnings of a bit of a partnership.
Yeah, so it's, they're just, this over's happening quite nicely for the Czechs. It's been 10 off it so far. I don't think they'll got much of a chance of winning this game, but it's been, as I said, a pretty good performance considering, as I said, with the development between these two sides. There's hit just on the leg side, be another single. And a really good over for the Czech Republic there, 11 from it. And at the end of 14, they are 57 for 3.
I'm obsessed with working out where this ball pitches because I'm short some of it.
If you're reviewing it like this...
Oh, yeah, but I just love being right so much. And everyone's trying to tell me that's outside. Like, I'm sure that some of it there's the pitch. Okay.
So, where the ball pitching, is it where the seam is or where the centre of the ball is?
Great question, and I will answer it. But first I need to freeze it. Okay, so how it would work if it was reviewed, then the umpire's call, where they say, we'll stick with what the umpire says, is if any of the ball is in line. So even the very tiniest fraction of the ball in line with the very outside leg stump. So 1% of the ball pitching. Whereas if the umpire says it doesn't pitch in line, then more than half the ball would have to pitch in line. So there's that's that kind of umpire's call element.
Well, then I have absolutely no doubt that was a fantastic call by Pete Vincent, because if it's umpire's call, I'm 100% sure that ball was pitched somewhere where it was going to hit the stumps, and I mean, the fact that where it pitches is the factor. It was definitely going to hit the stumps because it was coming back in. So from that leg stump line,
it's great piece bowling.
Peter loved that we're backing him up as well, because he'll be listening to this at tonight, be watching the game over and over again, and
volume up.
Volume up, yeah. But yeah, as I said, in the first innings, there was that double bounce that you called. You
didn't have to bring that up again, but yeah, it's a good point.
He did check it too as well. Apparently he checked it with the fourth umpire. Still at home.
This is probably pretty close to the stumps. I tell you what, Ferrari's been pretty on the money here, hasn't she?
Yeah, very impressive. They've got some good players to Gibraltar, and it's Valverde. Caruana, I think, batted beautifully. Ferrari, also Pias, Mumford bowled well as well, and Yenira Blag. A few yet to contribute, but I'm sure we'll see them during the tournament.
All right, here's my analysis after I've wasted the last 5 minutes. I've got 25% of that ball pitching on leg stump. What do you think? I've slowed it down.
Yeah, that's where it's hit.
It's definitely not completely outside leg.
As an umpire, in real time, that's a great call. That's a great ball. And that's the end of Vranova. Good bowling by Ferrari. Yeah, gets a second.
It was an excellent piece of bowling again, full and straight.
So the Czechs now 61 for 4. And again, it's been a pretty good performance by both teams.
I've gone to extraordinary lengths. Maybe because obviously they have the quite amount of boundaries you have normally. That's not getting so busy. I am now saying that tell me.
You should show them.
All right, I will.
Here we go.
I'm going to show you. All right, I'll even be a bit more conservative.
This is the obsession.
Okay, can we do a quick comcam? Here we go. Am I on? Cool.
Yeah.
Look, some of that ball has pitched in line. All right. So Pete, well done. You've made it. Now back to work. And who says you can't be perfect? I was curious because it's one of those ones with your eyes. We tend to think, hey, most of it's outside leg.
Yeah.
Most of it was. If you look at it. But it does pitch on leg stump. As far as if you were to review that, it would have stayed out.
Yep.
So
it was swinging.
So I don't have to retire now.
Okay, done. That's
okay.
It.
And everyone was urging me not to, urging Corey to retire instead.
Put a line under that one, Vinny. That's it.
Come back to the game now. What have I missed in the last over?
Well, the Koltunova sisters are out there. Shaka getting off the mark, and Terka doing very well. 19 off 23. So it's again a very good knock from the captain. Had a little bit of luck with that inside edge 4. Celebrated another nice shot.
I don't know if the ECN commentary cube DRS will catch on as quickly, since that took me about 5 minutes to get my conclusive proof. Anyway, Ferrari is going to finish her spell with a couple of wickets again. That was well deserved. Came back and were able to rattle the stumps a couple of times. The score is 62 for 4. Let's have a look at what's coming up this afternoon with Croatia on the park for the first time, taking on Czechia. Now, that game is starting in around about an hour and 10 minutes time, and you can join us for that. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. But, again, it'll be a really good game. I think probably more evenly matched sides. But again, we haven't really seen Croatia in this tournament yet, and the Czechs have been impressive in parts. I think they've done everything pretty right. But just Gibraltar have got a bit more experience and a bit more firepower.
Watch out for Erin Vukusic for Croatia as well. She'll lead the side again. She's a very young captain. I think she's only 18 years of age. Yeah, only 18 years of age. And
so we've got a 16-year-old captain and an 18-year-old captain.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And Erin actually plays the cricket in the UK. Okay. So, you know, she's used to playing regularly, and I think she's a really good influence on this Croatian side. Again, sure. Croatia have more of, I'd say, a multicultural feel about their side, but you know, I think a lot of them are improving very quickly. Here we go with over number 16, Pius, coming back for a second over as Terka will get hustle through. We've got the two Koltunova sisters out there batting together now for Czechia.
Yeah, it's good to see.
Everyone's gone really quiet since I showed that up to the camera. So either no one wants to talk about it, or you couldn't really tell.
Let's hit nicely through the gap. Going towards the boundary. I think it'll be cut off, though. They'll come back for 2. They might look for 3. They haven't. It's a good throw in.
Kroom's got it. I'm going to leave this OEW later after this, but he's saying, isn't it if more than half the ball pitches? So if any of the ball pitches, it's in that umpire's call zone. So you need to have more than half ball pitching to overturn an umpire's call.
Yes.
But to confirm an umpire's call, just absolutely any of the ball.
And as the fact we don't have DRS, everything is umpire's call here.
Maybe we do now, because I've just invented it on my phone. Anyway, hopefully none of my credit card information was on there. This could be close. If it's picked up, it's not picked up. I'll get through for a single.
That was well run. So it'll bring.
I'm going to delete all those images now, because otherwise I'm going to be obsessed with trying to work out how much the ball pitches in line again. But no, Pius is certainly a handy cricketer. I love the kind of aggression she brought to the last part of that innings. Just want to get part now. You got to run now. So Shaka probably wasn't so sure it was going to get past the ball. Once it did, there was open space behind.
Church of the Ignorati on the chat. Croatia higher or low rated than the Czechs? Hard to tell.
A lot of these teams have played very few T20IWs. So for Croatia, I think if you go by what we saw in the last series, they weren't able to win against Czechia. That's in T10 cricket. But I will say that Czechia did have the benefit of some players that aren't eligible for T20 selection.
Exactly right. Yep.
So I actually think that they're pretty closely matched.
Yeah, agreed. Well, we'll find out this afternoon.
Yeah, well, that's the best way to work it out,
You'll
isn't
have to tune in about an hour's time to watch that the second game of the day between the Czechs and Croatia.
This one will be called a wide, well held by Sally Barton behind the stumps. But I think what it really shows is obviously the huge kind of differences in levels between European cricket and women's compared to men's. And yes, there's a degree in men's, but I suppose because there's probably greater native participation in the women's, because that's in the air. I think she might have got a hand to that. It's Raghunath not able to hold on. But it's really important that you try and match up against teams that you're in similar standard for, standard to, and I think that's what this weekend's really great for as well. I do think that these teams are good matchups for each other. 16 overs down, and Czechia are 70 for 4.
Yeah, it's got the score up to quite a credible level at 70. You see the bowling figures. It's only Pius that's gone for a bit of stick off her 2 overs. Apart from that, it's been very, very good bowling with Ferrari up the top with her 2 wickets, as well as Yanira Blagg, who bowled brilliantly for her 2 for 11. But it's been pretty tight from Gibraltar. Just 1 over getting away from a little bit with 11 coming from it. But really good effort from Gibraltar.
And I'm pretty sure that the Croatia are playing their first ever T20IW match today. I'm almost certain, and I thought so, and I haven't found any evidence that I'm wrong. But yeah, it's a great moment for them as well. They're super excited. You can sense that from the warm up, and of course I love the Croatian kits with those famous red and white kind of checkerboard design.
Yeah, and the royal blue as well.
Yeah, looking sensational. Anyway, here we go with over number 17, Valverde, coming back. She bowled 2 overs up front. She whistles the first one through, bowling at the different end now to finish her spell.
Yeah, she was very good as well, opening up. And again, some good cricketers for Gibraltar on show here today. Look, with the first win of the tournament. There's no doubt now with about 19 and over. The Czechs need it. They're not gonna get there on evidence. It's been, as I said, a good effort. And this one's wow, nice little sneaky buy.
Well, not so sure about the stomp tactics from Sally. Probably needs to look after her feet because it's hard to stand up without them. But yeah, good running. They assume these two would have some sort of a connection. Although we know with siblings running together, it doesn't always go as smoothly as you'd think. Steve and Mark Waugh, a good example from Australia, were always running each other out.
Yeah. Ooh,
lovely bowling from Valverde. And Teresa batted really well for 23. In fact, that's now the highest score for a Czech woman in T20I cricket, that 23. But she will go thanks to a whistling delivery from Valverde that crashes into the off stump. And Czechia now 71 for 5.
Yeah, really good bowling. Let's have another look at it. And, got it just angled in a bit. And Tevka, no answer to it. Really, really good bowling. And it's been solid from the Gibraltarians throughout this innings.
Just didn't get the bat coming through the right way there, did she? She batted really well. Got to say, the kind of fight you want to see from the captain. Still a pretty good strike rate as well, 23 off 28. I know you'd love to see run and ball or more, but just in this game, we actually haven't seen anyone quite cracking run and ball except for Pius, who faced 9 balls at the end of the Gibraltar innings.
Yeah. Well, I think the innings of the matches, but it was Nicole Caruana who was going at a run every 2 balls.
Yeah.
Who pumped it up to almost a run a ball towards the end of her innings.
49 of 61, so up to about 80. But I think Teresa, she played a couple of shots to the boundary, but it was mostly the hustle that she brought to the innings. As Shisaga comes on, and lucky she gets some bat on that, because otherwise that would have been plum LBW. Would have been no need to go to the iPhone review. But she'll get off the mark with an inside edge.
I thought she bowled very well as well. Shisaga. That's where Vinny Sandel almost doing some fielding. The Croatians letting one through and onto the field of play. Fielded there by Venki Margashayam.
It just shows you the powerful arms of the Croatians there, bursting through all the hoardings, having to stop play automatically, or temporarily, I should say. As Shaka can't get bat on ball here. Valverde has been very, very tight, as you'd imagine, for Gibraltar.
That line of length outside off stump, especially the ball, seems to still be moving a little bit. There is a gentle breeze from right to left, so it might be a movement off the seam, and just some bowlers just tend to get the ball to swing throughout the innings, and still, 17 overs down.
Also, this surface, it's probably not roughing the ball up too quickly. I think that it's very lush. It's got a good kind of smooth covering of grass at this stage anyway. And so I think the ball maintains its integrity for a bit longer than, say, some of our ECS T10 matches where 2 overs, it looks like it's been 100 overs old. Anyway, that's a nice bit of outswing again from Valverde. They'll finish her 3rd over, and with 3 overs to go in this contest, it's 72 for 5.
Talking about this ground again, you said that it's the best it's ever looked. I totally agree with you. There were periods where there were issues with voles, little
Yeah.
and they were moved on.
So to explain to everyone what they are, if people don't know.
Basically, it's a mouse. It's a type of mouse, and they dig all these little tunnels everywhere. So there were big holes everywhere. Oki, the commentary dog, used to love to chase them, and it was a.
I saw a couple, but not on the playing field. For some reason, they all seem to be on the way to the car park.
Well, that's all right. Moved them on to other.
We've trained them to stay off the field now.
There were also these fungal rings where you'd see mushrooms growing, but that one's a good ball.
Well, she overcommits here, and it's going to be a run out. So it's going to be the end of Shaka Kolchanova, who, look, again, I don't mind this, even though I know she'll be disappointed to be run out, but at least she's looking to score. Just having a quick conversation with Chirsaga. Essentially, the striker's in charge here, and she says she never wanted to go, tried to send her back, and it's actually quick work from Pius to get the throw and get in a position to affect the run out. But often this is one of my philosophies, is that a couple of run outs that you give up in the innings are a sign that you're at least showing that urgency. Sure. And so Shaka, I know she'll be disappointed with that, but at least she had the right idea, as Czechia will lose the 6 wickets, 72 for 6. Nice bit of fielding though by Nikki Caruana. You mentioned that short covers, a real hot spot.
Yep.
A lot of balls going there, and it was intelligent. She went back to the bowl and read the game, read the speed, knew that was a way they could safely affect the run out.
Oh, it was great work from Lauren Pius as well at the bowler's end. She took the ball and stumps out very, very quickly. So great work there. And again, a very well-drilled side, Gibraltar. And you talk about the facilities in Gibraltar. They have the opportunity to train and to be together as a team. And
They've got the beautiful artificial playing surface as well, if they are able to get out there and play some matches. But I tell you what, that ground, sometimes you're safe for being inside, because if there's the wind coming across the Mediterranean, you're going to get the sea spray. We'll have to try and get you there sometime, Danny. I think you would absolutely love it. It's such a unique place, blending of different kind of cultures and backgrounds. Anyway, it's going to be Kuncheva, the new batter. She's not facing at the moment.
I think it might be called a no ball, actually. Maybe not. So it's legal delivery, just a single. Pius will continue. Been the most expensive of the bowlers for Gibraltar. This one's just tucked around the corner, and they'll get the one. Have to hurry, and gets through for a single. Lucky there was
Chirsaga, yeah. Well, I mean, there's a little bit of hesitation, miscommunication here. I think if she'd gone straight away, then she would have made it. But there's that little kind of stagger, that little stop-start that I think meant she was in jeopardy. But, yeah, I mean, you don't know if you don't try. 2.5 overs left. She's got 4 wickets in hand.
Sure.
Try and score some runs. It's not a bad score.
Oh.
Although this is going to be another one down. It's well bowled by Pius. Her first wicket of the series, crashing into the stumps once again. And when they have been online, they've been hard to deal with. That's 5 bold dismissals in this inning so far. 74 for 7.
Yeah, really well bowled. Gives it lots of flight. Have a look at this. And then it just comes down right, just the right area. Good piece of bowling. And it's something the batsman couldn't deal with, or the batter, I should say. I have to stop doing that.
Yeah. I love the urgency of getting to the crease as well. This is Volkova who's coming in. I will say, well done to the Czech side. They've now got their highest score as a team in T20I cricket. So I mentioned that it's pretty new for them. I think, the next game against Croatia is going to be super fascinating.
Agreed.
Again, sometimes I feel like a Vukic as a player, which individually I think she's good enough to kind of take the game away. But then you look at a player like a Katka for Czechia as well. She's certainly good enough to kind of win the game on her own. I think there'll be 2 real key batters, one on either side in match 2, which is coming up, as we said, at the top of the next hour, which is the next half hour. in India. Anyway, Pius. Nicely played, but straight to the mid-wicket. Almost a chance to run it non-strikers then. It's really quick work there from Amy Valverde.
Yeah, almost a chance of overthrows too. But well stopped, well backed up. I think the fielding's been really good in both innings.
Yeah, they're kind of really hunting now. Got that lower order in. There's that sense of entrapment, that sense of kind of claustrophobia about it, I think, for the new batters at the crease. It's the end of 18 now. Just a couple of overs to go on this one. 74 for 7.
Yeah, it's the new batter is Vlasta Volfova, and joining Erika Kunsova out on the in the centre. They've only one run between them, but 74 for 7. Great effort for the Czechs. Again, it's looks like Gibraltar are here to win this tournament. It's a very good effort. Strong side they've brought out.
Things playing out to be honest, it's kind of playing out the way I imagined they might play out so far. I think the Czechs, to be fair to them, if they could get in the 80s here, it's certainly a respectable score.
Sure.
You said what's par. I still think, depends is such an easy answer, but
I think the other thing is that this pitch, as I said, plays a little bit differently to other pitches around Europe.
Yeah.
I know that it's been relayed and it's playing nicely. There hasn't been any uneven bounce, but it's an active surface, or an active base, I should say.
Yeah.
So it'll play a little bit more like a turf pitch than a lot of the concrete pitches you see around Europe, which are just like roads. So bowler comes in again. It's great bowling. Bit of an appeal, not out.
Yeah, I kind of end up with about 90. I think Gibraltar batted very well.
Yes.
In the first half of this innings. But you might say, well, okay, 50 more than par. What are you saying? But I just think that Nikki Caron was so good at kind of marshalling that innings. I also think that probably the extras were probably a bit higher than Czechia would have liked.
Yep.
If you could have just been able to grab 1 or 2 more wickets, maybe you're able to restrict a bit more. Anyway, Kuncheva again opposite this, but lets it go through to the keeper. Ultimately, Valverde probably needs to aim at the 3 pegs in the ground. This is where, okay, obviously you're getting down to the lower order now. I think you need to look at, if you're hitting the ball, you need to be looking to run. Otherwise, what are you waiting for? It's going to be tough to score if you don't hit the ball. See if they can sneak up to that 80 or so. I've got to say, Valverde's moving the ball around really well at the moment.
To be honest, though, like as a bowler, that's not just left the batter a little bit. What I really like is when you get a bowler that is beating the bat constantly like this, like Valverde is doing now, and not altering anything. A dot ball's fantastic in this format of the game. Like, it's again another fantastic ball. She's got a
well, you say she's not altering it. I think she is trying to hit the stumps. I think she's. I take your point, but bowlers, much as they love dot balls, but when they're looking back, they love wickets even more.
That's beautiful bowling, by the way, in any form of cricket. That's just spot on.
Big smile on her face right now. I say she should. I mean, she's played a brilliant game. She's led her side well. She's only conceded 8 off her whole spell. Here's the last ball of it, and it goes completely wrong. Great take by Barton. It's going to be a no ball, but there goes any chance of a twofer for Amy. It's funny because it is true when you aim. Sometimes you lose your swing if you change your aim. It's essentially the arm slot's a bit wrong. That turns out for it being a height no ball. Anyway, come on, let's back Kuncheva here to swing away. It just needs to be able to kind of hold her weight and get some bat on it, but it's not going too far at all. That'll be the end of the 19th over. We'll head into the last. Czechia, 75 for 7.
Really good spell by Valverde. 1 for 9 off 4. Again, just really good bowling from all the Gibraltarian bowlers. It's
just realised something, Danny. With Czechia playing Croatia this afternoon, one of those teams will win their first ever T20IW.
That's great to hear.
Plenty to pray for.
Yeah, plenty to play for. And I tell you what, though, whoever wins that game, you'll hear the celebrations. You'll hear
Definitely.
screaming. There'll be hugs all round. It's again a really big part of women's cricket. The spirit that in which it's played is fantastic. I was in Australia last August. This is it down the ground for the Women's World Cup. I was
Yeah.
there at the same time, and the whole hype and the spirit behind the Matildas, the Australian team who got into the semi-final, was
It's incredible,
absolutely
wasn't
incredible.
it? Off the charts.
Yeah, it was so good to see, and a fantastic tournament as well. So I was talking about sport and how much sport there is. This is called a wide. Coming up this summer, there's the T20 World Cup at the moment, which is going on, and I'll ask for predictions a bit later from you. We'll keep that for later. But then
Scotland to beat Australia.
Scotland to beat Australia.
Too soon. This will be a wide down the next side.
But also there's the Euros coming up, which will be a great tournament.
So much going
the
on.
Olympics
Yep.
coming up.
Mm.
I'm sure there's other stuff as well. So there's
Particularly in Europe, though. You mentioned the Euros, the Olympics in Paris.
yeah.
Okay, T20 World Cup.
There is a story about the Paris Olympics. I don't know if I'll mention on air, but we'll talk to you about. I'll mention to you
Sounds
a
good.
bit later on, which I think was really funny.
Great take there by Barton again. Slot machine at the moment, 77 for 7. Okay, I'm getting behind Vlasta Volfova here, seeing if she can connect with one of these and get a run. I hate to see someone stuck on the 0. 4 balls to come. There you go. But it's great bit of fielding there. Not that they were looking for a run, but Amy Valverde made sure there was no chance of it. And I love that kind of energy, even in this game, kind of miles up into the last over. But yeah, you love that example being set by the captain.
Yeah, she's all action.
All right, 3 to come. Well, one's not offered at. I think it's going to be, it's going to be called a wide in the end. Looked pretty high, to be honest, but better for the strike rate. Pius probably just been a little bit upset with the fact that he's let a few go down the leg side.
Well, definitely been the most expensive of all the bowlers for Gibraltar, but has contributed to this game. Lovely shot.
There you go. And that could have all the way. It's going. It's 4 runs. And just listen to the cheers. Volfova gets off the mark with a boundary. As the Czech side do move into the 80s.
Big thumbs up there to the team. It's a nice shot.
It's a really good shot. Getting that first one away does heaps for your confidence. It's a shame, actually, time's running out in a way. Dr. DeSoto saying, looks like a nice setting there. It always is here. It's a beautiful ground. Okay. Here's the reply from Pius. As this is in the air, and it's going to be over the top. Time to get the running boots on. Should get 2 here. Yeah, they will get 2. In fact, they may even be thinking of 3. Maybe not in Ferrari's arm. She fires it back in. So, yeah, Volfova with a couple of really good shots there to take her up to 6.
Yeah, it's as I said, like it's a learning curve for all these teams, really. Just that I think Gibraltar are a little bit ahead in their preparation and their development overall. But good effort from the Czechs. 84 for 7 off a very, very good side.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially the quality of the bowling we've seen from Gibraltar.
The thing is, I think they can actually bat even better. That's the thing. Anyway, here's the last ball of match 1, or not. As we've done this several times. The old jinx on the last ball. I'll also be curious to see, with Gibraltar, if they do continue to have this kind of success, whether they kind of mix things up a bit with their batting, their bowling order, just to maybe put a few people in other positions, give them a bit more responsibility. Last ball for reals this time, and it's worked away. Well, they probably should have tried to run. There's nothing to lose now. They are going to get some runs. So very smart, I suppose. This could actually go all the way. Not quite. 1, 2. I'd probably go for 3 anymore. Any more for any more? No, they're going to settle for 2. So Volfova with a handy little runner ball 8 there at the end. And Czechia will finish 87 for 7, but the margin will be 54 runs in the CE Cup opener here in 2024. It's Gibraltar 141, Czechia 87.
Yeah, a good win there for Gibraltar. They're a quality side, and both with the batting and the bowling. I was very impressed with the bowling from Gibraltar. Good effort by the Czechs. Again, as we said before, not quite there. As we see the match coming up quite soon, actually.
Yeah,
about
45 minutes. 45 minutes. The toss will happen in about 15 minutes. You can stay tuned to our website, europeancricket.com for that. And also the preview will be in the chat. But yeah, Croatia playing their first ever T20IW when we return for match 2 of this CE Cup T20IW. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights. Ferrari and Valverde were pretty on the money, weren't they, earlier? There was a sparkling cover drive here as Katka got one in her zone, but she did find it hard to deal with most of what was coming. Got to say, Yanira Blagg looks really, really improved to me, as she was right on target, breaking through for the first wicket for Gibraltar in the series.
Yeah, look, she was the pick of the bowlers, I think, for me, but along with Amy Valverde. But Gibraltar, very, very good bowling performance. I think just maybe the overs of Lauren Payas a little bit more expensive, but excellent. Great in the field as well were Gibraltar. And the Czechs, they were slowed a little bit up the top. Pavlichkova couldn't really get going. And also Katka Tesashikova is falling pretty early, but really good innings from the skipper, Terka Kotsunova, brought the score up a bit.
Yeah.
And I think she led the team very, very well.
Yeah, and look, I had a question in here about, I said the Czechs could probably bat better this. How? Well, probably Pavlichkova is a good example of all those balls that she couldn't score off early. So if she can find a way to be a bit more aggressive with her running. The other thing is you might want to put Terka up opening the batting and try and get that energy in the innings from the get-go. And then as long as you don't run out of wickets, then suddenly you're looking at putting that 100 plus. So that's probably how I think they probably could improve. But no better sound than the ball rattling into the stumps if you're a fast bowler. And we had 5 bowl dismissals out of the 7 in this one. That was the one that created a little bit of division, but I think in the end, everyone agreed that some of the ball pitched on. But yeah, I got to think you also got to reward the bowler for that kind of delivery, and the batter not offering a stroke always makes it tough. Late in the piece, there was a new hero with Volfova, who would be able to do things a little bit later. But before that, it was time for another good, fast, full delivery. Franova played all around that one. Ferrari came back and deserved her couple of wickets, I thought. I thought she bowled really, really well. Valverde, late in the piece, was swung around to this bottom end. And again, Gibraltar just showing so much improvement. The more they play, the more they train together, the more confidence they get.
Sure.
They're very, very, very capable. So that was the end of Terka Kolchinova, the captain, who top scored with 23, which actually is the highest ever score for Czechia individually in a T20IW. That is early, obviously, in that journey for them. And this is just one of those things that happens, I suppose, looking to push for a run. Maybe takes the eyes off the batting partner there, Shaka, and that's why she's just probably overcommitted 2 or 3 steps too far. And then, I've got to say, I like the work also of Shirsaga, but she eventually was undone by another full straight delivery from Payas. So I suppose the jib bowlers, they'd be looking at what worked well here, what lengths worked well. I think drawing forward, try and draw the opponent forward, get them kind of having to deal with that kind of delivery is tough. Got to say though, I was a big fan of Vlasta Volfova late in the piece, and a bit of a chaotic ending with a couple of overthrows as the Czechs scramble to, I think, what's a pretty respectable 87 for 7 off their 20 overs. Richie Cunningham saying, well done, Jib. Great stuff from Czechia too. And good luck to the Czechs versus Croatia this afternoon. Kolchinova, the captain, Terka, with 23 of 28, including 2 boundaries in there. As far as the others, no one quite able to get to double figures, and extras end up having a significant contribution in that score of 87 for 7. But Danny, you've got to say the Gibraltar bowlers, they were pretty solid. They were certainly on top early. I think they forced a lot of dot balls from the openers, and I think that they can be very proud with lots of good performers there.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I think it's exactly what we said, Vinny. A really good opening spell from Lindsay Ferrari and also Amy Valverde. And then Yanira Blagg came in, got the 2 openers, and really opened up this game for Gibraltar to win. Also, Helen Mumford bowled very well. Wicketless, but very economical. As mentioned, Lauren Pias with a few runs. Might have to tighten things up, but very good cricketer.
To be completely fair to Gibraltar, they bowled well, but I still think those extras with 14 wide, 6 no balls, that's 1 and over.
Yep.
I think that's something that they would feel they'd love to cut that in half, and they could be even better. As we'll take a break, we'll be back in around about 35 minutes time for match number 2, and we'll get to see the Croatians in action for the first time. Either Czechia or Croatia will bring up a bit of their cricketing history as they're searching for their first ever T20IW victory. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. We're going to take a quick break for lunch, and we'll see you very shortly for more ECN Central Cup T20IW. Hello and welcome back to the CE Cup. It's been a great day so far. We saw Gibraltar getting the win over the hosts in match 1, but now it's time to see the Croatians for the first time. So it will be Croatia taking on Czechia. Got the two captains here. So Aaron, you're the home captain. You will have the coin. Turka, you will call. Go for it.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it is heads. What would you like to do?
Bowl.
Okay, so it is going to be the hosts. It's going to be Czechia who have won the toss. They're going to bowl first. Interesting. That's what they chose to do last time. I think they had some good energy in the field early on, but I think it'll be a different sort of challenge this time. I do think Erin Vukic, you saw her there, the Croatian captain, she's going to be really important at the top of the order. But I just think for both these teams, what a great experience to get out here, play some more T20 international cricket. And this is actually Croatia's first ever women's T20 international. For the Czechs, well, they have now played 4 times, but they still don't have a win. So one of these teams will win for the first time. Really can't wait to see how it goes. Danny Hudacek is standing by. Let's get ready for the start of match 2. The host nation this time, they've won the toss. Once again, they're going to bowl. Let's see what the Croatians are bringing to the table. It's over to you.
Well, welcome back to this ECN Central Europe Cup. It's T20I for women. Great game first up between the Czech Republic and Gibraltar. Gibraltar coming up on top, looking a very, very good unit. The Czechs did very well, and they'll have to play well against Croatia. We're playing their very first T20 international. So they're the two lineups, and we'll see what Croatia bring to the table. It's going to be I think, an evenly matched game from all indications. The Czechs, of course, played the opening game against Gibraltar, and again played very well. But Croatia, we'll see. With the Czechs winning the toss and sending him to bat, I think is another really good toss to win for the Czechia side. And they were well led in the first game by Tereza Koltunova, the 16-year-old international captain, as you see here, who will win 88% for the Czechs. Scrap that, it's 50-50. We'll see how the Croatians get on against the Czech Republic. And players are coming onto the field. And Pete Vincent will be out there again. Did a very good job in the first game between this side, the Czech Republic, and also Gibraltar, as I mentioned. As we see the field, and Vinny was back in the
He
igloo.
said Pete Vincent will be out there. He might actually be third. He just was
Oh,
walking
he
on
is.
to give the old pat in the back to Raghov, and they're taking their mentorship to extreme new levels. Joanne Stiglitz actually on the field. I know she's definitely on the field for this one.
Yeah.
Interesting start there. You see 3 umpires walking on.
That
Anyway,
confused me.
a scandal early on in this match number 2. Now, great to see Croatia, an historic moment in their cricketing history, playing their first T20 international. There's Erin Vukic. She's going to be so important. We actually saw these two play, though, in international T10 cricket not too long ago. That was back in, I'm going to say, October. I can't remember what month's what anymore. But that was a series that we saw Czechia winning 3-0. But there were some players eligible for that series that aren't eligible for T20 international cricket. Because in T10 cricket, you can play what's called the pathway program, which is if you're on the path to fulfilling the ICC criteria, you can play. So, looks like we're almost ready to go. And yeah, 20 overs aside. So what's exciting, I suppose, is one of these two teams will have their first T20IW win in this game. It looks like it's going to be Tadka Kolchunova, the captain. And look, two teenage captains. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
You've got Erin Vukovic, who's going to face the first ball. She's only 18 years of age. You've got Tadka, who's almost 17, having a birthday, I think, this month. But I think it's going to be a real fascinating contest. But for me, you know, if you look at the bats on both sides, Erin Vukovic is streets ahead, I think, technically, of anybody else on that field. So for Czechia to have a chance in this one, I think they've got to get her and get her fairly early.
Yeah, it's well, we'll have our first sight of her in women's international T20s.
Got to say, sorry, Danny, but I was going to say, I love the Croatian strip. I think everyone does the kind of the tablecloth.
It's
motif.
so recognisable.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Anyway, here we go with the start of match number 2. First one down the leg side. Won't be given. We have seen some leeway given as far as the wides go. I suppose it's as long as it's consistent for both sides, that's what you want. But yeah, I think the supercomputer might have drunk the Kool-Aid. I'm very surprised with the Croatia being valued so low. But I mean, it probably is part of the thing they haven't played
before, Vinny, technically.
The supercomputer knows those things. This one will be called wide, so it's a little bit too wide of the mark. Yeah, but the supercomputer normally accounts for everything. So it should know who's playing. That one does bounce twice, but second bounces after the crease. Anyway, let's see. Kind of overcast conditions. We're up to 19 degrees now. Kind of eerie conditions a little bit for this one.
Eerie?
Yeah.
That's a good ball.
You don't think so?
I don't know.
Going to get the first run, by the way. Vukovic off the mark.
Why is it eerie? Just
Cloud cover and lack of wind equals eerie.
okay. So
I don't know.
First
I told you I've come from Cyprus, so my senses aren't quite what you'd expect. Anyway, here's Helen Leko, who's going to face her first ball. She just watches it sail harmlessly down the leg side. Got to say, we had a great time in Zagreb last year in Croatia. We had the 2-week European Cricket Series there, and then we had, I think it might have been our first, combined men's and women's ECIs, so where we alternate the games. It's been a real success as well, and we try to do it in as many places as possible.
Yeah, we'll see that in a couple of weeks here with Greece.
Played away, but straight to the field. They won't get a run there. Czechia, also interesting to see how they back up. Obviously, they've had a long day already. Yeah, that first game runs about.
You know what I found out about Gibraltar, though, is that they came in at 4 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, I found that their flight got delayed. So I said, what are you guys going to do now? And most of them just said, sleep.
I don't blame them.
That's a nice pull shot. Once again, finds the fielder. Leko.
That was a highlight for me with the Czechs in the first game was their fielding. I thought that very little got through them. They've got the infield up. In fact, there is a player out, and it's Katka who's out.
She's prowling at deep mid wicket.
Yeah.
This one probably just a little bit too wide of the mark as well. And look, I think it'll be interesting to see what's a good score in this game. I just think there's so much potential in both these two sides, but again, the logistics of, I suppose, practicing and having those facilities available for more of the year are less available compared to, say, the Gibraltar side that do have probably slightly more conducive weather, and obviously they've got that great Europa Point facility available to them.
Weather in Croatia's not bad.
Yeah, depends. I won't tell you about the last weekend these two teams played then.
So one thing that'll be a slight advantage for the Czech side is they play on this pitch week in, week out, and it does play slightly differently. Even though it's playing really well today, it does sometimes keep it a little bit lower, and it's just a slightly different pitch to some of the pitches you see around Europe.
That's pretty solid first over. Czechia still searching for a first wicket in the series, and Croatia 4 without loss after 1.
Yeah, good start from both sides. They'll As you mentioned, Erin Vukasic, sorry, should. It's very important for her at the top of the innings to stay in as long as possible, and of course, he's the class batter in this lineup. But again, we'll see. I think is it the same bowlers in the first over would be Ulmanova, I think, to come in. She bowled pretty well in that game as well against Gibraltar.
Yeah, she sure did, didn't she? Ulmanova picked up a couple of wickets. Really got the ball swinging away from the right-hander.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the kind of hunters a pack mentality, I think, from the Czechs. It's been good in the field today. Here we go with over number 2. The first one's going to be a no ball for off the pitch, and so Vukasic is going to receive a free hit straight away in this second over.
Yeah, let's see what she can do with this one. So, expected to score 87. Don't read anything into that yet. It's so early on. We just don't know how this game's going to unfold. Comes Ulmanova again.
Goes back and punches. Doesn't beat the fielder. Vukasic is very talented. We'll see her bowling as well. I'm sure opening the bowling for Croatia. And again, the fact that she's able to play her club cricket regularly in the UK certainly gives her a little bit of a leg up, I think, on some of the other players that might not get to play so many matches. Certainly not at that kind of level.
Sure.
This one will be a wide again, pitching just inside. Ulmanova, you can see that away movement she gets. Yeah, it's still obviously, you know, her action reminds me a little bit Yanira Blagg in the first time we saw her, beginning of last year.
Mm-hmm.
I think the more she bowls, the better she'll get as well.
Absolutely. Look, there's a lot of potential there. Like there is potential with a lot of these players you see emerging from these sides. She comes in again.
Much better ball. You see that natural kind of away movement she gets. Beats the outside edge of Vukasic.
Yeah, good ball that. It's in the right areas. See, just that nice outswing leaves the batter. Six for no loss. We're into the second.
This one, yeah, it's going to find out leg side for a wide, which is, yeah, I was trying to work out what's like a realistic type target for wides. I think, 1 and over or something like that. And it's still 20. It seems like a lot of runs. But you got to remember these games are twice as long as what we normally see on ECN as well.
True.
So I mean, it's just one of those things I suppose you're going to get from time to time. Here's Joanne in the foreground. Plays the cricket for Austria. Great to see her giving back to the game a bit.
Yeah, it's again, it's a bit of a cricket family around Europe, and it's really good to see. Especially there's a lot of camaraderie with the within the women's game.
Full toss and struck pretty nicely, running away, and that'll be the first boundary for Croatia in T20IW cricket. And it comes off the bat of Erin Vukasic.
Yeah, nice shot. That bit of a freebie, full toss, just slightly overpitched and punished it there.
I do think sometimes, for Erin, she's obviously quite accomplished as a cricketer compared to her surroundings, but also she's only 18 years old.
Yeah.
She's got the captaincy. There's a lot of pressure on her. Okay, what's going to happen to the innings if she gets out? So yeah, I think sometimes it helps to remember that the age of some of the players we're dealing with here. But so far, so good for Erin. He's moved to 5.
I think that's part of the. It's going to be wide as well. I think that's part of the exciting thing about women's cricket in Europe, is that it's kind of like you're going to see these players grow over the years. Men's cricket's a little bit different, I think. We get a lot of players coming in, but as you can see with both these sides, they're mainly either Czech or Croatian born.
Yeah.
And you see them coming up at a young age. I mean, Terka's almost 17. And Erin is 18, so you'll see them grow within the game, and there'll be other younger players coming through as well. It's really exciting.
Definitely, and we talked about the fact, obviously, that there's that Cricket Over Academy here in Czechia, which is putting a lot of work into youngsters. And it's not just kind of basic coaching, it's quite high level coaching they're getting. Technically, it's one thing I will say about Chris is he's spent the time, I go all around the place and really haven't seen too much of a higher standard than that. This is beautifully executed cover drive this time from Vukovic, and that's going to run away for another boundary. And you can see she's a well put together player. She's in perfect position to ease that one all the way along the carpet for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot that. Really good shot. Probably my shot of the day so far. Used her feet well. Let's have a look. It was just slightly over pitched. Used her feet, came across.
Head.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Head position there. I think these days they talk about that a lot. Head went straight towards the ball. It's an interesting piece with Kevin Peterson. He's saying your head's, pound for pound, your head's your heaviest part of your body. So if you can get the head going towards the ball, everything else will follow. That's a really good example from Erin. It's looked good so far. Again, it's control issues. I wonder if Ulmanova, they'll continue with her into another over at this stage, where they might go for another option now that they've had more bowlers actually bowl today. Waits on this one, Vukovic, and plays it out to deep square leg. We'll be happy with just a single. See if Lecco now can get off the mark.
Yeah, again, good field placing by the skipper, putting a sweep around on that leg side boundary. And it looks like, well, at the end of the over, it was...
Had a feeling we might have one to go. There were a few extras in that over, so I guess we'll have to find out.
We'll see.
Got to say the scorers, they've been very, very solid so far. And I'll be on top of this.
Yeah, there's. I think there will be one more to come in that over. Yeah, so that'll be recalled. Long are the days where that gets ignored and put on the score sheet as 5. 5 ball over.
That's true. I mean, it would happen if we did start a new over, then it would have to go down as a 5 ball over. But I think same with the 7 ball over. As long as it's discovered before there's another ball, there's no issue. Anyway,
What happens in a 7 ball over? Is the last ball discarded?
Well, in T20I cricket, it would stand, but in our cricket, in our ECN T10s, we built the regulation that a 7th ball is called dead as long as it's discovered before the start of a new over. So, because there was an incident where there was a 7th ball and area hit for 6 in a low-scoring game, and it just wasn't fair, especially in such a short game. You got to make sure that they get the right amount of deliveries. This is a pretty good ball, actually, and it's a little bit of hesitation, but they get through for a single in the end. And that takes us now to the end of the second over. The score is 19 without loss. Hello to everyone who's watching around the world. I know that I have a lot of viewers from Croatia, so big hello to you. We're looking forward to playing some cricket in Croatia, I think at the start of August, but then also a 2-week European cricket series there, just before the ECC Men's, actually, in September. And it's always great to see our friends from there. As this is the standings, early days, of course. And Gibraltar with a pretty solid 54-run win over Czechia in the opening match. Croatia playing their first match, not only of this series, but ever in official T20IW cricket.
That's been a good start from them as well. 19 off the first, I think, was it?
Yeah, so far, so good. As this one goes down the leg side, I'll have to call that one. I think Turka's had a big workload. I think obviously captaining is a lot in her mind. She's batted for a long time, actually made a really, really decent 23. But yeah, I think she needs to be just a bit out of rhythm with her bowling. I think she's been all right, don't get me wrong, but I think it's she's kind of putting the ball there. I'd like to see her going through and following through. That was a little bit better. Turn around the corner. Vukovic, again, experience, backs up, makes that run easily.
I'll tell you what, that was good backing up there. It's Volfova who cops it on the shins, fielding in that sort of slip area.
Yeah, we see Vukovic just kind of step ahead of the competition at the moment. She wanted that strike. She was prepared to back up, run confidently to get there. Now faces up. Captain versus captain. Not a bad ball outside the off stump. Bit of width though. And well, with a misfield, they should get 2 now. And that's why I did have a question really about the Czech fielding. If they would have that same kind of zest and energy, if you like, that they had first thing this morning. I mean, obviously what are we about? 4 hours, 5 hours they've been at the ground now, and so just after lunch as well. I want to say big thanks to the caterers for the lunch.
No, it's pretty good actually.
You sometimes have a little snoozy period after lunch. So they're going out there to field first. This one is lost down the leg side for another wide.
We do have coffee at the ground, which is great to see, because in the past it's been a bit difficult, but the facilities here have improved every time we've come down, and there is a coffee machine, little coffee machine there for me.
I do appreciate
no one else can use it, it's only mine.
I was going to say, the hardest thing about the coffee machine is working out how to use it. I do appreciate you've made me one already.
I did the same. I asked Venki for help, and then Prakash, the president of Czech Cricket, came along and flicked a lever, and it worked. But I was desperate for a coffee this morning. It's one of those things where you know you want a coffee, but you're not awake enough to be able to make a coffee.
And that's why there's times I've considered just biting into the pod of some of the coffee machines we've run into on the tour. Anyway, that's a nice little flick away as Croatia tick along through this power play.
I wonder if that's going to be a TikTok challenge one day. They had Tide Pods a few years ago.
Don't even bring that up. Again, you can just see, it's interesting that Turco follow through. Sometimes she kind of follows the ball. Have you noticed that? Almost like she sees it's misdirected, wants to go and grab it and bring it back. But yeah, just kind of needs to really hone in on that target.
I would change things from both ends, to be honest. Just the start, I think.
Because you can always bring them back. That's the thing.
Of course.
You can always bring them back.
Yep. Both good bowlers, but just change things a little bit. They need a wicket. They need to get Vukusic, I think. But going about 10 and over at the moment. Very good start here from Croatia, but a few easy runs.
That's more like it. As that's pitched up a bit, and Vukusic knocks it back at her opposite number, but won't get a run. It's the end of 3 overs, and it's 27 without loss.
Yeah, so a good start for the Croatians. But it's been a bit of loose bowling. I think I've been here since earlier in the day, the Czechs, and you can see Terka there with a shoulder, just trying to loosen things up. Maybe the stretches between the games might have been advisable. I'm sure their coaching staff will rectify that as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have the same, same zip so far that we saw from the Czechs early on. And they do make a change straight away. They go for Shaka, but the first one is a little bit off target as well. It'll be a no ball, so free hit coming up.
It'll be Lecco to face it. He's not really gotten going yet.
We've got a bit of a supporting role, I think, more than anything. She has a chance to express herself here. Much better ball that time. Actually gets past Franova, who's taken over the gloves for this game. So there's a tactical change there.
Yeah, interesting to see. I think Pavlichkovic did quite well, but again, trying things out.
Yeah, and I think that's important that you do that as well. Shaka's the younger of the two Koltunova sisters in the side. That one I think's bounced just off the pitch as well, so that's going to be another free hit. Yeah, I wonder what she could do. She is losing a lot of balls to that side, so my obvious suggestion would be start the run up a little bit wider so that you're facing a bit more towards the batter rather than too far outside the off stump. So rather than try and change your mechanics, but that one is a lot straighter, and Vukusic can't do much with it on the free hit. That's probably one of those ones that Erin would wish she'd actually just teed off on it a little bit. Couldn't have been out, so didn't like the idea of having her stumps rearranged either way. Punched away, and it's going to get through the gap. Me touch and go with the boundary. It's going to get there. Couldn't quite put a dive on it there, Ulmanova. And so Vukusic pierces that point region and gets another boundary for Croatia.
Yeah, really nice shot. And just a little bit wide out there. Used her feet well. And did just moved across. Really nice shot from Vukusic. Shaka getting a little bit of movement out. That one just started a little bit wide. When she gets it pretty much pitched on the stumps, it will move outside off stump in the air, as you can see, that she's not being able to control it at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'd even consider, even this is something I wouldn't advise all the time, is maybe you go around the wicket and you give yourself a bit more of a target to aim at. You can kind of then, pretty much you could aim at the batter, and if you're losing it to the left, then it's creating a bit more of a dangerous angle.
She's just definitely starting it too far outside off stump. If she's starting on the stumps like that, that's about right. That's about perfect.
She's getting it right often enough for me to think that she shouldn't have to go around the wicket.
No.
She should try and kind of settle into that kind of mode of operation. But you can see Vukovic, she has a lot of time when she bats to make up her mind, especially if you get a little bit short.
It's another good ball.
Nice little tuck away though from Vukovic, who will get one.
Can you just looking in the distance? I don't know if we've spoken about that. Just to the left, there's a mountain in the distance. Can you see it?
I have seen it before actually.
I'll talk to you about that in a minute, because it's quite an important little bump in the landscape.
Hit away, but Vukovic not that interested in the single, so Leko will remain grounded on 2. Look, I had a few control issues that over, but Shaka not the worst over. Goes for 8, and it's 36 without loss after 4.
Yeah, I think when she got it right on, it was nice. Yeah, there we go. It's called Jeep, and it's basically the holy mountain of the Czech Republic. It's where the two tribes that of Lek and Czech, the two tribes, or the tribe came together, and they Lek went on to Poland and founded Poland, and grandfather Czech founded Czech lands.
Wow.
From that mountain. And it's visible from Prague. It's visible from here. We're still in the outskirts of Prague, but in the middle, the center of Prague, you can still see it. And the closer you get to it, the smaller it gets. It's
really,
it's like a little bump on the landscape, but you can actually see it quite a bit. It looks quite big, but it's really not.
Culturally significant. There. I like this move as well. I've gone for Kshirosagar. So obviously, just feeling that the opening bowlers they were I suppose a bit more effective earlier on. You can always bring it back later. It's just not happening at the moment for them. So trying something else. Kshirosagar, I think, had some good moments in that first innings. Croatia grabbing the lead for the first time in this game.
And another wide. Again, really good decision from Terka, the captain of the Czech Republic, to change bowlers. You're right, it wasn't working. Changed it. Still not working, but at the same time, it's I think it's a really, really positive move.
Well, yeah, you're giving an opportunity for something to click. Just another thing with Rachel Plavichkova not keeping. She is a bowling option that they might want to use at some point. Better ball. Vukovic turns around the corner, but straight to the fielder. So, yeah, I think obviously, it's good captaincy as well from Turka to, I suppose, personally, she'd like to probably persist and see if she can turn things around, but just that kind of maturity to think, okay, well, maybe I've got some other better options for right now, and it's not like I'm not going to bowl again at all. Can always come back later in the innings.
Well, she's the captain. She can put herself on wherever she wants.
That's a nice little kind of standing sweep from Vukovic, running away. We'll get to the rope. Well, Bermuda Triangle, they're coming for all angles, and they're all frustrated. But it's a really nicely executed shot behind square leg from the Croatian skipper. She's been a star so far.
Yeah, batting really well. And just tucked around the corner. Didn't try to hit it too hard. And really good cricket shot. So, what can the Czechs do?
Again, love the effort there. See everyone chasing it. Everyone was about the same chance of chasing it down, which was almost, but not quite.
So 42 off 4.2. Vukovic on 22 off 19. Very well. Nice shot again.
It doesn't beat the fielder though, and this is where I think slightly different than what we've said sometimes, which is look to take on the fielder every time. Vukovic is that important. You don't want to lose her to a run out.
Sure.
So she'll be confident. Okay, if she doesn't get that one away, she'll get another opportunity. This one goes down the leg side. I'll say that one's okay. It's saying basically that it probably would have hit her in her original batting position. You can be the judge of that. Maybe, maybe not. But
I think she did move across a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah. It's a touch and go, but the umpire has been consistent with the leg side wide, so that's the main thing.
this is played away, and it's going to be into the gap, and it's going to be 4. So Vukic wheeling and dealing early on. That brings up the 50 as well. And, well, maybe not. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but certainly puts him within reach of the 50.
Yeah, nice shot. Not too much wrong with the ball. Just weighted on it and just hit it through the leg side, through the gap. There are 2 players on the boundary in that area as well. Just picked that gap beautifully, did Vukic.
She keeps this one out. Respects the good ball. So Chisago with 10 off the over. Not the worst, but Croatia, very solid start for them. Their first ever T20 international women's match. They're 46 without loss after 5.
Yeah, really good start from Croatia. And it is Vukic who's doing the heavy lifting. 26 off 23. Leko just 2 off 10. But the Czechs, they need a wicket, and they know which wicket they want. And that's the one of the skipper, Aaron Vukic. So, what will Tedka do? In fact, I think they'll change the bowling again. Really good thinking.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think you can get a bit stagnant in your plans. And oh well, right on cue. Rachel Pavlichkova is going to bowl. So let's see if she can make a bit of an impact on the first one. Yeah, it goes a little bit wrong. That'll be a no ball. Free hit coming up first up. Can't be easy, by the way, having the gloves on. And then obviously she had a pretty long innings as well. Probably a few nerves around, I'm sure, with the first ball. We do see that from time to time. Let's see if she can get it right from here.
I think, again, in the first game, I think it was pretty disciplined bowling by the Czechs. They just look a bit stiff, if that's anything. So to do with, it's a lovely shot through the covers. That's 4 runs.
That's Leko that time. That's a really good shot. Stepped across. Probably could have taken the wide, but she fancied it and said, all right, free hit, nothing to lose. Sometimes it's just that mindset. And that the fearless nature of facing a free hit, can't get out. The only way you can get out is if you run yourself out, basically.
Absolutely.
And this is great footwork to get across. Good head position as well. Good timing. Finds the gap, finds the boundary.
Yeah, really good shot. And, well, the Czechs, they're not asking any questions at the moment. It's a pretty good ball. Hit on the leg side, no run.
That is the 50. And the 50 partnership, by the way, as well now for Croatia.
Yeah, so 32 off the bat, so you can tell that already after 5 overs there's been about 20 extras, which is just too much at this stage. It's just a little bit tight, a little bit stiff from the Czechs at the moment, as that's really good fielding. And if that were a hit, I think it would have been out. That's a cut go out there. Good slide stop and the throw that came in. Let's have another look. So. And the run, struggling to get there. I think she would have been gone.
Direct hit, I think, would have been gone. Maybe she spotted it wasn't going to hit the stumps, which made her be happy to not necessarily extend as much as she might have otherwise. I think this is going to be a no ball off the pitch as well. So, look, so we're identifying the problem, which is, okay, a few too many extras, or you don't have to be a genius to work that out. Then the question is, well, how do you bowl less of them? I suppose the main thing is kind of practice. Bowling is something that you can practice by yourself as well. It's something that, the more you do, the better you get.
But I think in the first game, I thought that there were wides and there were no balls, but it wasn't a feature. The feature was that the bowling was quite tight. Here, they just look like, it just looks like they've cooled down. They haven't warmed up again.
Yeah,
that's just the.
Now there you go. That's more where she needs to be. And again, the effort's there, but it gets through 2 fielders. I think now they can probably come for a pretty safe 2. They're not going to take it again. A missed opportunity. Again, I often say this: some things in cricket are hard. Quite a lot of things are hard. Some aren't hard. So one of them is just keeping an eye on the ball and looking for that extra run. And it was simply there, but in the end, they'll have to settle for the single. Leko will get to face the last ball of 6 over then. She goes down the ground and won't quite get it out of the screws. But she will survive, and that's the end of the 6th over. Croatia, 54 without loss.
Yeah, fantastic start for Croatia, going at about 9 and over. As we see here, starting on Monday, we have a game between Bohemians, the first winners of the Czech Super Series here quite a few years ago, against Praha Dominators.
Yeah.
The Prague Dominators, their first tournament, so looking forward to seeing them.
There's many ways to say Prague. That's what I've learned. That, because you got and spellings, I suppose. Praha is the Czech way of saying it, right?
Yeah.
Prague is typically the English way of saying it. Then there's like P-R-A-G.
Yeah.
Which
German, I think.
The German way.
Which is Prague.
Yeah, which is
Yeah.
It's all the same thing. But it's interesting that you see. I even was in London. They have a Praha-bia. It was P-R-A-V-H-A. Apparently, the English people keep mispronouncing it if they don't have the V in there, so they call it Prava, which I would call wrong.
Yeah.
That's the Foster's story that I was talking about. So it's the Czech version of Foster's, which no one actually uses. Anyway, this is going to be put away for 2. It's going to be no ball because Kaminkova has actually knocked the bail off, but I do like the quick thinking. She actually tries to put the bail back on as if hopefully no one will notice.
I didn't notice. I could see
I
the
did.
bail on there.
Only because have a look at this.
Yeah.
And then I like this. She's like, oh, okay. What are you talking about? And now she dropped it a second time. So where she's got third time? Yeah, no problem.
Uh-oh.
Now, this next one, again, not quite getting it right so far. So, yeah, again, you couldn't be more of a different strategy than they had earlier when they bowled the openers out 4 overs apiece.
Yeah.
Lost count of how many bowlers we've had so far. It's actually,
Whoa, what went on then? That was a little bit different.
yeah. So that'll be the first legal ball in the over. Again, you got to kind of just.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, that one's going to be a no ball for off pitch and the second bounce. So, yeah, look, it's a tough place to be, especially when it's early in the over. Cricket's one of those games that typically, except in extraordinary circumstances, you don't replace a bowler.
that's
Yeah,
better.
that's better. Again, I wish there was a kind of a magic secret to how to achieve consistency. But I suppose it's just it can't be done in the short term, especially when you're under the pressure of being in a televised game. But anyway, that was a much better ball. You'd imagine the more you bowl, the better you'll get. That's why I think early on in spells is a bit of a danger time. Now this is in the air and gone. Well, there you go. Kaminkova comes up with the wicket and Pavlichkova without the gloves, but she does the job anyway. Leko play some nice shots in her 7, but she'll be the first to go. And Czechia finally make the breakthrough. The strategy of change is effective in the end, and it's 60 for 1.
Absolutely. She was looking for the car park and just got that top edge, and a neat catch taken there. Great stuff from Pavlichkova. So first wicket goes down, 60 for 1. Still in the 7th over, so still well on top of Croatia.
Helen's a real inspirational figure in Croatian cricket as well. She'll be disappointed to get out this stage, but I mean, she does take part in that opening stand of 60, so she leaves her team in pretty good shape. She'll get a good ovation from her teammates as well. But yeah, time to see the number 3, and I think this is Lydia Kravaric, who is going to come in at first drop.
By the way, we talked about dominators. Phil G in the chat, keep an eye on Praha Dominators. They'll make an impact on the ECS. In what way, we don't know. They're playing Bohemians, who are, again, a little unpredictable. Fiery customers from the Bohemians. A very good side, though. And that'll be the first game of Monday morning, which will be great.
I want to think.
I thought it bounced twice.
Yeah.
Letting
that one slide.
It's down leg side, it to the fielder, goes through it, 4. And it's Anushri out there who can't get down to it. Was hit pretty firmly.
Okay, she's in a bit off the boundary as well, but it was hit really well, wasn't it? Yeah. It's been such a huge variation in what Jan has delivered so far. Just even in the approach. This one, I think, well, it's not a no ball because it's definitely bounced second time after the line. So I think this will be okay. And that'll be the end of the over. Hey, we've seen plenty of overs going for a lot more than that on ECN. Only 10 off that one in the end, 64 for 1 after 7.
And a wicket from it as well. The one they want is Vukusic. If they're going to stem the runs, that's the wicket they really need, the Czechs. I don't think they've bowled well at all, but Vukusic has batted very well. As you can see, already 21 no balls and wides in the first 7 overs. It's
so it's 3 and over. So I think 1 and over is a great target. I think for all of these teams to get to. And I suppose Gibraltar kind of achieved that last time. I still think they'd be hopeful that they could do a bit less because their bowlers are probably a little bit ahead of where the Croatian and the Czech teams are at the moment. But anyway, we're going to see Kuncheva in over number 8 now. That's going to start with the boundary. And it's a really nice bit of ball striking again. I mean, Vukovic has gotten through this first period. She's had a look at a lot of the bowls. I think she's licking her lips at the prospect of a big score here. And right now, it's looking very, very dangerous for the home side.
Yeah, they need that breakthrough. Of course, they had the breakthrough with Lecco going in the previous over, but yeah, as you mentioned before, Aaron Vukusic, the skipper, class batting in this lineup.
I'll tell you something interesting in a moment. First is Kuncheva. Nice straight bat shot here. Well fielded out there. Keeps in front of it. Just a single. But yeah, how a lot of these teams are, I suppose, constructed. A lot of the Czech team has come through the junior system. Not all, but quite a lot. And are still in the junior system for that matter. Well, hit up in the air. Won't quite carry. Just Kvaric straight away. Takes off for the single. Makes it fairly easily in the end. Kamikova took a good catch earlier, but not able to stop that one too cleanly. But a lot of the Croatian sides, their partners play in the Croatian competition. And Croatia's a handful of teams there. I've had 3 European cricket series there in Croatia. Turn around the corner this time by Vukusic. It's going to get through one fielder. Again, chance of a second run if they turn straight away. These two seem to be running pretty hard between the wickets. Yeah, so it's just interesting also, and you can kind of see that with the average age of the Croatian side is a bit older than the Czech side, but I still think there's a fairly similar level of experience in both the two sides.
Yep. Look, there's a few things that have changed from the first game, and we'll see. The next ball by Kuntsova, just down the leg side, tucked around the corner, go to the fielder, just a single. Firstly, the bowling hasn't been as tight. As I said, they look a bit stiff, and looks like they're just not really warmed up, maybe physically as well as mentally for this game. Secondly, if you look at the fielding hasn't been as tight. There's been a few that have gotten through. This one is hit in the air. Should just be a single.
That'll be the end of the over there. It'll be 74 for 1.
Have a look at the field, where the field is. Against Gibraltar, they had the majority of fielders within the 30-metre circle for the whole innings against a very good side in Gibraltar. Here, the field is spread. Now, it's to do with Vukusic. She's 30 out of 35, hitting the ball nicely, and also to do with the bowling. Now, that means that the pressure, you're reducing the pressure on the batting team as well. So it's one of those things. What do you do? And they've already used 7 bowlers.
7 out of 8.
Yeah. And all of them, I think they, apart from Kolsunov up top, who only bowled 2, there's a couple with 8s and then a few with 10s and Ulmanova with 15. So it's a difficult situation for the skipper to be able to judge what to do.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, we've got Shirasaga coming back, and it's just slightly uppish. Yes, I kind of get what you're saying. I'd say, in a way, it's a bit like a car. Like, all bits of it need to work for it to function. So, the bowling has to be reliable. Obviously, they kind of have the same field for both these two, and Vukusic is the one that's kind of really established that she's able to pierce the field. So I can understand them maybe having a couple further back for her, but Kvarac still fairly new to the crease. You want to try and keep her on strike as much as possible. Don't give it that easy one.
I think you're right.
That's a nice shot, though, by Vukovic through the offside. That's running away up the hill, but it will get to the rope. She moves into the 40s. It's been the innings of the day so far in the CE Cup.
Yeah, it's been really good. But I agree with you. I think there's you could bring the field in for Kovacic and back for Vukovic just to see if you can sort of starve her of the strike a little bit, because something has to be done for the Czechs to remain in this game, because it's looking very good for the Croatians.
And that's the thing. Vukovic now, she knows she can just push and get the easy one. And Kvarac has been a pretty reliable partner for her so far.
Yeah.
And so Vukovic at the moment, she's up, she's ticking, she's in rhythm. So the last thing she wants is spend long periods at the non-striker's end.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a reason I think Lydia's been given this responsibility to number 3 spot. And I think she's playing her role well so far.
Yeah, she is. And, well, 80 for 1, going just under 10 and over the Croatians.
Yeah, nice, yeah, flicked away nicely, and again, confident enough to go with a hit, put pressure on the fielder. So Kvarac, she's not just a bit part player here. She's obviously capable of attacking herself. And geez, this run rate at the moment, it's right up there with the top run rates we've seen in the day so far. Off the pad, but took a bit of a deflection. Not held anyway, behind the stumps by front of her.
Yeah, it's a pretty good over so far. What was that boundary? Well, it was more through a good shot than bad bowling. But a little bit tighter here from the Czech bowlers. Again, not a bad ball. It'll be foot fielded out there. And for the second, never on.
That'll be the end of the over. And it's 82 for 1. Keep my eyes on what's happening in Cyprus. Got the final there of the European Cricket Series. And Sri Lankan Lions hoping to defend their trophy that they won in January. Well, they've certainly done their bit with the bat. 100 from Kalagala has taken them to 183 off their 10 overs. So that's a huge score, especially in a final. Let's see if Sri Punjab can respond with something.
Well, it is the fastest ground in the world, though, isn't it, Vinny?
It's like, I said, when they do have the salt plains, like the world land speed record.
Yeah.
That's the kind of outfield which Cyprus is. But it's not, the scary thing is it's not like it's completely flat without any bad bounces either. So I actually think it might be one of the more difficult fields in world cricket to field on.
So helmets and boxes all round?
It's the only place I think I'd wear a box, even if I was fielding it long on or long off. Trust me, because I was behind him a couple of times. Anyway, Shaka is going to bowl over number 10.
Yeah, good move bringing Shaka back on. She comes in, bowling to Vukovic, just turned around the corner. Bit of confusion.
I think they'll get away with it in the end, but that probably looks the most likely way that they'll lose a wicket at the moment if there is some sort of misunderstanding. It's almost like they couldn't decide where they're going, where they're not. In the end, Lydia scrambles home.
It's a decent delivery outside off stump from Shaka.
Definitely you'd say she's bowled one side of the wicket. It's just that sometimes it's been too wide, other times it's been in that good channel.
Yeah, she's as mentioned before, she needs to start it pretty straight. There's a natural outswing to her bowling. That one's a bit too straight.
I mean, I've just jinxed it, so I'm just going to time myself out for 300 seconds, I think, after that. But she hasn't even looked like putting one down next side for a long time.
So, can the Czechs get these wickets? Kovacic looking okay. This one's down leg, nicely flicked and through the fielder. Again, I think earlier in the day that would have been stopped. It's 4 runs, but earlier in the day I think it would have been stopped. It's just I don't know, something about this Czech team this afternoon. It's not quite the same as what it was against Gibraltar this morning.
I think, yeah, the fact that Croatia, obviously keen as mustard their first game, they were out there warming up, and Croatians, or the Czechs I should say, they were more, I suppose, in recovery from the 3 hours plus of over the first game. But there's a different energy about these two teams right now. It's almost like the Czechs are hoping for a wicket than really being able to create one of their own. Their own doing.
I think if people have played cricket, they know that sometimes happens, where it doesn't matter what you throw at a team, they'll just keep on plugging away, and making a breakthrough seems kind of impossible. But that's what can change very quickly in cricket. You never know. You could have a 5-wicket collapse in the next 3 overs. Not that I'm predicting it, but
no, genuinely, if you can get the wicket, particularly Vukic and Croatia, obviously looking pretty good there at the crease as well. But it's the same thing. If you can get a couple of wickets, you could fall off a cliff pretty quickly. And right now, it's just kind of falling off the wagon for the Czechs, who give up an overthrow there in addition.
Again, good awareness from the Croatians, moving up towards that 100 mark, and almost at the middle of this game, of this first innings, I should say. And Croatia well on top.
Last ball of the 10th. Pretty straight one, but a little bit short. And I'll test the outfielder. Well done down there. And now they're going to take one on the arm. So again, that's aggressive running. Well judged too. Croatia looking up for the fight here against the hosts. It's 93 for 1 after 10 as we hit the halfway point of this innings. The players will stop for a quick drink. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo on Peacock Friday. Got Danny here to check with me. Great to have you back as well. And look, Croatia, their first ever T20 international, and led by their captain, they've made a really strong showing through the first half of this innings.
Absolutely. It's been a fantastic start for them, and yeah, Vukic is definitely the class act in this side so far, but has had good backup. As I said, I don't think the Czechs are as sharp as what they were this morning against Gibraltar. But the Croats really up for a good performance.
I know it's short form cricket, but it is kind of a marathon, not a sprint, when you consider they've got 3 long days of cricket.
Yeah.
These 3 teams, they're a real kind of test of where they're at. And I think we mentioned with Gibraltar, obviously they've got the afternoon off to maybe catch up on some rest after their flight was a little bit late getting into Prague this morning. But I think they really impressed me. But again, last time I saw them, they were nowhere near quite the standard that they are now. Just speaking to Samir Nayak, their coach as well, he said he's put a lot of time with a lot of those players individually. I suppose they got the benefit of kind of more of these one-on-one sessions.
Sure.
This is also one of the debates about coaching at this level. How many, if you have a team session, you can't really get too much one-on-one time. So I know in Estonia they've got a bit of a strategy where they've been trying to do more one-on-one coaching sessions, whether it's half an hour, but you're just working that one player. And I think it's actually quite a smart strategy. We actually get to see the Estonian women's team tomorrow in the ECIs in Cyprus, and the men's Cyprus and Estonian teams as well. Also, we'll get to see Cyprus women on the network for the first time tomorrow as well, which is really exciting to see another women's national side represented.
It'll be interesting to see, like over the years, with more coverage for women's cricket, the improvement. And you mentioned the improvement in the team of Gibraltar, but to see where Cyprus will be next year, or in 2 years, or where the Czech team will be in a couple of years, and you'll be able to compare the two. I think that's the big improvement with the men's team. The tactics is changing, things are changing, but not as quickly as they are with the women's format.
Yeah.
So,
And you mentioned even how the backgrounds of who's in the side in the women's game is very different. I think you see it not only in Europe, but in other emerging countries like South America. For example, somewhere like Brazil, where the women's team streets ahead of where the men's side is at the moment. Argentina is another good example of that. But yeah, I mean, no matter what level of the game you're at, you can always learn. And no matter what level of the game you're at, sometimes you're playing well and sometimes you're not. And I think this Czech side, I think they did play well in the first match, especially in the first innings. This time, you can just tell they're a little bit flat, need to find something. This is a good chance to see who'll step up in this situation. Because as you said, any cricketer will know there's sometimes that you just find the game going against you. It seems like no matter what you try, nothing's really working. So I wonder if one of them can pull off a moment of brilliance, for example, if you can run out of Vukic or take a blinder of a catch or something like that, or bowl an incredible delivery, then maybe you can turn the game. And I will say, we're only 10 overs into potentially a 40-over contest here. So, a lot can change. And we've seen that. We don't try and call things too early here on
I'm
ECN.
not calling things too early. I've done that before and suffered the consequences.
We won't get a golden ball from you because this will be a super over if we have a tie in the CE Cup.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to doing the ECS with you, of course, starting on Monday. And it's between you and Nish, you're both kind of golden ball magnets.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of people saying if you guys would do a game together.
Every golden ball, every game.
So I think we're up to 63 golden balls. We had 2 actually last week in Cyprus as well, and some really good ones. We also had our first time we had a wide and a no ball off a golden ball, which bang, presto, the game was gone. So won't get that here, but there's been a lot of ties in cricket recently. World Cup, obviously USA beating Pakistan in a super over. It's pretty exciting.
That was very exciting.
I mean, I'd love to get a tie here in the CE Cup, but yeah. We'll see. We've got 6 opportunities. Well, I guess we've got 5 starting now. Let's go back to the middle then as we get ready for the start of the 11th over. And yeah, the Czechs just searching for that moment, I suppose, to try and break this partnership. I think it's going to be Erika Kunchova to bowl. And yeah, right now, it is a real kind of team effort, I think. Even though Vukasic obviously a bit more experienced, I think, and able to play a wider range of strokes. I think that Lydia's also been really good at turning the strike over. And then, when she gets the ball that she feels like she can hit, she's really going after it. So I like she's not being passive. And this is what I said when Gibraltar were batting this morning, that they were squeezing every possible run out of the innings. Now I think it's something that the Czech batting could learn a lot from. And they'll get another chance in the second half of this game. Anyway, here's Erika. Pretty good ball first up. So yeah, it's just a matter of how many times in the over can you reproduce that kind of delivery. That was a good start, but Vukasic will get the strike back on 49 on her T20 international debut.
Yeah, she's been very good. Very, very good. And it definitely deserves this 50.
We haven't had a 50 yet, although we went close in the last game. And that will be the 50 for Erin Vukasic. What a fantastic start to her T20 international career. And she brings it up off 43 balls, so she's also scored at a good rate. And I will say that we're only about halfway through this innings. And she gets a warm reception from her teammates here at the Vinhos Cricket Ground.
I don't know if she knows, actually.
Well, she might have to be tapped on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Kramaric is going to whip this away with a fair bit of time, and that's going to race to the boundary. So, as we said, she's been particularly strong at pouncing on balls that she feels are in her zone. She's very good off her pads, and she's able to get 4 more on the scoreboard.
Yeah, lovely shot that, and again, just a little bit too straight from the bowler. Let's have another look. Right onto it. That was a pretty good delivery, just a bit down leg side, and then through the heading zone. Picked the gap beautifully. Great shot.
Really good timing as well, wasn't it?
Almost 100 up there for Croatia too.
Been a really fruitful partnership between these two.
So, yeah, Czechs have to pull something out of somewhere. They need a big wicket.
Another one that's slightly angling in. Hasn't been the worst over so far, I've got to say, from Konchova as well. It's one thing as well, you don't mind. Look, if the batters are able to play some good shots off you, you go for runs, that's one thing. But when you give them runs, essentially, through extras, then you feel a bit more frustrated, I think. There is the 100 up now for Croatia. Bring it up in this 11th over. Now this is hit with some power. And a nice bit of outfielding down there. That's Shaka Kulchanova that is able to make that stop. That ball was racing away. But
Yeah,
good running. They're able to still get 2.
Yeah, hands are stinging down there. She's it's good fielding.
You've got to be brave. This is cricket and the ball's hard. She did really well to make that stop. Could easily have seen that bursting through another fielder. Vukasic, they should get the wide. She'll be frustrated. She can't put that away. There's a huge gap down the hill to the. Are they cornfields at the moment? What are they planting over there?
It's barley, or I think barley or wheat. I'm not quite sure. It is pretty tightly planted though. Don't think it's corn. I think it might be barley.
At times she resists the urge to get in a tangle.
You know what barley makes?
Beer.
Beer and whiskey.
Interesting you
So-
bring that up. Let's not get too early into food chat, which in
Okay.
Prague can sometimes take a long time because it quickly becomes beer chat.
It does. Not a bad ball.
Yeah, I think it's been a pretty good over. I think all things considered. Okay, a couple lost down the leg side, but there's also been some challenging deliveries in there.
So at the end of 11, Croatia are 105 for 1. Expected score about 180. You have to think that's pretty much spot on, especially if these two can stay in.
Yeah, I mean, it's the rate they're going at the moment. They're going at 180's pace. And yeah, now I'd be tempted to kind of go back to Terka or, one of your bowlers that you feel is the most capable of breaking this partnership. I think Terka, she took a forfeit against Austria earlier in the week. And
Well, she's still wicketless, I think, in this in this series. They're going to turn to Pavlichkova, the keeper from the last game. They need to make something happen, and with the field spread, it's pretty easy going for the Croatians at the moment. There's no real pressure in the field. Relying on a mistake more than anything.
yeah, well, that's the thing. But then sometimes you've got to kind of create a mistake. You've got to put the ball in the right spot in the first place.
That's it.
Pavlichkova has been inconsistent, has shown flashes of, I think, what she'd like to do.
Mhm.
Not too far off the mark here. Just a few balls just drifting onto the pads. Otherwise, I think are a good length.
Mhm.
So it's trying to get the length and the line right at the same time.
Just a quick one. This is just with the Croatian kit.
Yeah.
Now, the balls are white, and that sort of mottled the checkerboard pattern with white and red. Do you think that would be necessarily legal?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I know there are sometimes limits on the amount of white you can have in your kit. I know in the IPL it was a big talking point. It's, I don't know. I'd hate to see it disappear though.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's a matter of just you need to limit it to maybe on the back or something like that.
Mhm.
I guess we'll find out. This is a
Oh,
thick outside edge, just going to spin away from the field. It's a really good pursuit from Volfova. He'll hurl it in. Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, originally when they played World Series cricket with white balls, they actually still played with white clothes.
oh, okay.
Originally. So, I mean, yes.
And they played with a white ball.
Yeah, originally.
Huh.
And some of the white balls, they didn't even make white cricket balls back then. I think they were like hockey balls they used with no seam and stuff. It's actually crazy when you hear about it. That's a really nice on drive. Katka's got a bit of a chase. She'll dive in despair. That's going to be 4. And Lydia really contributing. And just look at her strike rate as well. She's actually scoring quicker than Erin Vukasic. And that's a quite an extraordinary shot. She's able to go fetch it from almost off the surface, but punch it through mid-on for 4.
Yeah, look. Katka out there's walking a bit gingerly. I hope she's okay. I think that knee's dug in a bit.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? She comes from a height, Katka, when she's diving. Yeah, I'll tell you a bit about the white ball history in a minute. I know there's a movie, I think it's called How's That? Kerry Packer's War on Cricket, and it was all about the World Series cricket and how apparently they went out there and they just tried a whole different, they weren't even cricket balls, but went out in the lights and said, all right, here's a yellow one, what does this look like? Here's an orange one, here's a white one. Eventually they settled on the white. Down leg side ends up actually swinging back enough to hit the pad of Kmaric. And it's a polite inquiry, but umpire Joanne says no. That's going to be the end of the over, though. That's 113 for 1 after 12.
Yeah. So, yeah, the World Series cricket was very interesting at the time. I remember it pretty clearly. Going to watch all those great players. Probably a little bit. Well, I think the first games they couldn't play on the grounds. They played at
Sydney
the
Showground.
Yep,
They played
yep.
Gloucester Park, which is across the road from the Wacker in Perth, which is actually a racetrack. VFL Park in Melbourne. And not just that, they had trouble kind of getting people to go originally. It was a while. Definitely recommend that movie if you're looking up. So quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. Hopefully you're well. A lot of people congratulating Erin on her first ever T20I50.
I like Jake Stewart in the chat. Hello to Mr. Danny and his guest commentator, whoever he is.
You're the Prince of Prague. So now no one's really gone after this. So they're going to settle for 2, I think, in the end. Yes, Jacob, hello. Hopefully you're well. No, I'm always excited to be back here, Danny. I'm happy to work with you wherever, but it's always something a bit special here. I can feel your connection to the city. I've got to say, it's rubbed off on me a lot. Since the first time in 2021, you gave me the walking tour.
Mm-hmm.
Fell in love with Prague.
That's a great place.
Especially the weird naked baby statues. Anyway.
There's not just one.
Yeah, statues.
There's the ones all over the TV tower.
Yeah.
With the mutant faces.
And is it true, you told me this, that I just regurgitate your own facts to you, but Zhizkov has the kind of highest concentration of bars of anywhere in the world?
I think, that's what Zhizkov say. But literally, you can go to a pub and then walk next door to another one. It's that kind of place. And there are a lot of hidden pubs as well. So it is a pretty nice place to go. It did have a
bit of a slow/no response there from Vukic. Caught napping for a second, but she was sure she'd get through for a single, and I guess she was right in the end.
It did have Zhizkov had the reputation of dirty Zhizkov, and it was kind of like the sketchy part of town. And even now, older Czech people are like, oh, don't go to Zhizkov, but it's fine. It's a good place to live. Actually, as are a lot of places around that area. Sort of inner city suburb.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It's very vibrant, I would say. And a mix of places, more of that kind of traditional Czech places and a few kind of American style sports bars.
Yeah.
Wings places. Some of the best names of places I've seen are here, such as Cheese's Crust.
Oh, Cheese's Crust, yeah.
How would you describe the food there? Cheesy.
Cheesy. It's good. It's American barbecue, I guess. There used to be a place, and I think, I don't know if it's around anymore. It was in Zhizkov. This is, can we call it no ball, called Schnitzel King, which I thought was great.
Oh, that's good. I've actually heard of another play on the word schnitzel. It basically has the first half of the word schnitzel, and then the second half of the word is house. That's a famous place actually as well.
There's another barbecue place that's famous for it's well known for its smash burgers, and I can't really say the name on air, but the first word is fat and the second word starts with F, and that's the name. Like
I get where you're going with it.
Yeah, but that's an actual place. I don't know how they like it's the Czech Republic, so I don't know how they got the naming right. I don't think it could be. Well, it's a nice shot down for 4 runs. Behind square, Vukic, who's on to 59. Very well hit there. I don't think you could have that in an English-speaking city. I don't think.
There's a few things you can get away with when English isn't the first language. I know that.
Yeah, but it's spelled correctly as well, which is good.
I have actually. I've seen that one. It popped
we
up
might
when
have
we
to
looked.
go there. We might have to go there while you're here, Vinny. I think it deserves a visit.
Definitely interested. Kucheva bowls pretty good ball here. Vukic moved to 60 though. If we're on century watch, I don't want to jinx anyone, but she'd want to be going about 5 runs for every over bowled in the innings. So by the end of the 13th, she'd like to be on about 65. We saw earlier, didn't we? Nikki Caruana stranded, if you want to call it that, 49 not out. But,
How many centuries have there been in women's cricket?
Well, I know Rebecca Blake scored a monster one in Romania. Again, she's UK based. This hit straight to the fielder. Well, one's run, one hasn't. And if that had hit, I think it would have been out. Vukic has a close call. But the throw was ever so slightly away from the target.
It's a good piece of fielding. And, that would have been a big wicket.
Now walks at it, hits, runs, forces the misfield. Can chance of 2 there. Again, just a little fundamental thing between the wickets. These two run pretty well, but watch your partner. Get a sense of where the ball is, but watch your partner. And that way, if your partner runs, you run. If not, you don't. There's a couple of misunderstandings, I think, creeping in, but that is the end of the 13th over. It's 128 for 1.
Yeah, really good batting here from these two. Vukovic on 60 or 52, but Kavaric also really a top innings, 28 off 21. It's well, not really going for the Czechs in this game. Have a look at the standings. Gibraltar with a good win over the Czechs in the first game. Croatia, their first game ever of T20Is. And they're looking very promising to get over the Czechs here as well. So, and still, these teams will play each other twice.
Yeah, they will. And for example, obviously this looks like a bit of a mauling at the moment by Croatia, but just think about, if Czechia had been able to remove the top 3 pretty quickly, and they do have the bowling to be able to do that, how this game could have gone very differently. So I think it's kind of nice that each of the teams will get to have a rematch, if you like.
Yeah.
Here's over number 14, and that captain will be brought back. Terka loses the first one down the leg side. I think first time she's bowled from that far end.
Yeah, it has been, and there's been a bit of a difference. You've seen, I think she's shifted her bowlers around in the first game quite well. Here it's a bit of almost like a little act of desperation as to who to throw the ball to. But she's come back and leading by example. And that one's going to be another wide. Just, again, like the rest of the Czech team, looking a bit stiff, I think.
And frustrated, I think, because she knows she hasn't quite bowled to her potential in this game. And you just kind of sense that. But he takes one ball to turn things around. That's a much better ball. No, it will be pulled away. And a slight fumble out there. Does still keep it to 1.
I think the Czech team have only got one game tomorrow, so a little bit of a rest. So it'll be I think it'll be a good one to be able to reflect on. Today.
It's invaluable, I think, to get that reflection time and actually use the videotape to show a few things to the players as well. It's a nice pull shot running through the kind of wide mid-on region. I think the running has been a real interesting feature to watch today. Some teams and some players have done it better than others. It's made a huge difference.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Kavaric moving on to 30, 133 for 1 now. Going at, again, just about that 10 and over. It's down leg side.
She loves that shot though, doesn't she, Lydia? Again, she's going to hit into open space. Well, has to be convinced to run the 2. Maybe trying to suck in a few deep breaths, but there's always going to be 2 there.
Yeah, that's again, she loves that area, very strong. Got a lot of runs in that sort of square leg area, but is waiting on the ball very nicely. Not trying to overhit it. There's another one around that area as well.
Another beautiful pull shot. More running. And this will be stopped just inside. Pretty good relay throw there as well. Keep that to 2.
Yeah, but another 2 from that ball. And Terka is just not happening for her at the moment with the ball. The Czech skipper. Maybe a better delivery. Again, hit through the covers this time.
Now they've spread the field. There's just open spaces all around the place.
Yeah, it's a bit too easy, isn't it, Vinny?
Yeah, but they've made it easy, haven't they, Croatia? They've batted well. I won't say broken their spirit. They certainly kind of dented the confidence of the Czech side. Just the 1 wicket so far. Kavaric has come in to be more than a bit player. She's batted really, really well. And you can see they've got that fearless approach at the moment, don't they, these two? They've got the double click, I call it, that each one of the batters is batting outstandingly. And so, they're less scared of getting out knowing the other one's there as well. So they can really afford to go for most things now. At the end of 14 overs, the score is 140 for 1. So that's 10 and over pace. Potentially, they could keep this up. You're looking at a 200 score here in match 2.
Yeah, this is fantastic batting from the Croatian women, and there's just no answer at the moment from the Czechs. as we see drinks come on for the batters.
Well, I think because Lydia, I think the word is she's dying out there. I could just tell from some of the twos. She had to be kind of cajoled into it. So here come the liquids. People don't realise this. And okay, yeah, it's only, 19 degrees. So it's not quite the 40 plus we've had in Cyprus. But especially because you are actually running a lot harder with the field slightly bigger.
Sure.
And so hustling those ones, twos. Obviously, the fielding team's trying to get through their overs as quick as possible as well. So you don't have too much recovery time. I know from like batting through the middle of some T20 innings that, yeah, what you don't see on TV is that you get, especially with spinners bowling and being really quick to reel in and bowl, it's almost like you feel like you're on some sort of beep test at some point. Especially if you're doing the right thing, trying to kind of run the first one hard regardless, looking for a second rather than just kind of trotting a one. So I think a well-deserved drink there for these two, who came together with the wicket of Helen Lacko, who was caught for 7. It was 64 at this stage. These two have put on 80, and they've done it in just 7.5 overs.
Hey, Dave. How you doing? Good to see Dave in the chat.
Yeah, hi, Dave. Hopefully you're well. I think they're still going in Cyprus, though, although it does look to me that Sri Lankan Lions seem to have shut the gate on Sherry Punjab. Sri Lankan Lions look like they'll go back-to-back with 2 ECS trophies in 2024. Kilu Kalagala actually scored the first century of the season, and now he scored the 80th century of the season. We're up to, 80 centuries. You know, last year there were 58 centuries. The year before, there were 13.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
It is. There's been a distinctive change in approach, I think, in the game in T10 as players have adapted and moulded to the format. It just seems to be, the scores are ridiculous now of 10 overs, where you look at the first couple of seasons and probably 120 would have been a really good score.
Remember the 222 VOC Rotterdam got in the first ECL in the final? They got 222. And we're like, that's crazy. And it was. Yes, it's a pretty good ball from Shaka, but worked down the ground for a single. That's now, I think, 10th. And when we have one more score over that, it'll drop out of the top 10 scores list, highest scores list, which I think's nuts. I think now we've had 42 scores over 200. But I remember for a long time, that 222, for example, it's like, I think Badalona Shaheen got this 229, and we're like, oh, that's crazy. But there was a time, I think around November, like Barcelona in November 2022. Since then, scores in ECS cricket and ECN cricket in general have just been exploding. So I suppose why now you see something, obviously the level we're seeing here, where you're not quite going at that destructive pace. Also, the dynamics are different in T20 cricket with the fields, with the positionings, the tactics. But yeah, it's
so. What's the main factor, do you think, Vinny? Is it?
I'll tell you what I think in a minute. But one of the main factors is the grizzly ball. I think flies further, and it's not all to do with that. But I think it's kind of that, and just the approach. The approach as well. I think batters are finding ways to score quickly, but with less risk.
Yeah.
So making smarter choices, but they still have big payoffs. So yeah, it's been interesting. I mean, Cyprus has had a whole bunch of centuries. Estonia did. Spain obviously normally has a few as well in Barcelona. This is hit up slightly in the air, but into the gap. Again, they're going to turn for 2 pretty comfortably. I might think of a third here. Probably would have gotten away with it, but...
Don't think Kavarovic was interested.
No. Again, she's a bit better after a drink, I hope. But yeah, just looking at century watch, I don't think she's had a lot of the strike, actually, Aaron, in the second half. But hey, doesn't really matter. It's a team game. These two are building a really good partnership. I think I'd consider just opening with these two. I know that Helen played a bit of a role early. It's not to minimise her contribution, but I just think they seem to work so well together. So why wait to bring them? That's a nice whip away. Lydia's played that shot brilliantly so far.
Oh. Happened in a bit of slow motion from Shaka, but there was again, bit of confusion. Let's have another look at this.
Turning for 2. It was never there. Never went too far out of the crease, did she? But yeah, Shaka was pretty quick to improvise, get those bails off. That'll be the end of the over. That's 15 down, and it's 147 for 1. This is what's coming up tomorrow. with Gibraltar opening up against Croatia. That'll be a really interesting game. Those two teams haven't met yet. And then Czechia, Croatia in the afternoon. So the game you're seeing right here is once again the afternoon game. It's an hour earlier start tomorrow as well. So that's 8 a.m. GMT, 10 o'clock in Central Europe, and 1:30 p.m. in India. Join us for more ECN CE Cup T20IW cricket live from Prague.
These will be very interesting games. And Croatia will be in the same situation as the Czechs are here, where they would have the cool down period, lunch, and then we'll see what Croatia are made of, I think, in that second game. But also, it should be a very, very good game between Gibraltar and Croatia. So with Vukusic there, she can continue the form she's in today, and same as with Lydia. I think they'll give Gibraltar a good run for their money. Depends how much depth they have as well if they lose wickets.
Yeah, that's an open question. Anyway,
we'll see tomorrow.
Lydia finds her way into the 40s. This is up, it's in the air, and it's just out of the grasp of Terka Koltanova. That would have been an incredible catch if she'd be able to pull that off. Instead, Lydia moves to 44. The other thing is, we haven't seen a 6 yet. We will see a 6 this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Who's going to hit it?
Katka.
You think?
Well, she came good for me last time in Croatia. But there's probably a couple of prospects. Not so easy with the field dimensions here compared to, for example, ECIW cricket. We're a bit like ECI cricket compared to T20 cricket. It's a bit different. This is in the air, and it's going to be dropped. Kvaranch offers another opportunity this time. It's a little bit more possible. And Terka coming forward. Can't quite get the hands in the right position.
Yeah, I think she'll be disappointed with that, but it's been a long day. It hasn't really gone for her or the Czechs in this game. Things going slightly out of hand. That one, again, not the easiest of catches, but probably should have been taken at this level. 150 up for Croatia. Big score.
Now, slightly short. Put away into the leg side. Yeah, with that catch, and that's one that I know it's quite fun practice to do as well, is how to practice your diving. There's some ways you can do it with gym mats and things like that. It doesn't have to be a cricket ball, but just organising the mechanics of diving and being comfortable taking the ball and then having your body hit the ground. Spoils are wide here. It was a very wild one to get bat on. Yeah, so that's something that I know when I used to coach youngsters, they always loved that. Often it would be the last coaching session of the year. We get out the gym mats or the inflatable beds, they were the other ones, and say, look, you have to dive. And once you come to a softer surface, you're more comfortable doing it on the ground. Or will be called a wide.
Dave's in the chat and just everything's happening. It's, hey, everyone.
Yeah.
And yeah, the dogs are doing fine. They're going to go on a bit of a holiday for a couple of weeks.
Are they?
Well, yeah, I think it's unfair.
I thought you meant like to Dubai or something. No, they're staying in Prague.
So, chance.
Oh, that was the chance, wasn't it? Just couldn't get behind it in the end. You know, one of the things as a keeper, and you know, there's a lot of difficult things about keeping, but to know when you've got time and when you don't. And this is one that she could have afforded to take one more step, I think, to get across and try and get behind the ball a bit more. The throw, to be fair, wasn't particularly straight. Vukusic seems golden at the moment. She's 64 and counting. Now she's going to hit this one very hard and set a task for the fielder. Gets a bit of a Tortuga out there, doesn't she, Shaka? And that's going to blast through for 4 into the bushes. So Heron has a close call, but then cashes in with the boundary. It's 157 for 1 after 16.
Going back to the dogs.
Yeah, where are they going? Like,
so they're going to
Friends
Sheraton. No, Friends Place. Like you said, Dubai. Talia is from Dubai.
That's why I
asked.
Not
she'll be going home for a bit. No, her foster mum's coming over for a few days to visit a friend.
Ah, beautiful.
And she'll be staying at the foster mum's parents' place, who are good friends of mine. So they've got a garden. They've got another dog who's also from Dubai. So yeah, they'll have a great time. And they love them there. So, but it's unfair keeping them at home while I'm out here. I could bring Oki by herself; she'd be great. But Talia takes her job too seriously.
Yeah, the security dog. No, but they're always great to see. I see them out and about in the town sometimes.
Yeah,
We've gone out with them a few times. So 46 to Kovac as she'll get to face up here in the 17th over. It's going to be Pavlichkova, who I think yeah, she's had her moments with the ball. She's going to resume the attack. The first one down the leg side. So, yeah, I'm just going to watch that. Where are we at? That's 24, it's 35. So they're going at around about just over 2 extra deliveries and over. Yeah, so
well, it's improved a bit since the 10 over mark, but still it's a lot. And it just looks, as I said, they look a bit stiff, a bit tired from a long day out here playing cricket. So I'm sure they'll come back tomorrow refreshed. Well, they'll play Croatia again. I think we might see a different game. But the Czechs haven't batted yet. You never know.
yeah, you're right.
Terika could blast these in 12 overs.
That's well bowled.
Or Katka, I should say.
So this is what I mean with Rachel. She's, you know, if you isolate the best few deliveries she's bowled, it's been very good. It's just some of the in between, the mechanics are pretty good there. You know, like that she draws the batter forward and into essentially a false shot. Again, similar kind of delivery. Just hasn't happened often enough, has it, for the Czechs in this bowling and fielding stint?
But it's I mean, as I said, the Czech bowling hasn't been as good as the first game, but the Croatian batting's been excellent as well. They've just waited on the ball well, found the gaps, hit the ball hard, and the fact that, well, looks like Kavaric might get a 50 soon. Maybe.
Well, I think they're going to let go. Close-ish to the pad. But the other thing is the Croatian batters here, they've seemed pretty hungry for the run. They've had a kind of ruthless streak about them, which I think it's a good thing to have, especially when you're in the top order, to have that kind of hunger for runs. Worked well together. Kavaric on 46. And she'll hit this one to mid-on. But again, this is very different than earlier when the infield was kind of putting the squeeze on. There was a kind of claustrophobic element to the Czech fielding, but now it just feels there's a single at will for the Croatians as a minimum. Wicket at 68. Can she unleash a few boundaries in the final overs? Maybe get close to the 3 figures. Happy to work this one around. Decides to send back her partner, maybe because she hit it straight at the fielder, but I don't know at this stage. I know they don't have to break the partnership for a run out, but I felt there probably was one there if they went straight away.
Yeah, I don't know if it's worth the risk necessarily. They've got a good total. They can, if these two stay out there, I think they're more likely to score than a new batter that has to maybe see a couple. This is hit straight down the ground and going towards the boundary. I don't think it'll get there.
Well, I think they'll get a comfortable 2. I'll think of a 3.
Oh, hello. Other end. No, doesn't pick the ball up. Well, it was well run in the end, but I'll tell you what, Vukovic really wanted that one. Let's have another look.
But have a look. You have a look at Lydia, who's coming to this end. She's not watching her partner at all. I think she hears footsteps and what? So this is just, again, even though these two are batting so well together, there's still things they can learn. And you've got to keep your eye on your partner. The other thing is for Erin, she probably needed to call a bit louder because Lydia wasn't sure she was coming. They do get away with it in the end as Vukovic moves into the 70s. And the score is 163 for 1.
Yeah, so Kavaric, I think she'll be facing, in fact, I think she'll be facing the first ball of the next over. So it just needs that 3 runs to get her to get a 50.
Well, Vukovic will be on strike for this first ball because she's the one that hit the last ball for 3. But yeah, I know you're confused because we're bowling from both ends now.
End. Oh, God.
See, this is you've
I
been corrupted.
I've
Danny just assumed.
My brain broke.
Yeah, your brain broke because we're bowling at both ends. Don't worry, I'm not that used to it either. Anyway, it's going to be over 18 now, and this is where you've got to be looking for at least 2. Well, that's hit the foot. Now someone's going to have to get this. You know, it should be an easy 3 here.
Tell you what, Lydia doesn't want to run.
Well,
she's going to call for oxygen after this
Lydia
ball.
Lydia is probably going to get carted off on a stretcher at some point here, but she's still doing well, and she gets the strike back-to-back 3s for Vukovic.
So, I think this...
That's definitely hit the foot. That's Kurosaga.
She's all right.
Who copped it. She'll be okay. She'll walk it off.
So, maybe Lydia facing... Do you think she'll just block a couple? Just to
get her breath back.
Back.
She's blowing. But yeah, this is it. This is cricket. And I think they might consider And perhaps a substitute fielder here for Kurosaga. I actually don't know. That's not Kurosaga that's down though, is it? It might be. Can't really see that is far away from us, but maybe a bit of cramp or something like that creeping in. Kolchunova, the captain, coming back to bowl. All's well that ends well. 47 becomes 48. Hit and run. I know what you're saying about the, you just risk it. But I do think, hitting to the field and running at the moment isn't too much of a risk. I think the field's quite well back, and it's only really the hesitation from the batters that sometimes has gotten them into trouble. I think we've been on the same page. They've been cruising. I think now, here comes the magic spray. All right. So I don't. Will they go through the boot or not?
I think so.
Or is it shin? Definitely in some pain here. You got to feel for Anushree Kurosaga. I think she's bowled really well today. Yeah, it's shoot off time. I mean, if they do have a sub, and they have Zuzana Flamikova potentially, but expert usage of the spray.
The medical staff do know how to use that so well. It'll cure anything.
Did
amputations.
You know, I think it was in Cyprus. It was just before I got there, but apparently somebody asked for the magic spray. This wasn't on the camera and think, could I have the magic spray, please? And so they threw it, and the guy's gone under the arms. True story.
Well, it's pretty warm in Cyprus, to be fair.
I don't know if that's how it's meant to be used.
Well,
All right.
after
Could see her still up there and taking her position.
after a week's cricket and cricket kit not being washed, I think some of the neighbouring players might have appreciated the magic spray under the armpits.
I don't know how effective it is. Might as well just spray it in your nostrils so you can't smell anything. It's probably a smarter way. Vukasic wanted the call, didn't get it there. Now hits and runs. Again, probably looking for two here. They should get it fairly easily. She's going to have to basically convince Lydia it's worth it. Lydia says, no, I'm fine, thanks. One's good. But she'll have another chance to bring up her 50. Scored at a good rate, both these two, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been a very, very good partnership.
Well, that could be it because it's down the ground and it will roll towards the boundary and into the boundary. It's going to be 50 for Lydia Kravaric on her T20 international debut. And what a lovely moment for her. I know she's been working so hard on her batting, and she's played some really nice shots. She's been more than just a support role, hasn't she? She's fired shots of her own, and she brings up her 50 off 40 balls with 5 boundaries, including that one.
Yeah, it's been pretty equal between these two. In fact, I think probably outscoring Erin is Lydia. I'll come back, just get the one.
Yes, if you look just at strike rates before that ball at least, Lydia's going at 130 and Erin's going at 121. So, okay, Erin had a slightly different kind of period, I suppose, first couple of overs. And Lydia had the benefit of coming a little bit later in the innings, but still, it's not a competition, it's a partnership. It's been a really good partnership now that's worth 113, with 2 overs remaining, 173 for 1.
Yeah, it's been quite dominant from Croatians. And you mentioned early on that the wicket of Erin Vukasic would have been vital for the Czechs, and they just haven't got it. And it's just made them build a partnership. Whether Kavaric would have done the same as what she's done here without a batting partner like Vukasic with more pressure on it might be different. So I think that was the crucial wicket that the Czechs have missed out on. But it's been good batting, to be fair, and as I said, it's not been a great bowling performance compared to what they had against the Gibraltar earlier. This is in the air, no one will get there, and just a single.
Yeah, that one hung around, and was sometimes a fielder in that position earlier, but I suppose they're trying to cover a few more positions. They've put the fine leg back. They've got a backward square behind the umpire in the circle. Anyway, This is where I think you got nothing to lose. You got Vukic, okay, it'd have to be amazing, but if she could hog the strike here and she could give the century a shake. Shaka with the ball. That is hit pretty hard, but that's Katka territory out there. She's a bit of a specialist at deep mid-wicket. I remember that from when we saw her in the ECIs in Croatia last year.
Brinkovic back on strike, 54 of 42. It's an excellent partnership between these two. Uses her feet well, gets it down the ground.
Yeah, I think there's always a run there. Hesitation kind of crept in, but no need at this stage. I think both these two, if they were to get out now, run themselves out now, and they have certainly done their job and then some. Vukic, 76. Hits this pretty powerfully. This is going to test Katka out there on the boundary, but excellent, clean hands. And well received by her teammates as well. Love to see it, though. I know it's been a real rough time in the field for the Czechs, but I'm really appreciative of that fielding effort from Katka on the boundary.
Yeah, she's really good out there. Good athlete, too. Just lost that a bit down leg side, did Shaka. Called a wide. Still going at about 9.5 and over. It's going to be a massive target for the Czechs to chase. And I don't know if they've got the depth in batting to be able to do it. Up top, maybe. But it's going to be a very difficult task.
That's hit pretty well, but also well fielded there in the circle. It'll just be a single. Oh, look, the other thing is, I think that the bowling attack, okay, Vukic is going to bowl and you're going to get 4 tough overs from her, but then the question will be for the Croatians, who's going to step up for them with the ball as well? Obviously got a mountain of runs on the board, but will they be able to get it right? This is hit super hard. It's very good fielding out there. That's Rachel Pavlichkova. Well, that was a case of the ball fielding the fielders more than the fielder fielding the ball, but she was in the right spot. 180 for 1 after 19.
I don't necessarily think she meant to stop it with her chest, but that's what it hit because it was aimed at her. And so it was a good piece of fielding in the end. But
your body behind the ball. That's exactly what happened there. So 180 for 1 off 19. Shaka will finish with 33 off her 4 overs. Only successful bowler so far was Jana, who was able to get one. Jana Kaminkova.
She only just bowled a 1 over as well.
Yeah, she got 1 over, 1 for 10.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting. You're right, because they have used 7 bowls. I mentioned there was one game they used all 10. Possible, I suppose, if you don't use the keeper. That was against Austria last week. Anyway, Vukic, well, now it feels like a bit of a curtain call, doesn't it, with these two? Absolutely nothing to lose. Can probably push with the running between the wickets more than ever. As it will be Rachel Pavlichkova to bowl. Over number 20 from Vinoj. It's going to start with a wide. Yeah, just mentioning there as well, Phil G saying he enjoyed his comms ride in Portugal for the 3 weeks. Oh, it's great to have you as well, Phil. And we'll hear some of him during the ECS here in Prague. Again, push and run from Vukic. Batted through this innings and he's really led from the front. That's what you want the captain as well. I mentioned that there's an element of pressure on her to perform. I think that once they got past 100, she wouldn't have felt too much pressure at all, but still, just put them in a very strong position. This will be a wide down the leg side. Michael Payne saying that as an avid lover of the game of cricket, that the runs these girls have made individually is impressive, no matter what level. Yeah, for sure. You can only play against the opposition. And let's be honest, the Czechs, they haven't quite been able to provide the kind of fizz that we saw from them this morning when they took on Gibraltar. That's a nice moment, though. Because Pavlichkova has, like I said, if you just were to isolate her kind of top 33% of balls, it's been brilliant. Just that consistency is something that she's searching for.
Oh,
Yeah, walks it. It turns into a full toss, blasts it past the bowler.
Still a bit of swing in the air, Vinny.
Yeah, that one did go a little bit late, didn't it? A good footwork as well to get it on the full. So Vukic will have 3 balls potentially in this 20th over. Still 3 after that one will be called a wide. Let's go on wide watch. So that's 40 we've had. 40 runs in wides and no ball. So that's essentially going to be 2 and over. So it's kind of double what we kind of think is, you know, a reasonable target. So it's an extra 20 runs. But also I think I've got to say that they've had to deal with a pretty tough pairing here. That one is partially fielded. Probably time to look for 2. That's exactly what Vukic does. Also, I think you see here towards the end how many runs you can get away with. So that's something that impressed me with Gibraltar's running between the wickets earlier, that they had that attitude from the start. Because often you say, hey, geez, if we've been trying this many all along, imagine how many we would have scored. So, yeah, for Croatia, they won't quite make the 200, but they won't be too far off. Vukic, 81. This will be a no ball, I think. Maybe dropping. She probably wants the 2 again. And she will get it.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that no ball. I think she moved forward a little bit, but
maybe that was the.
It was still pretty high.
That's the issue. Just where she hit it. Yeah, maybe fractionally. But anyway, probably not the worst call. So Croatia still piling on the runs against the Czechs. They've had a long day at the office here. Last ball coming up. And well, it is the last ball, so you wonder if they'll take on the 2 no matter what. They will try. And it's been given not out. So Vukic is going to finish 85 not out. It's a very, very close call again. They don't use technology here.
Did she have the ball or did she scoop it on?
I think she had the ball. Let's have a look.
No, I think she it on. I think she's home.
Threw it into the stumps.
I think she's home.
Yeah. But yeah, I think
either way she's home because the umpire's given it not out. Let's have a look.
Yeah. She'll be given not out. But I just feel there she's just out. But anyway.
Oh, I don't know.
I do. But that's the end of the 20th over. But look, I think in the end, those 2 walk off side by side, and it's very fitting. Partnership of 131. And the fact that was scored in 13 and a half overs, I think shows you that they were scoring at a rate of knots. As Czechia, I don't know what was in the lunch, but they came out a little bit sluggish. Not quite what we saw from them earlier on. But you got to hand it to the Croatians. They showed no signs of nerves on their T20I debuts. That's a classical shot. Still might have been the shot of the innings. That one through the covers from Vukic. And Helen Leko was there for a while as well. Was able to hit one boundary on the way to 7. But yeah, the Czechs always just seemed a little bit shorter where they needed to be. I think the bowlers didn't quite hit their marks as often either. And it was Croatia running away to the biggest score we've seen so far in this CE Cup 2024. Yeah,
it was a fantastic innings from Aaron Vukic that really launched the platform for the Croats. And well supported by Helen Leko up front. There's a nice shot as well. Used her feet beautifully. When Leko went down to Kaminkova, as you're about to see, the neat catch taken out there by Pavlichkova.
That was a good catch. It was really the only moment that Czechs would really celebrate. I mean, they had 1 or 2 decent fielding stops, but they were chasing a lot of leather, weren't they? And I just think there's a few comments here saying, you know, for sure, I think the Czechs will probably learn a lot from even how that pair batted. And obviously, you know, someone like Aaron especially has the benefit of playing club cricket at a high level fairly often. Lydia, I think, had the right approach as well. Just, it was more than just support for Aaron. She was able to score at essentially, well, the same rate or even slightly higher rate in the end, as she put together 57 or 46 with 5 fours. But yeah, it all starts with the ball, doesn't it? And if you're not in control of what where you're putting the ball. That was a bit of a Tortuga, to be fair, to Shaka, but ended up in the bushes. Yeah, if you can't get it right with the ball, then everything follows on from there. And the other thing, though, I think Croatia, they were hungry for runs. They were hungry, gefilled in their warm-up to get out there to make an impression.
Yep.
It's their first ever T20IW match. You can see there on the board, 85 off 69. Vukovic didn't have a lot of the strike in the second half. Otherwise, maybe we were looking at a T20I ton there. Let go open the batting, 7 off 16 before she was dismissed. But that brought Lydia Kavaric to the crease, 57 off 46. And then 42 extras, like we said, 40 in wides and no balls. And it probably double what you'd be shooting for at this level, where you might say, 1 and over is an achievable target. Bowling-wise, well, Kamenkova had the only wicket, but she also was a little bit off the mark, and that's why they didn't want to go back to her. Hard to pick out one that you'd say was the best. I mean, Terka Kolchinova had her moments at the top. I actually think that Pavlichkova was a pretty handy bowler as well, but just, again, inconsistency just creeping in as the Czechs will be chasing 192 in the second innings. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to see how the Czechs respond. Can they pile on some runs of their own? We can join us after the break to find out. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hidacek. We'll see you around the corner for more ECN Central Cup T20IW. Hello, welcome back to Vinnish Cricket Ground here in Prague. The home side about to set off on a huge chase. 192 for victory, and here we go. Vukic to get us going. The first one is spicy outside the off stump and missed out. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me once again for the final innings of the opening day of this CE Cup is Danny Hudacek.
Yeah, thanks, Vinny. I'm looking forward to this. Could change up in the order. With it is.
Yeah, Volfova is actually getting the nod, and she was actually really good towards the end of the last innings. Although I think this is a different kettle of fish right here. That pace too much for three human beings as it goes past the batter, the keeper, and the backup. But yeah, good hustle there. Volfova gets back for two. So there's the first runs of the chase. Yeah, but Vukic, we just saw her put together a brilliant innings, the highest score of the day, 85 not out of 69. And now she's opening the bowling. And as you can see, she's a natural talent, not only with the bat, but with the ball as well.
Look, also, it's Zuzka Franova will join Volfova at the end on strikers end. And so they're shuffling their order a little bit, the Czechs. I think it's a good move. They've got a lot of runs to get, and if these two can get off to a bright start, then there'll be a bit of batting left after this. Whoa!
She's got a good strong action, Aaron, and that's come back, and that's actually got Volfova. Probably got more than she bargained for. I think this has actually got her above the pad. That's definitely gonna cause her some discomfort there. She's being pretty tough here. She's just trying to run it off. I've got to say, these girls, they're tough as nails, actually. I really love that. Try not to make too much of a big deal about it.
She is quite quick, is Vukic. Good cricketer. And, whoa, that's got through as well.
Keeper can probably afford to take a couple of extra metres as well, just saying.
You think?
Yeah. So, oh, well, it's going to be fun to watch. That'll be a bite.
He's at the moment, it's too quick for her when he gets past the batter, and it's just sort of hitting her.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're not used to facing it, to be quite honest, even if you take someone like Farwa Barber, who has been playing a bit of cricket here in Czechia in the T10 format, but it's not quite as quick as what Vukic is delivering. She's really running in. She's actually gained a bit, I think, since last time I've seen her as well, Aaron, which was late last year. She's got really good, strong mechanics in her action. So at the moment there are runs flowing, but not really off the bat. But see just how she comes in very strong, gathering momentum, a fairly front-on action. Okay, maybe not quite the direction she'd like so far, but you can tell she's going to be a handful. Don't forget, we haven't seen Croatia play Gibraltar yet, who put on some big runs as well. We'll see them play tomorrow morning for the first time. Halfway through this first over. This one, he's late on it, but at least good enough to get some bat on it this time. And the other thing, though, obviously if you can just eke, let's say, 9 or 10 and over off Vukic, however, maybe not all hit, but the Croatian bowling is going to be tested as well. I think the same way the Czechs have had to, especially it's their first game as well. So, yes, we'll see how they hold up. Better area that time. Nice bit of lateral movement from the keeper. That's Silly Sebastian behind the stumps for Croatia. But away movement this time, if anything.
The key in the Czech batting lineup is who opened in the first innings last time, Katka Teskazhikova, and if she's going to drop down a little bit down the order, and she could pick up a few runs, and this is through the keeper again.
Another one. I mean, pace of the ball does create some scoring opportunities. That, I think, well, a bit of an edge on that one. So, yeah, perhaps a really tough chance put down by Sebastian. That'll be the end of the first over, 7 without loss. Yeah, so I noticed in the Austria series, Katka opened the first 2 games and wasn't able to make a big score. So they decided to bat her in the kind of middle order in the 3rd game. So obviously, I suppose as long as she's getting an opportunity to bat, so maybe it's beneficial for her to maybe bat with maybe some of the non-frontline bowlers on, hopefully, if she comes out, say, in 6th, 7th, 8th over, we'll see. But you can see lots of Lots of fire from Vukovic there. And it'll be our opening batting partner. That'll also be our opening bowling partner, because this is Helen Lecko, who's going to bowl over number 2. Wolfova does get a run. It was a tiny inside edge on that one, according to the umpire.
So yeah, Helen Lecko, as mentioned, open the batting, and we'll open the bowling from this this bottom end. It's I think we're calling it the golf course end, and the Zamek end. There's the one with the castle or the mansion house in the background. And there's Helen Lecko will be bowling to Wolfova. It's on 1, and this one bounced twice.
Second bounce between the creases, I think. Here's the second bounce.
Yep, fair delivery. Very round arm action from Lecko. Hard to control.
Tell you what, this will be a famous game if the Czechs can knock over 192 here. I know this is a long way off, but they say the longest journey starts with the smallest step.
It's a free hit, and misses out.
That's the right idea. But yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of runs to get. Croatians can help themselves by not bowling too many extras. Obviously, we saw the one from Helen there. First up, and gets away with a free hit. It's a lot more accurate, but it's caught. Oh, you can't keep her out of the action at the moment. Vukovic at Wicket prowling around. Wolfova's going to have to go. And Lecko with her first wicket in T20 international cricket. And the hosts lose their first. It's 8 for 1.
Yeah, nice catch there. And that's a position that I think the Czechs missed out on. And we didn't see Gibraltar as well with that short mid wicket. I think that's a very good position. As you can see, it was hit pretty well, but really good catch there by Aaron. And but that's a good position to be in. It cuts off runs and also is a catching position. So
yeah, Swiss Army knife of position, that one in a way.
A bit like that short cover as well, I think, in this.
I think they're almost the first 2 positions I'd be having. I think they're so important. Here comes the captain, Teresa Kolchinova. Let's see if she can provide a little bit of a rearguard action. Great catch though by Vukovic. It's one thing to create an opportunity, but another thing to take it. So Helen with a wicket in her first over in T20 international cricket. This one will go down leg side and be called a wide though. Terka, who's batting, has had a big workload with the captaincy and obviously the bowling responsibilities. And this is excellent running, got to say, by Franova, just to pounce on the mishandle from the keeper and get through. This will be a bye. Signalled.
It's a good opportunity, I think, for Teka to get some runs. There's plenty of innings left. And just reaches for that.
It's not helping, especially when you don't get the ones that are gifted to you. So it'll be a top ball. I think she knows it as well. In front of her, probably a bit itchy to get off the mark. You can understand that. But I love the energy running between the wickets between these two already. I think they're both very fast. Yeah, that one's up and over the top. Probably going to plug slightly. Should get back for 2.
Yeah, they will. Well run.
Yeah. And so it's a fair piece of it. Not quite enough to get the boundary, but 2 runs to finish the second over, and the score's 12 for 1.
Yeah, really good over there from Helen Lecko, picking up that wicket. Nice catch from Vukovic as well. And it'll bring Kolchinova on strike. It'll be much like the same, the start of the first innings of the skipper to skipper.
It is. The 2 teenage skippers tangling at the start of the third over. You can see Croatia looking great position to even potentially go to the top of the table at the end of day 1. Tough one for the hosts so far, but again, it's Great opportunity for them to kind of see where they need to get to. They haven't quite been able to provide, I think, their best, particularly in this second game. First innings of the day, I think, was certainly their best. But anyway, this should be pretty fun to watch. Vukovic just kind of getting a assortment of fielders behind the wicket ready and in position. Here we go with over number 3.
Big gap down in the third man position, or third woman position, I should say, in this sense. I don't know, is it a third man or a third woman?
I'd be curious, is she on the leg side? Because if she is, then they've got 3 behind leg, the square leg, but...
I'm not sure. I think she's a backstop, Benny.
Yeah, but
So,
I don't know. Maybe
we'll have a
get
look.
Dennis to give us a shot. And that's pretty well kept out by Terka. But you can see that if Vukovic gets it right, it's going to be pretty difficult. Yeah, maybe she is just offside there. I feel like I have to go get out the measuring tape.
I think she'll be fine. She's right behind the keeper, so who should be standing further back, but...
That's a genuine backstop at the moment, because a lot of balls just blasted through the keeper.
Well, the thing is that you look at, there's a point, and then there's a backstop, and then there's
Nobody in
90
between.
degrees of no one.
Yeah, and they've got a whole bunch of fielders that I don't think are going to come into play.
Any little edge down there is 4 runs. If she gives her the space. She's right at the stumps, though.
That's
well,
quick.
the backstop comes into play. So, got to say that if the Czechs can survive this over from Vukovic, and she's been quick, but hasn't picked up a wicket yet, got 2 balls left, I think she'll give herself a rest, because she'll have to come back later in the innings, I think. As having a bit of a chat. Not quite sure what they're saying, but yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see, because there's still plenty of overs left. If she doesn't pick up a wicket in the next 2 balls, I would probably rest her, or I would rest myself if I were her, if that makes sense, as being the captain.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you might have to pry the ball out of her hand at the moment. She doesn't have a wicket yet.
Well, she's
Doesn't
only
have a
got 4.
catch.
She can't bowl from both ends. She can't bowl more than 4. So,
Oh yeah, I'd be curious.
I would take myself off.
Yeah, that's. I can't see her doing it. I think she'll get at least a 3rd.
You think?
Yeah, I just feel she feels she can rip through this top order.
Well,
That's a nice shot though, and
that's
you
4
mentioned
runs.
it. That's going to run away. Well, Danny Hudacek, you see the future. He said anything in that region's going to fly away, and you got to say, I know it's been a bit of a tough game so far for the host nation, but yeah, nice moment. They come together, celebrating that boundary. End of the 3rd over at 17 for 1.
Yeah, I would. I think if I were Vukovic, I would take myself off and leave for a couple of overs late, because, I mean, with all due respect, it depends on the bowling.
Yeah.
I mean, Helen Lecko's first over was good, but it was, you can see the difference in Vukovic's bowling to Helen Lecko's, and then there are at least 3 other bowlers that they have to rely on.
You know, actually, I agree with you, and I think, you know, she's a trump card you might not want to play too early. There's probably no reason to it at the moment either. Even, you know, with this start, it's not quite run a ball pace.
Well, they've got the runs on the board.
Yeah.
And so they don't need to take risks. Keep yourself back. Oh, straight to Vukovic again, who hits the stumps this time.
Just
Can't keep her out of the game, huh?
Well, I did say at the top of the broadcast, I said, you know, she's good enough to be the difference, I think. But she certainly has had help. I think that's been a key component of the Croatian performance today as well. It's going to be a wide delivered by Lecko. Yeah, it doesn't quite have the same zip or consistency, but she already has a wicket. I think she's also, I like the way she's hustling through her overs as well. Pulled away this time. You know, these 2 are pretty good running between the wickets together. Get through for an easy single.
That was good awareness. And Terka gets off the mark, bring Varnava on strike. So they weren't straight away, and that's exactly what they should have done. Good running.
Reaches for this. I think it'll be called illegal delivery because she moved, and maybe a bit of a tough call for the batter, who probably wants the wide there. Still going out to try and hit it somewhere wide of the tram line.
Well, moved a bit off the pitch.
Yeah, true. I want to say hello to Kroom. Apparently Rico Initiative, a great Tortuga duet. I'm assuming to the tune of Tequila. Will we be doing the same? There's not too many Tortugas around here, Danny. But I know you're more of a quiz master than a karaoke master.
I hate karaoke.
That's well documented. Anyway.
You know why I hate karaoke, though, Vinny? This has been, reached for. They get a single for it.
And they go on the hit, and they put the pressure on the fielder, and they get an easy single in the end. Tell us why you hate karaoke.
Because I like music too much.
So I've heard you say that before. Well, our very own Andrew Ryan, he's one guy who's always seeking out wherever you go. His Vanilla Ice. As this is in the air, it's taken cleanly on the bounce, but not really able to reel the throw off in time. That'll be, I think, the end of the over. So 21 for 1 after 4. Yeah, you could argue the Vanilla Ice Baby isn't probably music in the first place. But anyway.
Is that his party tune?
He's got a few. That's my favourite one.
I
with
remember
accompanying shimmying dance moves.
You're right, Vinny. She's going to have another one. So,
I maybe leave her one, but she's saying leave for what? She's probably feeling like she can get 9 wickets in the next 2 overs if she can get it straight.
But she's still she's wickless at the moment.
Yeah.
She's bowled well. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously, she as a captain, you have to have confidence in your team.
True.
And in what's to come, and that's obviously what she has. So here she comes in, bowling to Koltunova. Whoa.
Fun to watch, though, isn't it?
It is
It's
really
not so
good
fun
to
to bat too. No, but here's the thing as well. Why I think you do need to leave her at least one is let's just imagine that it goes completely off the rails for Croatia here, and they start to really struggle, kind of getting the ball in the right areas. If they're conceding runs in extras and things like that, just knowing you don't have Erin up your sleeve could make the bowlers, what's the word, panic.
Yep.
You know, it is they're all their first games, I suppose, at this level. In a way, I think that Turk is having fun here because I think she likes a challenge.
Yeah.
And this would have been some of the quickest bowling she's had to face. So, even the fact that, she's surviving that ball, getting bat on ball, I think will give her some confidence that she can handle herself. But, yeah, it's a really interesting battle between the skippers here.
I tell you what, it'll make everything else she faces look slow. So she'll have time to get in a position where she's not.
I love the approach of Erin when she's running in, gets this past everyone, including the keeper. And quick decision to come through for the single. I'll get a buy off that one. And so Franova will get the strike back. She was able to hit a 4 last over through that kind of unattended third region.
It's still unattended. The thing is, though, that for that to be vulnerable, you have to bowl outside off stump, and that's not what Vukasic is doing.
Yeah,
she's bowling
right
right
enough balls on the stumps. It's kind of been either side.
There we go, 4 more.
Yeah, well, Franova seems to have the kryptonite at the moment, doesn't she? And she pushes at this. And, yeah, pace on, pace out. As Franova hits another boundary. And I think, yeah, to be honest, I know you've got a couple of quite inexperienced captains here, so it's not that surprising. But, yeah, you've got to have some fielders in that region because balls that are bowled in this zone, there's a lot of balls going to fly there. At the moment, they've got kind of a couple of fielders, I think, that they'd rather spend there. They've got like a deep square leg, another square leg, a short fine leg, and now they finally do plug the gap.
Yeah, taking point out in sort of a deep gully area. Well played there.
I've got to say, credit to Franova here. She's stood and she's withstood the onslaught. I think both captains in this game having their moments with the ball, but without anything in the wickets column yet today. But it's just that great fast bowler's approach she's got, kind of mesmerising. Yeah, really nice shot. Won't get a run, but they keep out Aaron for a third over. And after 5, it's 26 for 1.
I think the Czechs will be relatively happy with this start in a sense. Going to be about 5 and over.
Other bowlers they might be able to attack. Coming up tomorrow, we have the ECIs starting in Cyprus with Estonian men's and women's sides who are going to be doing battle in 10 T10 matches in total, starting with the women first up in the morning. It's slightly later start compared to what it has been in Cyprus, so it's 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 12:30 p.m. in India. You'll have that international cricket, and you'll have this and international cricket tomorrow. Busy weekend on ECN.
Talking about Cyprus, Terry's in the chat wishing greetings from Cyprus. So he's obviously there with the Estonian team. It's a good little perk.
I have a question for Terry. Hello, Terry, by the way. First, they're going to go back to Lecco in over 6. A real good swing on this one. Also well fielded there by Valentino Romani. My question is, who's Richard Cox coaching? Because he coaches both Cyprus and Estonia, or he has over the last 1 or 2 years. Now, they've never played each other. So is he going between, is he getting double paycheck? What's he doing? Or is he frozen out?
I don't know. Don't know. We'll find out.
Come on, Terry. Let me know. Back towards the bowler. A big stop sign from Teresa, who doesn't want the run.
Or the run out.
Yeah.
Front of her doing okay at the moment.
Yeah, front of it. Yeah, it's been pretty impressive at the top.
Ooh.
He's pretty lucky to survive that one. Just barely climbs over the stumps.
Tell you what, it's been a really good spell from Helen Lecco as well. 1 for 9. Still 3 balls left in her third over. Just missed the stumps. But it's been very good, very tight bowling. Picked up that wicket too.
This one gets away from her slightly. It's another wide. I think they're spoiled. But I say spoiled. They should get a couple of runs. Probably turn a bit like the Queen Mary, but front of her does get back for 2 in the end. I think she's starting to feel the fatigue factor a bit with some of these hard run runs between the wickets. But still, I don't mind the aggression there. Viksic bowling the next one or not?
Oh, surely not.
I bet she does.
I don't know. I don't think that would be good captaincy. I can understand the temptation, but she's wicketless.
Yeah.
Right. She's looked like she's been scary and fast and has bowled okay. But at the same time, why risk it? Why not keep yourself for another over?
Exactly.
You don't
and also
need to.
in the back of the batter's minds, they'll know. Still got to face her at some point.
Coxie is coaching Estonia on this trip.
Yeah. Estonia getting the checkbook out. Not surprised. End of the 6th over. And the score is 31 for 1. So we'll have all that inside info on Cyprus. I think that's why Estonia, they know the score. But it's at a new ground. It's new to us at least. The Happy Valley ground in Cyprus. So yeah, the venue you saw today won't be the venue for the ECIs and then the T20Is, which start.
Is there grass on this one?
I believe so. Okay. It's actually at the military base there.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. So all tongue-in-cheek, by the way. Good to see Coxie hasn't been frozen out because of his dual allegiances. Anyway, 31 for 1 after 6. So
what is Gucci going down to Stefan the Destroyer?
Yeah, I'll have to check. Yeah, Stefan the Destroyer. I'll have to check out the squads.
So
I know he's had a few injury issues lately.
So it's Pavla.
So they do make the change.
Senyug will be bowling, and that one's going to be called a wide. So here's the thing for Croatia. What's their depth in their bowling? And we've seen Lecco bowl pretty well, and Vucevic bowled quick, but wicketless. And that's a good ball.
That's a good ball. If I'm completely honest, if you asked me before the game, I'd say that both the bowling attacks are pretty similar.
Okay.
I think the issue you've got is that I think Erin just plays a high level of cricket more regularly. So I think what she's able to contribute as an individual with the bat and the ball is kind of ahead of really maybe anyone here this
Gotcha.
weekend.
Yeah.
But if you kind of look at then the next, for example, the rest of the top 6 and the other 4 minimum bowlers going to use, they're probably pretty similar to what Czechia delivered. So it's not a bad start here from Senjuk. But again, I think consistency is key. We'll see if Croatia can deliver, enough balls in the right spots. Another one down the leg side. So that's another reason. So I said earlier, I think does make sense. Just kind of have Erin in your back pocket if feel like the Czechs are getting away from you. There's still a long time left in this game.
Gucci is there, by the way.
All right, good to see. He's probably gotten out the sticky tape to stick Steph back together. He's had some injury issues lately, but no, he's obviously going to be only one of the key players. I mean, Estonia played some outstanding cricket on home turf. Well, that's a good shot, but it's almost going to be caught. Now, whether it goes for 4 or not is another thing. Rolling down the hill, it doesn't quite. Is it worth 3? I think it is. In fact, the way it's going, I feel like we're going to get an all-run for at some point in this series. But that was actually a really good bit of contact. Just the way it was hit, because there wasn't too much pace on it when it came in. It had a little bit of backspin, which actually, when it hit, slowed the ball down a bit. Great effort, though.
So,
right, Anushka Charles.
Apparently Gucci's rested for 2 weeks and looking good, which means he's been out on the beers.
2 overs away from
Rather
breakdown. Oh,
than
we got a bit of a miscommunication here, but the throw hits the edge of the pitch. And then the dive, and the fantastic flick onto
And
the
the
stumps.
celebration.
Oh, well, that was nervous moments for a few people.
Uh,
Have a look at this. Look at their throw wasn't too bad. Throws glove on.
I think she was held aground down that end.
Well, yeah, I don't think it was strategic. I just don't think she wanted to run. She wasn't necessarily agreeing with it.
It's a little celebration as well, a little fist pump.
Pretty good flick onto the stumps by the bowler as well.
Yeah.
Pavla.
Oh, Terka taking in a breath. She's on 9 off 16.
She's shouldered a workload today, hasn't she, Terka, for Czechia. That's a pretty nice shot as well, taken straight off the stumps, but gets it. Now they're looking at 2 on the misfield. Again, depends on the throw. Comes in, direct hit would have been out. Fortune favours the brave front of her. I mean, she's another one. You might need the oxygen before too long. And we're only in the 7th over at this stage. You got to hustle, though. There's 150 more runs they need. Who's to say they can't do it, though, if they can string together a few good overs?
It's a nice shot.
Brilliant shot. This time, I think it might have even hit the fielder, Anushka Charles, on the full. But she's able to get it back for 2. See in front of her, just stepping over the ball. This has been a very entertaining over. It's a shame it has to come to an end. It's 44 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, good over there for the Czechs. 12 off it. And, well, we were wondering what they had after Vukovic, Sic. I know there are so many Slavic names in this game. I'm starting to lose it. But as we can see, well, it was a few wides, then 12 off the over, and we'll see who comes on at the other end.
I think the drinks were attempted to come on. They were waved away, saying, "No, we're fine. We're on a roll. Get out of here." So, 44 for 1 after 7.
To me, it's kind of almost a fairly even contest.
I like that. Sorry, I just saw Terry saying the 2 countries, Cyprus and Estonia, have a good relationship, and we're able to sort things out amicably regarding the services of Richard Cox. But also, I guess we'll have Mr. and Mrs. Gooch there for Estonia, because Meta will be playing for the women's side, Steph for the men's side. Anyway, time for Lydia to have a bowl. She batted really well. Half century on debut for her. Now she gets the chance to bowl. I think normally she likes to bowl in the cap. So do you see some more of it in women's cricket compared to men's cricket? Sometimes.
Who was the first player you saw bowl in a cap?
I think it was Greg Matthews.
That's who I was thinking of as well.
Yeah, Bailey, because he was bald. Not because it was any strategic advantage. He was just a bit self-conscious about it.
Well, he did those ads as well.
Yeah. Anyway.
I think, who was it? It was Graham Gooch who did the ads as well, I think, in Australia.
How long have you got? Martin Crowe, Shane Warne,
Shane Warne did it all.
Yeah,
Oh.
advanced hair.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went after a few. I think there's even more. Can't think of right now.
He was a character, that Greg Matthews.
Sure was. I was reading about some of his exploits in club cricket as well. I think he played club cricket well into his 40s. He's even played 4th grade for his club in Sydney.
Mm.
Kind of fell out of favour with the national selectors. Yeah, one point in the kind of early 90s.
He was definitely, it's a nice shot down the leg side, going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. And another celebration. Look at that in the middle of the pitch. Good to see. Big hugs. So, he was kind of a Shane Warne character before Shane Warne character.
Yeah.
He was a bit of a comedian, that sort of, I think a bit of a Marmite type character as well. Some people loved him, some people didn't like him as much, but he was definitely a character.
Yeah, he was. And he was the first kind of, what's the word? He was groovy. Even after that word stopped getting used a lot.
That's
the word.
Groovy?
He would describe it. He's groovy, baby.
You got to look at some of this. The West Indians were kind of groovy.
Nah, they were cool.
They were cool. I agree.
They were ice cold.
I tell you what, one of my favourite players in the growing up was Dougie Walters.
Oh yeah,
Dougie Walters, and he was just, he's just a typical Aussie bloke, but who had enough self-confidence to be a really good cricketer, and I bumped into him actually in a pub once.
Did you really?
Yeah, he was betting on the TAB, which is like the
shocker
thing, at my local pub, which is hey, it's Dougie Walters.
Good area this time from Lydia. Gets past batch 7, a good game. 50 years up though for Czechia for also only 1 wicket. The reason I said groovy is because I meant like cool, but with like thinks he's cool, but with a dash of dorkiness in there.
Yeah.
Upon reflection.
Maybe.
Another one, which is testing the umpire's patience, which one says that one's okay.
It's pretty good bowling though. At this stage, Croatia was 72 for 1. They're so 22 runs behind. That's, it depends. She moved right across. She made it into
getting a lot of
not
extras
wide.
is key to Czechia being competitive in this chase as well. So
I think you're right, but boundaries as well. Remember, like Katka still to come,
yeah, true.
and I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
again, it's been very consistent from the umpires for the leg side wides. This one, it drifted a lot. That's wide.
Got to call that a wide.
Gotta call that a wide.
I think just maybe trying to reinvent the wheel a little bit, but will be the end of the 8th over. The score's 50 for 1.
Yeah. So partly I think you're right, but also I think if these two, I mean, Vranova's looking pretty good. Tedeka just missed a couple in that last over, going 13 off 18. But then you've got the power hitting of Katka probably coming in next. I think. Oh, actually, I'm not even sure if she is. I can't see with the pads on.
I feel like she'd be worth a shot.
Yeah.
Just to see if if she has a heater. I think that's probably the most likely way I can see them winning this game. It's a mixture of that and probably Croatia struggling to, basically giving you 2 or 3 and over for free.
Yep.
And then you throw in a couple of boundaries, then you got 11 and over. Right now, the required rate is 11.83 and over. So, is it likely? Probably not, but is it possible? Yeah.
The autocorrect not quite working for Terry.
No. Oh yeah. Okay. No, I think that's what he meant.
Oh, okay.
That means just to drink it quickly.
No, it is.
Not you meant. You thought he meant stealing.
No. The deal. Feeling in the deep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it worked out.
I saw necking pints, and I thought trying to have relations with him. But
no, I remember him having puffs off cigarettes in the deep. Dougie Walters.
Different times.
Yeah. He did have one. There's lots of stories about Dougie Walters. I've got a couple of books I'm going to lend you actually.
Okay.
About that period of cricket, and which are quite interesting. All those sort of stories in them, so I might bring you back to show you a bit.
I love that era.
All right, I'll dig them up.
88 was when I first got into cricket, so I'm watching it. But
This is well before then.
yeah, but
But it
done a
does
lot of
relate.
research.
It does relate to a lot of the classic characters of that great Australian team. Oh, it's nicely hit and dropped. Well, chance there given.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose fortune favours the brave a little bit there. She gets a good piece of it.
I thought she'd got it over the top of the fielder, but hadn't.
Just bounced straight out.
Run of her back on strike. It's quite a nice shot. It's going towards the boundary. It's going to get there, I think. And, well,
Oh, wow.
unlucky.
Oh, I hope she's all right. She almost stepped on it and it's actually kicked it into her other foot and it's gone over the boundary. So, okay, first things first, I've got to say that front of her is really represented at the top of the order, being given an opportunity for Czechia. But look at this. Oh, yeah.
Did she kick it onto her same foot?
I think she kicked it onto her trailing foot. It came off the kind of under heel, or the heel of the foot, basically. Anyway, hey,
I do love the headwear out there. The scarf worn over the head looks very good. As Senjug will continue. Just hit in the air, away from the fielders. They probably get 2 out of this. If they come back, and they do have to run hard. Throw getting there eventually, but quite wide. And front of her moves on to 23 off 24. And the Czechs 58 for 1, making a good game of this. Still need about 12 and over. And that is possible. It's going to be a wide.
in front of her has been a real story at the top.
What was the top score by a Czech? Was it 23?
I think it was. Yeah, it was 23. That
Oh,
was
she's-
earlier in the day.
She's 23 not out at the moment. So
You put the big jinx on her, but hopefully not. All the Czech fans out there. Hits this. Wants to go, but I think Terka sensed the danger and overruled the call.
yeah, it was good awareness again by Terka. Pola comes in again and misses out on that one. Well, they'll get a bye and well run in the end.
Yeah.
Terka running to the danger end and keeper couldn't find it.
Trying to pick up a hot potato there. It was borderline the wide as well, wasn't it? It's a tough one.
Yeah.
There's been a few in that zone. Sometimes they've been caught, sometimes they haven't. Just couldn't quite find the handle.
That's hit well and it's past the fielder. Big chase on. I think she might just get there. Good effort, but 4 runs.
Well, I've got to say it was a good effort there. That's Kuchuksuku, who has been in the action, that's for sure. I think you've got to give credit where credit's due. And Turka, she steals the strike. This is not a bad ball at all, but she's just got a natural kind of hitting ability, doesn't she? She steps and kind of flat bats that down the ground, and that rolls down the hill. And in the end, takes Seema with it. But that'll be the end of the 9th over. The score is 64 for 1. So just kind of hanging in there. That required rate's been kind of stable in the 11s for a while. But I think, look, for Czechia to win this game, they almost need to risk losing by a lot to have a chance of winning. So they need to take risks. Not crazy risks, but, you know, like stealing that run to the keeper.
Yeah, absolutely. But they're doing that at the moment.
Yeah, that's good.
They've got to leave a few more of these wides though, because there are quite a few wides that they're forcing. Well, they're trying to reach for, and they're not being called wides. I think that's part of it. But also, these two building up a nice little partnership. Still just about to run a ball. They need more than that though. They need about 2 runs a ball. So the last over they went for about the run rate they need. That's a good ball. Really good ball there.
Lydia's pretty good at keeping it one side of the wicket as well. Pretty conscious of that. Front of her, 23. Equal top score of the day for Czechia, which is also equal top score all time in their T20 journey, although it's only just beginning, starting with games last weekend against Austria in Austria.
Oh,
Push and run. Well, almost dropped onto the stumps in the end. Franova will sneak in. But again, it just shows you, though, if you decide to run straight away and you run hard, generally you'll get away with it, although that was a particularly close call.
Tell you what, it was Terka that called it through. Franova went straight away, but it took her a little while to process. So it almost met down at the striker's end. Oh, it's gone. Well, good ball there. And that's the end of Terka. Pretty good innings there. 18 off 21. And Kovacic gets her first. And the second wicket goes down for the Czech Republic.
A handy contribution once again from Terka. But this is just a good delivery and a good zone. Again, there's both times today it's been that kind of delivery where the bat hasn't quite come through straight. See, comes across it slightly. And now she can't believe it. I know she'll be disappointed. But still a fighting 18 for the skipper. And the score now, 65 for 2. It looks like it's Jana Kominkova that's going to come in.
Interesting. I think, again, pretty good move. With Tesajikova still in the sheds. She can come in and hit quite a few runs pretty quickly.
But this is just the time where you want to make sure that there's no real kind of dead spots. I mean, you need to still be industrious at this time. That gives us a chance to welcome you into the comedy box. When he's sounding Mr. Maximo, got Danny Who to check with me. A Czech adventure in 2024 is just beginning on ECN. We have the 3-day CE Cup, and then we have the 12-day European Cricket Series, 11 sides from around the country, and then we'll finish with both men's and women's ECI. It's great to have your company. It is random question time as well, if you want to throw any on the chat. But I know that Chris has been in touch as well, and saying that Susanna Franova has come through, the system, and yeah, he said he was really, really proud of that cover drive. I'm sure he has plenty of those moments, but yeah, she's certainly seriously, showing an ability to compete. Even the way she took on Vukovic first on with the new ball was quite courageous.
Yeah, very courageous. And Vukovic is no slouch. She's quick. She's very quick, and I think she's done very, very well. It'll be interesting to see with this partnership, though. I know that Terka was taking every run possible. I'm not sure if it's going to be the case here with the new batsman, or new batter, I should say. Got to stop doing that. I'll probably do it by the end of Sunday.
It's come from a place of love. It's a habit. I know that I've gotten out of it. I've done a lot of games now. So, yeah, it's just typically. It's funny. When I first started following women's cricket, the actual term was batsman.
Really?
Yeah, because now this is probably 20, 25 years ago that they felt it was a different time, but they said batsman is a very cricket term to distinguish it from other sports. So they said that it didn't really have a gender. That's a whole other thing. Obviously, the decision's been made now, and I'm supportive of it. But I also don't hang people out for dry when they get in the habit of saying, because I know occasionally when it changed over, I definitely occasionally use the term again. So I just think it's more a sign of where the game's going, and obviously women's cricket and women's sport in general, it's really kind of shot through into the zeitgeist in the last 10 years especially, I think. Anyway, Kaminkova will get a wide there or not. Well, she won't. That's the thing. You just want to see consistency between, certainly within a game. I still think you've got to probably call those. I think at the beginning of the day, I think they had it right, which is that if it's missing where the batter was standing down the leg side, then it's going to be all right.
Well,
I know it's harsh, but
she didn't move then.
Yeah,
that was a good sort of maybe
that's a
20
good example of what I think
centimetres.
earlier probably would have been called. That's one that's a bit closer. Obviously, it takes a bit of the batter on the way through. But I mean, that way, because again, whether it's harsh or less harsh, or you're looking for consistency, and so when you start kind of trying to guess on amounts, then that's when I think you're getting consistencies. And anyway, the Czechs are 66 for 2 after 10 overs, and I've got to say, Lydia is having a pretty good game. 1 for 7 off of 2 overs to go with a half century in the first innings.
Yeah, really good over there, and a big wicket as well. And it's dried things up slightly. I'm not sure why Katka hasn't come in.
I think, to be honest, I think it's a predetermined batting order that I think situationally should have changed because the fact that I honestly think that they're just hanging in this contest, and she's the one batter I think that could really make inroads into this target. But I think that they've kind of stuck rigidly to what they planned before this innings began to batter at 5.
Well, let's see what Yana can do here. And she's faced 2 already. One of them was a wide that maybe should have been given. And
Well, that one won't be given. That's a good way to see if it ball can hit you in an original position.
what just happened?
It's almost like she'd run out of battery there. There's no backswing. There's no real foot movement.
Well, she got out like that in the first game, didn't she? Was it her? I think it was. She still hasn't moved. And that's going to be gone. Well, it was the first duck of the Czech innings. In fact, I think it might have been the first duck of the day, Vinny. I can't think of one. Definitely wasn't one of the in the Czech innings.
Yeah, no, I think you might be right. So that's probably something that they didn't want. Well,
A peacock duck.
yeah, Peacock Friday
Didn't
duck.
last very long.
Oh yeah, just
Coming
snuck
back.
in.
Oh no, it's not a diamond duck. It's a pick. That's
There
the
we
one.
go.
Yeah, the peacock duck.
Oh, don't let it follow Katka out. She doesn't want it anywhere near her.
So here's where I think this is the vital partnership for me. Tetka's a power hitter. She hits the ball very well, especially off the on the offside. But she can rock back and hit big. And you think she'll hit the first 6 of the tournament. Now, this is a vital wicket for Croatia, but also a very, very important partnership for the Czech Republic. And if these two can stay here for any great length of time, they could get close to this total.
Well, let's find out. She's built for power, isn't she? Czechia.
So what she hasn't done is gone on with a big score.
That's the thing.
So, but if she can get her eye in, there's no one straight on the offside either. And that's where she likes to hit. And that's going to be called a wide.
That's one with Katka out there. We thought she's not really as much of a natural runner as some of her teammates in the batting unit, but she is a natural hitter. I think she is the most powerful of the Czech batters as far as the stroke play and a boundary hitting ability. But let's see what she can do here. Well done to Pavla, by the way. It's a nice catch on the return.
They have put someone back now on the offside.
So you can protect the boundary a bit more as well. So pros and cons of Katka batting here in the middle overs.
And she leaves another one down leg side. She's got to change that in her game.
See, that's an example of one down the leg side that I don't think is a wide.
No.
Because the batter made a definite move to move inside it. But yeah, she needs to develop that pull shot off a greater range of deliveries. Anyway, let's see. She can get going here.
And again, she steps away. It's just something which I don't know.
'Cause you're right. There's a huge gap in that whole bottom left corner of the field. Right? So it's just, she does that bit fine and just needs to swing the bat. Got very little lose by swinging the bat at it.
Yeah. Uh-oh. And out. That's it. Well, that's another duck. So that was the vital partnership, I thought. And Katka is gone. And there's a few things to look at with her batting. To see another peacock duck.
The benefit is with Katka, there's always so much to work with. So much to work with, you know, and obviously still relatively early in the season as well.
Yeah.
When you think about the fact that, you know, like for example, after this weekend, there's still a couple of weeks before the ECIs. But got to say, Sanjog's been a bit of a revelation with the ball here, and asks the right question there. We know that Czechia, she likes that drive, but this time she hits it straight to the fielder.
That was a good ball too, right on the spot. So
Valentina Romani taking the catch and pretty excited about it, so she should be. As Rachel Pavlichkova comes in at number 6. And this is hit in a similar direction. But this time it goes over the cover fielder for a single.
well, she struggled a bit in that first innings. She was 1 off 20-something balls against Gibraltar. But I think that the bowling here of Croatia at the moment will suit a little bit better, because we saw right at the end, it was the she was batting right at the end against Lauren Payas against with Gibraltar, and hit quite a few good solid runs. So it was she did end up, as I said, getting a few runs. Pavlichkova off the mark. Front of her is 24. It's a good over there from Senju. A couple of wickets from it. A bit more economical as well. Only 4 from it, I think. 68 for 4. Going to be tough now for the Czechs. But all it needs is a few big overs. But it's been a good spell from Kvasic.
Yeah, Lydia's going to come back and continue her spell. 1 for 7 off 2. And she's been pretty consistent with where she's put the ball. And right on cue, there's no ball. Hey, all the Czech supporters will be saying thank you. All of this might have been close. Takes a couple of extra steps, hits the stumps, but safely home. It'll be no ball, plus the bye and a free hit to come.
Yeah.
One thing I've loved about today is how much fun the players have had.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
not always, because sometimes the games have run against certain teams. Host side mainly in the field in this second game, but just the amount of smiles, even the kind of lighter moments where the players have really enjoyed each other's company. I think a few kind of near collisions.
I think what the women do is play the game in the right spirit. It's competitive. Don't get me wrong, but at the same time, it's there's the right spirit, the spirit of cricket, which sometimes gets lost in the men's game, I think. There's more of a rivalry maybe, and here it's just it's a sense of camaraderie. I have friends who play roller derby, and it's the same sort of thing. You'll get there are international meets.
I mean, that's wild.
That is what it's good fun. It's good fun, but it's the codified version, not the. And good friend of mine plays Quidditch for the Czech Republic, or cue ball. That's called.
I have heard that that's a real sport.
It is a real sport, and tactically it's amazing. Apart from the fact that they run with a stick between their legs, so it does look a tad ridiculous. But at the same time, tactically the sport's really good, and it's fun to watch. But it's a sense of camaraderie, because it's a minor sport in a country that, well, here it's countries that are not traditional cricket countries. So I think it's in the same spirit, where they're these emerging new sports for most of these players. So I think it's definitely something which hasn't quite built up the bitterness that some men's games have.
No, it's the purest form of the sport for me.
Yeah.
I just think it's the way it's meant to be played. And also, it's an anachronistic term, but that whole "it's a gentleman's game." It's like, well, you know what? The ladies are actually showing the way the game should be played, I think, in so many instances these days.
Well, football's another one to look at as well, because seems like the women's sport is played for the sport rather than the theatre or the rolling around after and the faking and deception and things like that. I think that's just to get a bit of an edge. I don't think that really happens that much in the women's game, so it just makes it fun to watch.
Lydia.
Yeah.
Just that's been where she's done her best work in this spell. And yes, it's the line, but it's also that length, that kind of they're throwing the ball up above the eye line a little bit, kind of tempting the batters to come forward, kind of taking that natural pull away as well. Pavlichkova needs to find a way to at least get to the other end. At least there's a bit of intent in that swing. I know she didn't actually hit it, but at least she's looking to play an attacking stroke. So I like that. Just away from the eyes a bit, and the further you get away from the head, the harder it is to kind of judge it correctly. That'll be the end of the 12th over, and the score's 73 for 4.
Yeah, been a really good spell. 1 for 11 for Lydia, and 73 for 4. I think it's getting to the point with no return for the Czech ladies. Vranova, though, 25, highest score ever by a Czech batter in women's T20Is. So congratulations to her, to Suska Franova. It was before, it was for the skipper, Terka Kultsonova, in the previous game with 23. So still very early on, still the only the 4th game ever played by the Czech women. First game ever for Croatia. Looks like they're going to be first up winners as well. It's been a good performance with their star, Joran Vukusic, starring with a bat. Also with a spicy first up spell. Senjug has been really good. And this one's just in the air, just past the fielder. They should just get one, I think. They'll won't look for the second. And Senjug, she's gone for a few, but picked up those 2 big wickets. Brings Pavlichkova back on strike. And again, chases a wide one, called a wide this time. 75 for 4. Target 192. Don't think they'll get there. It's going to take a bit of a minor miracle, I think.
You just wonder, you know, they could build still a decent score here.
Well, it's still a pretty decent score. It's going to be the highest score ever in a T20I.
I was going to say, you know, if they found a way to get Vukusic out and kind of basically get through the top 3 with some of the bowling they've got.
Well, as I said, I think it's going to be a very different game tomorrow with Croatia playing the early game and then the Czechs coming in fresh. So I think it might be a very, very different game.
Take nothing away from the Croatian performance, though. You know, I think, you know, we focus a lot on Erin because obviously, you know, the skill level that she's shown. But, you know, Lydia, I think, has been great with the bat and the ball. You've got Pavla here with a couple of wickets. You know, there's been that multiple contributor aspect to it. This is a pretty good delivery as well, which just kind of poked down to a wicket. That's Ivana Zigante there doing the fielding. Yeah, Croatia, they've obviously prepared really well for this. You could tell that by their warm-up as well. That's a real opportunity. This has to be called a wide. We'll be down the leg side.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, they've looked very well prepared. They've obviously got that trump card in Vukusic. But they've got other good performers as well. This is in the air. Don't think anyone will reach it.
Well, she already has one caught and bowled, doesn't she, Pavla? And if she'd followed through a bit more, the thing is, you know, follow through's over pretty quickly. Pretty much by the time the ball has got to the batter. So she wasn't really, she lost that forward momentum by the time it popped up in front of her. Just couldn't get that second burst. Last ball of her spell, though. Not a bad shot at all from front of her. Who was kind of left carrying the baby a little bit at the moment, but she will retain the strike. Moves to 27. And after 13 overs, Czechia 79 for 4.
Yeah, it's well, they've lost those 4 wickets. They've lost quite a bit of their batting, but Vranova's still there, 27. Great if she could get up to a 50. There's still 7 overs to go. Hope I'm not jinxing it, but it is the highest score by a Czech lady in T20Is. So good effort for her. I know that Chris Pearce is watching, and I know he's proud, which is great of all these players, actually. So it's, again, a good effort by the Czechs. Don't know if it's going to be enough. At this stage, Croatia were 130 for 1, but that was a fantastic partnership between Vukusic and also Kavaric.
Chris said that, you know, a couple of the players that will be playing maybe later in the weekend for the Czech women's side have been getting a little bit of practice in, joining the junior league this afternoon, which I think is really, really good to see them. You're trying to prepare in the best way possible.
Ooh.
This first one goes quite wrong. It's going to be a no ball. Just held on to that one a little bit too long. I've mentioned this a few times. The first ball is the hardest.
Yeah.
I honestly, I think, you know, there's a lot going through your mind. You just a bit like, you know, if you've ever jumped on the first tee in front of a lot of people watching in golf.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, this is Anushka Charles. This one, I think, is going to be.
Surely that's a wide.
I think you need look. Well, it's been given out for
run out.
Well, hold
stumped. Hold on.
Let's have a look.
Oh, did she hit her stumps?
Well, it's not out because it's a free hit, right? So it can't be out because the first ball was a no ball. So it was a free hit. So even if she has hit her own wickets, then you can't be a hit wicket off a free hit.
They've realised that. And it should be it has to be a wide, no?
Yeah, well, this is where I just think maybe the wides towards the end of the day have been.
And so it's a no ball still.
Well,
It's
I
another
understand
no ball.
that sometimes the
Well,
quote unquote common sense comes into it, but I think it's stretched a bit too far in the afternoon.
You can't get out off a no ball unless it's run out, right? So if she hits wickets, can you get out of a no ball? So both ways it wasn't out.
Yeah,
Because she's given it a no. No, it's called a wide. There we go.
It's called
There
a
we go.
wide. There you go.
Okay, now
Yeah,
we're back.
sometimes it takes a bit of time.
Yep, that's fine.
But yeah, she's got good reach there in front of her. I'll give her that. As this next one will be a little bit wide to the left. So I mean, you can see here that Croatia, obviously, a bit like some of the Czech bowlers as well. He's still learning the craft. And Charles changes angle. I don't mind that either. Just to try and change something. Again, not a lot of run up or anything like that. Just trying to get the action right. That's a better delivery.
Really good ball. And taken off. Thought they'd taken off for one. I'm glad they didn't, I think. And
But have a look at this again. Some things are hard, some things aren't.
did they take a bye?
No, they didn't. Because look, Rachel turns around, not watching the play. So that's
But I thought it was called a bye.
0 buys.
So it's
So nothing.
okay.
Yeah, I know. But I think that everyone was expecting them to take a run. So you really can't blame for that. So I think Joanne's still asking, hey, was that a buy or not?
No,
And-
there we go.
and
There we
she-
go. Correcting the call.
Yeah, so there you go. See, no, we'll get there in the end. It's no problem.
Yeah, it's been correct in a sense. Nice shot on the leg side, and not sure why they weren't running. I think front of her, just standing there, just watching the ball. Always a run in that.
Got a good question here from Naknud. Do the Croatian or Czech teams have nets to practice on?
Yes.
Talk to me in Czech. I know there's a net here at the ground.
Well, there's
they can
down
use.
at Olszanska, which is in Žižkov. We were talking about Žižkov before. There are 3 permanent nets down there. They've just been relayed as well, so they're quite a good surface. Over the years, they have been a little dodgy, but they've been. I know 2 of them have been relayed. I'm not sure about the 3rd one. And so yes, it's very much that cricket is not a sport which is very well known in the Czech Republic or in Croatia or in most countries in Europe. And so it needs a bit of time for the sport to develop. Quite a few of these players, including the Koltsunova sisters and also Zuzana Franova, have come in through the Cricket Academy. And it just takes time. They're all very young. I mean, Terka's captaining the side, and she's just about to turn 17.
Yeah, it's crazy. Really.
And there are other players who'll come in the next couple of years who are not in the Czech side due to eligibility, and I'm sure it's the same thing with a lot of the sides around Europe.
Definitely.
So I think you'll see a real growth in women's cricket for various reasons in the next few years, and it's great to see women's cricket at any level. Especially international cricket, right? Even though if you look at it, the standard of established cricket nations like Australia and India and England, it's not in the same realm. But it's like the rest of European cricket, it's catching up. I mean, you look at teams like Italy,
Definitely.
who are a top team in Europe, Spain as well, Germany.
Spain
all
cracked the top 30 recently.
yeah, really good teams. And that's just because of there's quite a few factors, partly because of ICC. The ICC stepping in and really helping the game. I've got to say that a lot of it has to do with the ECN as well, because of the exposure that it's been given, and also having these matches televised. But there are a lot of factors. The grounds are getting better, the facilities are getting better. Just everything in Europe, I think, is improving due to a variety of factors that have hit kind of at the same time. So. This is called a wide again.
Yeah,
we'll get back to the game.
yeah,
Got a bit
no,
of
but I think-
passion out there.
Yeah, look, Charles, if you isolate her best couple of deliveries she's bowled so far, they're testing deliveries, but obviously just kind of getting that consistency. You get a lot of players that are probably training a lot more than they're actually playing. So it's a different kind of kettle of fish, and also once you're starting over, you need to find a way to get through it. So it's something we do see from time to time.
Mm-hmm. So, well, Czechs approaching the 100 mark. It's the highest ever score in T20I. So, and the highest ever score for an individual in front of her with 28. But it's only the fourth game they've played. I'm sure that over the next few years we'll see a big improvement in the standard of cricket from both these sides as well, and as I said, from other sides around Europe. And as you mentioned with Gibraltar a couple of years ago, this is the standard. I think that, they think that there's a lot more consistency. No, what am I saying?
Hey, English is coming along.
With Gibraltar, we saw a very good side earlier on with a good bowling attack and some good batting. So, anyway, here comes Charles again. And nice shot to get a single, pretty comfortable single.
Yeah, so, Charles, again, getting a few in the right zones. I also think it'd be interesting to see the bowling maybe day 3 or day 2 or day 3 when the player's a bit more comfortable. I mean, that's a decent delivery as well. And they're going to take on and throw. There could be a chance for a run out. And I think this is going to be gone. Mm-hmm. Yep, it's given. And so well done to Charles. I mean, she's had a tough over there, hasn't she, Anushka? And she does get something to celebrate, and you love to see it. Pavlichkova, look, I don't criticise her taking on the run. She's trying to make something happen here. The bowler probably not in the greatest position, but I think that's a good decision. But you can see she was not quite in the crease. She had the bat still raised, hadn't quite gotten it to ground. Intercepts the throw, and there you go. Good decision on the field by Johan Stiglitz. And so Pavlichkova run out for 3, and the score is 92 for 5.
Good work by the fielder. I've got to say it's a good throw as well, considering the bowler was probably, well, definitely the wrong position. But the throw went directly to her, and the bowler did very well to get back and take the stumps. So good run out. I'll bring the other Koltunova sister, Shaka, out under the centre. Join very impressive Susanna Franova. And it will be Franova who will be facing.
Now there was something I've just spotted as well. That's she actually did hit her wickets another time during the over, but it was only a slight one, and there was no appeal from the fielding side.
Really?
So she's actually...
Did the bells come off?
Yeah, they did. It's just been kind of raised, and it's a good point. But hey, this is cricket, and if there's no appeal, then the umpire can't give the wicket. So anyway, that'll be the end of the over. It's 92 for 5 after 14. And Charles, look, in the end, she goes for 13 in the over. We see overs go for a lot more. And, like I say, if you isolate the 6 balls that were legal in there, it's pretty decent over. We've just got to try and get rid of those other ones. Shaka coming out to bat at number 7 now. We'll get an opportunity. Yeah, so as far as our practice nets in Croatia, maybe someone from Croatia could tell me, because there's been a lot of grounds in Croatia that I haven't been to. I've only been to the ground kind of near the university in Zagreb. I think Mladost Cricket Ground is what it's called. And then I've also been to the Hotel Resnik ground in Split. I don't recall nets at either of those, but I know there's some great grounds in Croatia. I know that the ground in Vis, the island, is one that I've seen, and it looks magnificent. Just I think the logistics make it tough to have an ECS there.
I know that there's a tournament there every year.
Mediterranean Cricket League, is that right?
Could be. I know that Vojta Hasa always goes down with a bunch of guys. He's trying to get me to get there for quite a few years. And it partly, I think the Czechs normally do very well and often win that tournament. But usually, I think they're okay with the drinking part, but some of the other teams go there specifically for that bit. So I've heard it's a very good tournament. Really
very
fun.
festive.
I think it's a 6-a-side.
Yeah, there's a few different ones there, I think. Vukovic is going to come back, and she almost dislodges the off-stump first ball. Saka will now get to have a little bit of what her sister had to deal with earlier. That's one ball survived. Chris Pearce has actually also made a comment saying, you know, these girls, in a sense, they're the role models for the next group to come. So, you know, they're having to take a bit of a leap of faith here.
Yep.
He's talking specifically about the Czech girls, but it kind of applies equally to probably all the teams here. Well, here comes the emergency thigh pad. And it's come out. It's probably smart. I don't know if that's the case.
Chest pad. It's not a thigh pad.
The chest pads come on as well.
It surely has to go under the shirt, right?
I'd be going the full mattress.
There we go.
Yeah, it's pretty well executed.
Yeah.
Right. If anything, it's just giving Vukovic a target, isn't it? Really?
We haven't seen any short bowling from her, though.
No. Yeah, but there's a lot of balls probably that go through around that height, so it's probably smart. But it's a good point that Chris makes. Being this is the kind of the first generation of native Czech cricketers,
Yep.
in particular the women cricketers coming through.
It does take a long time. You know, all it takes is one person like Erin here to inspire some young Croatian cricketers.
Good shot inside out, gets bat on it and scramble through for the single.
Yeah, well called through. Vranova will take the strike. So Vranova has been batting very well. She'll get to face Erin again. She faced up to her very well early on.
Yes, it seems like Vranova's been there forever. It seems like it.
She kind of has.
Yeah, well, literally, she has been here the whole innings.
Oh, it's a single.
Anyone?
What?
Been running?
Hello.
Again, it needs at least some weight and take a few steps down the wicket. I mean, I think that, to be fair, I think Vranova's kind of running on fumes by this stage. But, yeah, she'll get to 30. What a good knock it's been, honestly. It's been gutsy.
Been really good. Kroom says these are the trailblazers, and it's absolutely correct. They are the trailblazers. And as I said, like it's very early for a lot of these female cricketers all around Europe. And it's great to see. You know, it was the same a few years ago with the men's cricket. I mean, cricket's only been going for about 30 years here in the Czech Republic. You know, it's improved a lot.
Yeah, the key difference being, I mean, most of the men's players in Europe that we see have learnt their cricket somewhere else and they've come here already with a cricket experience. Whereas, you know, learning it in a country with very little infrastructure, you know, where it's just there's a few, if any, places to kind of really develop cricket. Not just not just the basics, but beyond a basic level to the point where you can, play internationally.
Oh, good ball.
Well, Vukovic needs to find a ball that's going to hit the stumps. She hasn't been able to find it just yet. Although, to be fair, every time she has, it seems the batters have had the answer and to be able to get bat on ball.
She's got one ball left of her spell and she's still wicketless. So it's unfortunate. She bowled very well though. Got a fantastic action. I love the way she sprints into the.
I love the approach. It's even just even more kind of rhythmic than last year. I think she's definitely gained a yard or two of pace. And yeah, it makes sense. She's still probably growing, still getting stronger, but she is going to have to settle for a wicketless start to her series. She'll finish number 16, and after 15 overs, the score is 94 for 5. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Of course, we've got the ECIs getting underway. That's actually 1 hour before we start, but yeah, you can multi-screen if you like. Gibraltar, Croatia, I think that'll be a cracking contest to start the day, and then later in the afternoon, it'll be a rematch of this game, Czechia versus Croatia. But as you mentioned, Danny, this time it's Croatia. They'll have to play back-to-back. See how they handle that. Join us, 8 a.m. GMT, which is 10 a.m. in Central Europe, and 1:30 p.m. in India for day 2 of this 3-day CE Cup. Okay, looks like they're going back to Helen Leko now with 5 overs left.
She bowled very well in that first spell. 1 for 12 off her 3. So in front of her, she's still there, 30 or 44. And it's Shalka Koltunova, 1 off 5. Comes Leko. And that's, well, an odd-looking shot from a ball that was well outside off stump. Whoa, and rifled into the stumps. It's Pavla Senjug out there. In fact, no, it's not. It's Anushka Charles who a big throw at the stumps.
It just shows what range that front of her has. And she's managed, at least she gets a run for it. It would have been a bit rough if it had been a dot.
Range indeed.
Yeah. I was thinking, and Snooky got the Q extender.
Mm-hmm.
You needed it for a shot like that. But anyway, this next one, nicely played by Shaka. He'll get a single.
A little collision there. Luckily, they weren't moving at great speed. But yeah, it was a nice-looking shot there from Shaka. Brings front of her back on strike. Still got time to get a 50 front of her. Needs
Yeah.
another
We have to have most
19
of
or
the
so.
strike. Just won't quite get past the bowler. But yeah, it's pretty well bowled by Lecco. Again, one thing I like about Helen is she just gets back and bowls. It doesn't give the batter too much time to think, and all those balls kind of stack up. Again, it's good location again. Sliced away, kind of into the gap. Yes. Great work by Seema to grab that and hurl it back in. Yeah, look at that. Putting everything into the throw. You love to see it. Next one, goes to that short cover position. That reminds me of the Euro start tonight.
Yeah.
So I think Germany taking on Scotland in game one.
Yeah. I think we're going on Sunday night. I think we're going to go to a place to watch the England game and watch England hopefully lose. I don't really know who they're playing, but as an Australian, it's my national responsibility to support the team that's playing.
Do you know
England.
what? I support England in football.
Why?
I don't know, because I feel, honestly, I don't know. But I mean, I say that. I'm not like, I'm not hardcore
To
like
be
the actual
fair,
English supporters.
to be fair, look,
Because they're the lovable losers in the international stage.
nothing lovable about the English team, especially a
If
few
you love
years ago.
violence.
No, but honestly, I think the English team now is much better than what it was as far as the personalities and the talent. There's some very talented footballers in that English side. But at the same time, I hope they never win anything, because they're still going about 1966, Vinny.
Another 50 years off that.
So
I think there was some sort of AI that predicted the next kind of 80 years of World Cups, and it's something like England win it in 2066 or something. Anyway, finally she gets a bowl here. Seema Kuchuksuku. She's been a pretty good contributor in the field. Ball's followed around a little bit, but I've loved her efforts. Probably two here if they want to go for it. I just don't see how that's going to get back before the batter gets in. And my prediction's right. They do get back for two. Good running.
yeah, going back to England. Look, the only thing England had won since 1966 was the 2003 Rugby World Cup. Oh, cheeky!
But you know what's good as well? She was in.
Yeah.
Because she was watching. Anyway, she quickly just gets on with it so that everyone can ignore that. But, you know, this is the thing. People go on about man-cats and all that. Just watch and you won't get man-catted. That's exactly. That was great basics from Shaka. Good work by her.
Yep.
And then you can try as like, and then in the end, you know, it's just the bowler looks a bit foolish. But also I think the bowler's trying to keep her honest a bit. Probably sees how much she's backing up. But the key is she's not backing up early. She's backing up after the release. And that's what we learn from that little episode.
Going back to the football, I think England do have a chance in these Euros, to be fair. I think they've got a very good side. There's quite a few good teams. It's going to be a really interesting
It's so
tournament.
funny. Well, Charlie has said he's rostered on to work and he was a little bit concerned because it might mean that he might have to work the day that England might be playing in the final.
Yeah, you won't have to worry too much.
Anyway, low full toss. They want to go on their hit, but it creates an opportunity.
Really good
Now,
effort there.
potential overthrow. We got two at one end. We got two at the wrong end.
Uh-oh.
Could have gone that end. Went the other end. Picked up and gone. Well, somebody taught me through this. Goes through about 7 sets of hands. And really, at one point, the ball was thrown from the bowler's end to the keeper when probably didn't need to be, but it's hugs all round. Again, just not really in the same page, not even in the same library. And in the end, they're coming, they're going. Keeper takes off the glove for no reason whatsoever.
Let's have a look at this. So front of it comes down. Shaka starts off, and then they don't know, and they've gone back to the same end. That's great. That reminds me of Pakistani running in the 1990s.
Well, the thing is, if you really want to break it down, they lose eye contact.
Yeah.
And when you lose eye contact, you lose probably the primary form of communication. So, look, it's disappointing, I suppose, but I will say that front of her batted really, really well for 34. Her innings is going to have to come to an end, and the score is 100 for 6.
Yeah, that was really good batting. She jumps over the rope and plays a bat like a guitar and gets high fives and hugs from everyone. Good to see.
Yeah.
Good to see. So hugs are back, obviously, Vinny. It's not the
Yeah.
toe tapping like the COVID days.
First time I came here, there was no chance of a hug.
No.
Well, there's the Maximo copter ready to take me to the concert I'm going to tonight. I'm going to see Postmodern Jukebox.
Yeah, they're really good.
They're in Prague. They're
really
quite
good.
a fun band. They kind of have an old-fashioned take on some modern songs.
Yeah. I like what they do.
My calendar books out pretty quickly when I'm here in Prague. It's a lot to do.
By the way, you do realise the Czechs are over the 100 mark for the first time
They
ever?
have brought up the 100, of course, but that does actually cost them that 6 wicket. Erika Kuntsova is going to be the new batter.
So it's going to be a good win for the Croatian women. 191, very good score, great partnership between Vukasic and also Kovacic. And it'll be a great game tomorrow, first up against Gibraltar. I don't know who I'm tipping for that, to be honest. Gibraltar have got a good bowling lineup, but if Vukasic can get going, it's going to be a really tight tussle. But I think it'll be 2 good games tomorrow, really good games.
Backs away a bit, knocks it back to the bowler. The bowler here is Valentina Romani. Again, I love the pace of this game. Getting back, bowling it again, repeating it.
Oh.
And I haven't had a good record today of non-jinxing. But I like that Romani. She's getting on with the game. I've really liked her attitude as well on the field. She's given everything.
Yeah. Absolutely. And there's the no ball call, free hit. And wait for the umpire.
That's the thing. It actually reminds me, see how a lot of the bowlers actually start in front of the umpire?
That's another no ball.
Might as well have a swing at it because you're going to get another free hit. So I actually played with a guy. He used to be one of the quicker bowlers going around, but he had a bad Achilles injury. So then he used to bowl just off 2 steps.
Yep.
And you know how the umpires normally put their hands out to say, don't bowl yet?
Yeah.
They had to basically grab him by the shirt because he was in front of them. Anyway, that's a much better delivery that time.
There was a guy I used to play indoor cricket with who used to play 2nd division for Balmain in Sydney, and he was quick. As an Aboriginal guy, his nickname was Bernie. That's all I remember. I don't even remember what his real name was. But I played indoor cricket with him, and I faced him once, and he was quick, just off 2 paces. It was all shoulder, and he would bowl off 2 paces or 3 paces for Balmain.
Yeah.
Really, really quick bowler.
Just letting go a little bit late here, and that's why, it's not really at the pace that Romani's bowl needs to go and get a bit more air in it, and should just get the one bounce that way.
Grim says, "Have won some cricket events, Danny." Yeah, I know. It took a while.
Tied a few World Cup final, one World Cup final. Asterisk.
Was that the
Anyway,
New Zealand?
yeah.
Yeah.
I still think, I don't want to go into a huge rabbit hole here, but I feel like in 40 years, they're going to say retrospectively that World Cup's shared when everyone's old.
I don't think so. I didn't have.
It's
I
the
didn't have
spirit
an
of
issue.
cricket, right?
I agree, but I don't have an issue with it because it went to the boundary. It wasn't though, and the England batters were going low. We don't want to take it.
No, it was. There was the rule at the time, but I think the sign that rule wasn't right is the fact they've changed the rule now. So it's not the rule anymore.
What's the rule? If it hits a batsman, you can't.
No, they're saying it was tied and the super over was tied.
Yeah.
And nowadays it's that it will go to another super over.
Okay.
Right. Oh, chance here, perhaps for another run out. I think just gets home.
Another no ball though.
There'll be no ball again, but because it was still tied, the rule was whoever hit the most runs in boundaries.
Whoa.
Pretty
That's closer than it was.
Maybe just got down. Who wins the game? So that's why, even though it was tie and then another tie. So
just changed the rules.
I don't know. I just feel.
But that was the one that hit the batsman.
Oh yeah, no, that's a separate thing. That was when it went for 4 overthrows. Off Ben Stokes' bat.
Yes.
And then there's a whole other issue with the fact that technically they hadn't crossed when the ball was thrown. There'll be no ball, unfortunately, just missing the pitch. So there's a lot that went on there. I don't know. I just feel like it would be good for the game. Because I think they had the same amount of runs off the same amount of balls in the final. So I'm not really talking about the overthrows. That's a separate thing.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a rabbit hole.
I
What would have
tend to-
happened if they'd awarded
Who were they playing in the final?
New Zealand?
Yeah. Oh, in that one, yeah. But in the,
Well,
that's
yeah,
out.
but I think I've got a bad feeling this is a free hit.
It's a free hit.
But you know what? Let the hugs happen. And well, I think there's no need to be interrupting them too quickly. I think Erin's come in to break it up. No, she's getting involved in the hugs as well. So obviously she didn't realise either. That's why I'm not a fan of no balls off the pitch being no balls unless they're hit or so they hit something, because I don't think the free hit is a fitting penalty.
It's a no ball.
But I don't think it should be a no ball.
Oh, of course it should
I
be.
think it should be a wide.
No.
Like, that's wide. Do you know why? That's a dot to the batter now.
But
They couldn't even reach it.
But
Should be a wide. You're going to butt. I'm ready for your butt. Go ahead.
but
Actually, wait for this last ball, this last legal ball of the over, and then you can make your case
okay.
for ball off the pitch being a no ball. Brilliant bowling, by the way. And remind you, for all their trials and tribulations, we'll just go for 9 in the over. 18 overs down. And it's 109 for 6. Danny, who to check?
So we're playing on a synthetic surface, we're not playing on turf.
True.
The ball hits the turf.
Yep.
You reach across and hit it.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
It's not a wide because you hit it, but you get caught.
Yep.
But you're not playing on grass, you're playing on AstroTurf.
I'd say call that a no ball. But what I'm talking about...
But it is a no ball.
Listen.
Yeah.
This is what I think would be... I've watched too much cricket, right?
Yeah.
I would say if it's hit, or if it, say, comes back and hits the stumps, or
Yeah.
if it hits the stumps or the bat or the batter, then call it a no ball. But 99.9% don't. And then I think it should just be called a wide.
Yep.
So you could easily make a rule that way, saying if it's not touched and it doesn't touch anything, then call it a wide. And the reason is a couple of things. We got records, for example, like 12, the fastest 50 and all those things.
Yeah.
So a no ball essentially it kills the batter's strike rate. And it's not really their fault.
Yeah.
There are some now that you're not even allowed to hit if they're wide enough.
But they get to face a free ball, Vinny.
Yeah, but...
So they're facing 2 for 1.
Yeah, but that's the problem. They're facing one of them. They can't actually score off. They literally can't score off, right? And the other thing is, for example, take this. So she gets cost a wicket, probably the best ball she's bowled, creates a false shot. And, yeah, I just feel the penalty's too harsh. The no ball, free hits originally were brought in to discourage overstepping. And now they're applied to all no balls. But
Yeah, look... okay, so it should be not a free hit?
Well, that's another way you could go. I would just keep it simple, and I would say that a ball bouncing off the pitch, if it's not hit, is called a wide. If it is hit, okay, technically you can stay on the pitch, you can hit it, then it can be a no ball. So good on you if you can go and reach it, right? But most of them aren't. So I just feel like also the stats, it would be a bit fairer, because then you have things like, if you look at the Chile versus Argentina game, they were like both openers had faced 84 balls, and there's only meant to be 120 balls in the whole game. Like, I just don't think it's a fair indicator of your strike rate if there's multiples. So imagine facing 10 of those in an innings in a game. Let's say in a game this weekend, and you're like, well, those 10 dot balls I couldn't actually reach.
Yeah.
I don't know.
In the end, though, it's about who wins the game rather than the statistics. To be fair.
True, but you want the statistic to accurately reflect. Like it's an anomaly. Like to have it to be credited with a scoreless ball that you couldn't reach. That's not cricket.
Yeah, fair enough.
Anyway, that was a good little rabbit hole. And this will take us to the end of the 19th over as we finish our argument. Meanwhile, Kuchuk bowls a pretty good 19th over. Just 3 runs coming off that one. And the Czechs, credit to them, they do actually bring up the 100 for the first time in T20 international cricket. Who knows, maybe they can get up to the 120, kind of run a ball pace here. End of 19, it's 112 for 6.
Yeah, I think it's again a pretty good effort by the Czech women. I think we can see what the Croatians are about. They do have that ace up their sleeve with Vukusic, but also Kvaric with a beautiful 50. That's a great partnership. We'll see how they go. And this is that was a big wide there from
See, look, poor Kuntova. Now she's staring at 2 of 10, and she's saying, "Hey, what am I meant to do with this?" Maybe.
It swung a lot.
That's true.
There's Kornelenko again.
Yeah, Kornienko's a really nice story as well. He loves playing her cricket. This is free hit, which is knocked down towards fine leg. Well handled down there. And just a single in the end.
So
It's been a really good day's cricket.
It has been.
Obviously,
It's been really
it's a
enjoyable.
different pace of play than some of the crickets in the network, but I think it's been outstanding to watch.
it's a pretty good ball. So you're talking about Kornienka's story.
Yeah, no, she's someone that's, I met her back in the ECS Croatia, and it's been putting a lot of work in to kind of obviously not just be in the team, but to contribute in a meaningful way.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's nice to see her getting this last over of the day. There's Shaka, kind of slightly grounded at the moment. Now there's, I think, the chance to, probably run on almost anything, try and make something happen. 3 balls to go on the day. I think that will be a no ball, so free hit coming up. But also, I think credit to the Croatians. They've played well, but they've also taken the opportunity to bowl 8 bowlers here, so give everyone a taste of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's pretty important as well.
Really nice comment from Naseem in the chat. So thank you for that. Onwards and upwards, Czech women. Future is bright. Lots of work on huge potential. Congratulations, Croatia. Really well said. Thank you to Naseem. Yep, and Dave backs me up. Thanks, Dave. Perfect. You're a champ.
Oh, it's been great. First time we've been able to show the CE Cup on ECN as well. Again, I think partly it's a confidence thing with Kornienko as well. They're going to sneak through an extra run here. It's pretty well done. But it's just the confidence of, not just putting the ball there, but trying to bowl it and kind of hold your shape through the action, be strong through the action.
Yep. Yeah, look, no, it's been a fantastic day's cricket. We can see that how good Gibraltar was in the first game. The Czechs, I think, played up to that as well. I think played very well. Disappointing in the field, but been pretty good with the bat of the Czechs. Really good innings from Vranova, who ended up getting run out, unfortunately. But
she was brilliant, honestly.
Mm.
Obviously, it's just another stepping stone in her development, I think, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. No, really good. And I'm looking forward to this rematch tomorrow afternoon. It'll be, as I said, a bit of a different circumstance with the Croatians playing the early game and then the Czechs come in fresh. So we'll see if that changes anything. I know that Vukusic will be much the same player, though. She's all action.
Yeah, I mean, she's been a real handful. That's why I'm looking forward to some of the contests we'll get in that match 3 tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's going to be a great game. And, well, we'll see. I think Gibraltar have got enough depth that to get over Croatia. But we'll see. You never know. If Vukusic can get going again, and there's every indication she can. She's a good bat.
Look, even by the end of the over, she looked a lot more confident, didn't she?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that last ball was a good one. So that should do it, and they are going to finish that 120. So, they do get to a pretty competitive score in the end. Maybe if the Czechs are a little bit more on in the field and could have grabbed those top 3 wickets, might have been a different story. But in the end, congratulations to Croatia. Their first win in a T20 international in their very first T20IW, and you can see how much it means to them. It's been a great day of cricket. I know it's a tough one for the hosts, but the thing is, they still do have 2 more matches in the series to make an impression, and they certainly can still be very proud of their efforts. Long day here for them at Vinoj, but it is the Croatians who are enjoying the moment right now. They've worked so hard on their cricket over the past few months to get ready for this moment, and they do walk off victorious at the very first attempt. That's wonderful scenes for them on foreign soil. Let's go back and have a look at this chase. It was a monster target, wasn't it? 192. And the opening batters were the opening bowlers. And Leko was able to give Croatia their first wicket in ECN cricket. But a little bit of help from who I think was the star of the day. No surprises. Aaron Vukusic, fantastic catch. And then was running and bowling thunderbolts, causing problems for a few. But I will say that Suska Franova was brilliant the way that she tried to go on the counter-attack, able to push for a couple of boundaries. Everyone went wicketless, but ultimately would come out on top. The Croatians get the win.
Yeah, really good effort from the Croatians, and it was that partnership between Vukusic and Kvaric that laid a platform. 191's a big score in this format in any game, and the Czechs were really struggling, even though it was a fantastic opening stand or opening innings by Franova, who the highest score ever by a Czech female batter in international cricket. This one was put down, unfortunately, but a good effort. The 120, not a bad score, the highest score ever for the Czechs. And of course, still very early for both these sides in international cricket. It's Croatia's first ever games. It was Suku who had a really good effort there to cut off that one. But as I say, a big breakthrough there. That was the skipper, Terka Kultunova, who had a very good day herself, leading this team as a 16-year-old. Excellent effort. That's the caught and bowled. That was the end of Kominkova. But well done to the Croatians. There was some good bowling along the way. There was quite a few wides though as well. I'd like to improve that. But right up the top, causing issues for the Czech batting was Vukusic. Another wicket there. Really, again, spates of good bowling, but also spates of wides and no balls for the Croatians. That was the hit wicket off the no ball.
Yeah, and then there was another secret hit wicket, which I don't think anyone noticed.
I certainly didn't.
That came up a little bit after that. But yeah, this was a nice moment as well for Charles. Had a bit of a rough start. Look, I think using so many bowlers, you always knew that there was going to be a few that would be a little bit all over the place, but again, show signs of what they're capable of. So yeah, this was the little bit of a mess, to say the least. There's so much going on there. You could probably spend several minutes describing that ball. But I think in the end, the Croatians able to get the run out. Probably could have gone either end. And again, there's been some lighter moments. There's been a bit of everything so far. I think ultimately the players can be really proud of their efforts. And the Czechia team, they've probably got to struggle with some reasons to smile after a long day. I think they'll look back at that, and of course they'll get the first game off tomorrow to kind of set themselves to try and get things back on track in the second half of the day on day 2. This is a scorecard. Zuzka Franova with 34 on 52 was brilliant the way she took on the game. I loved her energy. She was running out of energy there, I think, at one point, but still battled. And in the end, she was run out. That kind of disaster. But Teresa Kolchanova as well. I think that Terka batted really well, led this side well in tough circumstances. 18 for her. No one else able to make a big impression. Obviously, extras playing a bit of a big part there as well. And but credit to Czechia. I mean, they fly the flag. Although they do go down, they score 120, which is their highest score ever in T20IW cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot to take out of this game for the Czechs, and for today also. There's a very good effort in the field for them against Gibraltar, and then sort of slipped a little bit, I guess, with the fielding in the afternoon. Look a bit tired, but good effort with the bat against Croatia. As you can see, there were 8 bowlers used by Croatia. Vukusic went wicketless but bowled very well. Helenenko with a wicket. Senjuk was a little bit expensive, took a couple, and Kovacic was very good with the ball, taking 1 for 11. But again, good win for the Croatian side, their first ever game of T20 in internationals, and a really good win. So they're 1 for 1, 100% record. The Czechs still to win a game at international level, but are improving. And every game will help them along their journey.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Vukusic, player of the match for me in that one, for that sparkling 85 not out, but not far behind Lydia Kvaric with a handy wicket, 1 for 11 off 3 overs, bowled 57 not out with the bat, scoring a very good pace. Well, let's welcome you to the Cube for one last time. We haven't seen a lot of the sun, but we have seen some brilliant cricket here on day 1 of this CE Cup, and it's been a pretty enjoyable Peacock Friday. Like a different kind of pace, but I think it just reminds us that, across the board, cricket in Europe, it's at different stages. I love the matchups of these 3 teams when I saw them on paper, because I know that, they are all developing in their own ways, but I think they match up really well. I know you look at maybe some of the results, take that last one, But I honestly think that on their day, Czechia can actually beat Croatia if they can kind of get these key wickets. As you can see, obviously, Vukic is a huge key, I think, no matter who's playing Croatia in this series. But Gibraltar earlier on, I thought they were brilliant with Caruana starring for them as well. Valverde and Ferrari with the ball. Blag, I think, has come on such a long way. So it's been really great, and looking forward to being back again tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to it as well. And we'll be back and with the first game tomorrow. It'll be Gibraltar against Croatia. That'll be a really good game. Two good sides. Vinny, enjoy the concert tonight.
I will, and I'm going to actually probably bring up tomorrow what's happening here in the CE Cup, because it will start a little bit earlier. I just want to remind everyone that we start at 11 o'clock European time today, but tomorrow it'll be 8 o'clock AM GMT, which is 10 o'clock in Central Europe, and 1:30 p.m. in India. I want to say a big thank you to all of our crew here at Spring Media. They do such a great job for us, and I know that it'll be so useful, obviously, for the viewers to go back and watch, but also for the players, I think, as a tool to help them take their cricket to the next level. Thanks to all the Blue crew, of course, to all the officials around the ground as well. So on behalf of everyone here at ECN, I hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Huge dual internationals tomorrow, because we have Cyprus, Estonia taking part in men's and women's ECI's T10 cricket over there in Cyprus. The first time we'll see the Happy Valley ground. And of course, we'll be back here with 2 more matches. For now, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. Stay happy, stay safe. Don't forget to like the video, to subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. Danny, final words?
See you tomorrow.
They're good final words. For now, it's us, Manana. We'll see you tomorrow for more CE Cup here on the European Cricket Network.